All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the 2021 Temple Law Review Symposium. My name is Kevin Kennedy. I'm here with my co-editor, Sarah Hand. Together, Sarah and I have been working on behalf of Temple Law Review for the last year to bring this program to you, and we're both so excited that the day has finally arrived. We will be turning the virtual microphone over momentarily to Dean Mandel, who will formally introduce our program. But first, we'd like to quickly offer thanks to everybody involved in making this day happen. Sarah and I would have been lost without the help of a lot of great people. So thank you to Professor Amy Sinden, the Symposium's faculty advisor, and to the Center for Progressive Reform, our co-sponsor for today's program. They were instrumental and invaluable in helping us bring together the wonderful group of scholars and organizers who you will hear from today. To so many of Temple Law's wonderful deans and administrators, including Dean Brett Schneider, Dean Feldman, Britt Walden, and so many others for their unwavering support and vital guidance throughout this process. This is the first virtual law review symposium, and the administration was crucial in helping us pull this off. We have our fingers crossed that things will run smoothly today, but we hope you will bear with us through any technical difficulties. Thank you as well to our colleagues on the editorial board of Temple Law Review, particularly our editor-in-chief, Kayla Martin, and executive editor, Courtney Kurtz, not only for their support and guidance, but also for leading the publication of our symposium issue, which will be published in the coming months. And to our panelists and moderators for being with us today and bearing with Sarah and I throughout this planning process. We're so excited to hear from each of you. Last but not least, we'd like to thank Dean Gregory Mandel for his leadership of Temple Law and for being with us today. We will now pass it over to Dean Mandel to introduce our program. Dean.
Thanks, Kevin, and good morning to everyone. It is my privilege to welcome you to the 2021 Temple Law Review Symposium, a gathering wave, emerging legal and policy implications of climate migration. While I wish I could welcome you all to Temple Law School and to our wonderful city in Philadelphia, I'm also grateful that increased access to events like this, that the Life Online has made possible for us. I think it's made the pandemic, frankly, has made our world bigger in some ways, smaller in other ways. And it's certainly given us all a fresh awareness of how quickly things can change and our lives can change at the prompting of even small changes in our environment. Today's event, of course, touches on this theme as well, gathering us here for a conversation about how our legal systems can and should support people displaced by climate change and the communities in which they seek to build new homes. It is an urgent, pressing, and deeply human problem, one that calls for us to think creatively and compassionately, to listen, and to work across disciplines to find real solutions to the challenges. These skills and this approach to problem solving are central to the legal education that we deliver at Temple Law, and I am delighted that they are at the center of today's conversation as well. A few words of thanks and acknowledgement are due before we get started, in particular to the members of the Temple Law Review for their fantastic work in organizing a symposium that diverged rather significantly from the playbook that they were handed by the prior year's editorial boards. Our symposium editors, Sarah Hand and Kevin Kennedy, have really outdone themselves to create today's plans that I know is going to be engaging and exciting and focused on the reason for the work we do, making the world a better place for the people that we serve. Sarah and Kevin, thank you and congratulations on a job very well done. I also want to thank my colleague and friend, Professor Amy Sinden, an exceptional and committed advocate for environmental justice and an outstanding member of our Temple Law faculty. I want to thank her for her work with the Temple Law Review and for her leadership in the field as well. I will leave it to Professor Sinden and others the task of offering further context for today's conversation, in particular talking about the work she does with the Center for Progressive Reform. And then finally, I'd like to thank each of you for taking the time to be with us here today across different disciplines, across different professions, even I will say across different time zones. Your commitment to protecting the communities that share this fragile planet is a great cause for optimism about our interdependent future. And so at this point, let me turn the mic over to Professor Sinden, who will take it from there. Thank you all, and I look forward to the day.
Thank you, Dean Mandel. It is such a pleasure to be here. And by here, I don't mean so much here in my makeshift office in my daughter's bedroom as in the virtual sense. Here on Zoom with all of you. And the real pleasure is seeing all the hard work that Kevin and Sarah put into this over the last year finally coming to fruition. Actually, it's been more than a year. I looked back at my email and it was way back in November of 2019 that Sarah and Kevin's predecessors, Nancy Fisher and Nikki Hatza, contacted me saying they wanted the Law Review's Symposium to be about the climate crisis. Wow, what a difference a year makes, huh? It, of course, never occurred to us back then we'd be holding this event over Zoom. We probably had never even heard of Zoom. Nor did we know that we would be holding this symposium against the backdrop of a brand new Biden-Harris administration that would not only allow federal employees to talk about climate change for the first time in 4 years, but would put climate and environmental justice front and center in virtually everything it's doing across every agency and department of the executive branch. This all of government approach to the climate crisis is an extraordinary, it's really a seismic shift. It goes far beyond anything we saw even from the Obama administration. So, you know, while some people see today's topic as a depressing one, I have to say that I see it as a moment of exhilarating possibility. There's a gathering wave, to be sure, but it's not just a wave of accelerating crisis and catastrophe and human misery. There's also a gathering wave of optimism and hope, a gathering wave that's gaining strength as a new set of leaders unleashes the pent-up energies and creativity of people in every corner of society, throughout this country, throughout the world, at every level of government, in the private and the public sphere, who suddenly feel the weight of 4 years of denial and cynicism lifted from their shoulders and who are ready to roll up their sleeves and imagine new possibilities. And it's in that spirit of inspiration and hope and willingness to tackle our toughest problems that I see reflected in this extraordinary group of speakers and panelists that Sarah and Kevin have lined up for us today. In fact, there's one particularly salient element of new possibility that becomes evident as soon as you flip through the symposium program. Where are all the white guys? I mean, I've been a law professor for 20 years, and I gotta tell you, I am not used to this. And the diversity goes beyond race and gender and all that. We've also got academics from a range of disciplines beyond law, as well as a sprinkling of activists and community organizers who are on the front lines dealing with the community level fallout of these global forces. And of course, for me personally, one of the really wonderful things about this day is that it brings together two of my most beloved institutions, Temple Law and CPR, the Center for Progressive Reform. And from the beginning, it really seemed to me that these two institutions are especially well positioned to move the dialogue around climate migration forward. The faculty here at Temple has a particularly deep bench of thoughtful, engaged, and accomplished scholars working on issues of international law, migration, human rights, and immigrant and workers' rights, as you'll see from the three Temple colleagues of mine you'll hear from later today, Ramji Nogales, Peter Spiro, and Jen Lee. And at the Center for Progressive Reform, we've been doing important and I think path-breaking work on climate for decades. But we also began a number of years ago to recognize the importance of these emerging issues around both international and domestic climate migration. And several of our member scholars who you'll have the pleasure of hearing from today are really leading lights in this emerging field. Of course, Maxine Burkett was going to deliver our keynote, also Carmen Gonzalez, Alice Caswan, and our board president, Robert Verchick. So finally, I'm particularly delighted to have with us today Minor Sinclair, who is CPR's fabulous and brand new executive director, who literally started in that role just over 2 weeks ago and really hit the ground running. Minor brings to CPR decades of experience working on social justice, equity, public health, and environmental sustainability issues. He began his career working to advance refugee rights in Central America and the Caribbean. He went on to earn a master's degree in public administration from the Harvard's Kennedy School and spent the last 16 years at Oxfam, where he directed the organization's domestic program, led efforts to improve working conditions for low-wage workers, co-founded Oxfam International's Cuba office, and worked to advance international human rights issues around the globe. So I am delighted today to be able to pass the mic to Minor this morning to say a few words of welcome on behalf of CPR.
Thanks so much, Amy. And I'm thrilled to be here. And I just really want to take my hats off to Kevin and Sarah, who are leading this effort, and the support of Dean Mandel. But you guys had the foresight to be, thinking about, how important this issue is, because it links environment and people in a way that probably no other issue does. You're going to help us think about people on the move. Why they're moving. What are the violations? What are the obstacles? What is the trauma facing them? And then what the rest of us can do about it. Climate migration means a lot to us here at Center for Progressive Reform, because in a time of such chaotic change, and where I appreciate, Amy, your words of optimism and exhilaration, and that's the top side of the underside, which is, of course, a lot of destruction and disruptiveness and life-threatening events, and that's why people are moving. So how can we protect people in these times? How can we protect the environment in these times? And at Center for Progressive Reform, what we seek to do, with this deep ranks of member scholars and expert policy staff, is to offer the policy solutions and offer the evidence that can guide that policy. At a personal level, I've been involved in Central Americans who are abandoning their homes and their farms in the dry corridor of the Central American countries up to Mexico into the United States. I've been involved with the hundreds of thousands of Puerto Ricans who exited their island country in the days and weeks, months, and year after Hurricane Maria. And, with family members, cousins in California whose homes were burned down by the wildfire, rebuilt only then to face down the wildfires yet again. And what this says to me is that, climate migration is not something that we're just planning for the future and need to do some really good hard thinking about and prepare ourselves, because it's happening now and the urgency is now. So I'm just so excited that this conference will offer us the ideas, the proposed solutions, and that, sort of kind of moral, sort of kind of urgency and kick in the pants to do something about it. So I'm really looking forward to joining you all. And thanks for having CPR as part of this. Back to you, Amy.
Thank you, Minor. Thanks so much. So it's ready for us to, we are ready to move on to our first panel. So it's my pleasure to introduce the moderator of our first panel, my friend and colleague, Peter Spiro, the Charles R. Wiener Professor of Law at Temple, co-director of Temple's Institute for International Law and Public Policy. it's hard for me to believe that Peter's been with us 15 years already. And during that time, he has really enriched our community here at Temple with his wealth and depth of knowledge on issues of international law, immigration, citizenship. He's a widely cited scholar whose list of accomplishments and affiliations are far too numerous to detail in full, but include 3 acclaimed books on citizenship, numerous articles, pieces in the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Foreign Affairs, to name a few, as well as membership on various commissions, advisory committees, and other important bodies. So with that, Peter, it's my pleasure to pass the mic over to you to get started with our first panel.
Excellent, Amy. Thanks very much for that gracious lead-in, and I will pile on and congratulate Kevin Kennedy and Sarah Hand and members of the Temple Law Review for doing such a astonishing job in conceiving of this symposium and then convening such a distinguished group of experts, interdisciplinary, from all quarters, representing a variety of perspectives. And so I'm very much looking forward to a very stimulating conversation during this, during the day. So my felicitous task for this morning is to moderate our first panel, which is on adapting to an unprecedented challenge, global climate, migration, and international law, which comes at the intersection really of two novel areas. One, climate change. Obviously, it's been happening for a while, but now coming to a head. And then also international law's application to migration, which it may surprise some of you to hear is really a new thing. That migration has conventionally been thought to be outside of the ambit of international law, with the important exception of refugee law since World War II. So what we're going to be looking at this morning is how the established refugee regime might be adapted to the new issue of climate migration. So we've got about an hour and a half here, and what we're going to do is we're going to have each of our 5 panelists deliver brief introductory remarks of about 10 minutes each. We'll then have a round of discussion among the panelists and then open it up to the audience for some Q&A. I will now just briefly introduce our panelists in the order in which they will speak. I will not do them justice in terms of their many accomplishments and credentials. I would refer you to the program, today's program, which has their extended biographies so that you can see just how distinguished a group we are lucky to have with us today. So first up, we'll have Elizabeth Ferris. She is research professor at Georgetown University's Institute for the Study of International Migration, and she's a non-resident fellow in foreign policy at Washington's premier policy think tank, the Brookings Institution. Her current research interests focus on the politics of humanitarian action and on the role of civil society in protecting displaced populations. Next up, we'll have Temple's J.O. Ramji Nogales, who is Associate Dean here for Academic Affairs and the I. Herman Stern Research Professor. She's one of the country's top experts on asylum and refugee law. Her latest book, The End of Asylum, is forthcoming this spring from Georgetown University Press. Then we will have Carmen Gonzalez speaking. Carmen is the Morris I. Liebman Professor of Law at Loyola University Chicago School of Law, where she teaches and writes in the areas of torts and international environmental law. Then we will have Amma Francis. Amma is the Climate Law Fellow at Columbia Law School's Sabin Center for Climate Change Law. Before joining Columbia Law School, Amma was a legal consultant to Dominica's Ministry of Health and Environment. And then finally, we'll have Nisha Argawal, who is Deputy Executive Director of the International Refugee Assistance Project. Nisha is formerly the Commissioner of the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs for New York City. So with that, I will turn it over to Elizabeth Ferris. Elizabeth?
Great, thank you very much. And like everybody, kudos to the organizers for putting together such a dynamic and rich panel on an important issue. I'm going to talk about the application of international law, particularly to the situation of internal displacement. It's fitting that we begin with this because, in fact, most of the displacement and migration caused by climate change is likely to take place within the borders of a country. Here on the screen, you see, for example, a photo on the left of the Walmart parking lot following the Paradise wildfires in 2018. And on the right, you see a photo of the main road in Tuvalu, where we can expect large-scale migration and displacement as a result of climate change. There's a lot we don't know about climate change and mobility, like how many and when and what forms it will take, but it seems almost certain that most of such movement will be internal within the borders of a country. In 2010, the Conference of Parties of the UNFCCC referred to 3 forms of mobility as possible adaptation to climate change: migration, displacement, and planned relocations, which occur when a community as a whole is moved as a result of environmental factors. And just to highlight, which I'm sure will be a theme of the day, and that is that most migration caused by climate change and environmental conditions generally is multi-causal. People move because of the environment, but also because of poverty, associated violence, and sometimes strictly for demographic or individual characteristics such as tolerance of risk. For example, I have 2 sisters in South Texas who were evacuated 3 times last summer because of hurricanes. And one of those sisters said, "I've had it, I'm moving," and indeed has left the coast. The other one remains where she is because of job concerns and other factors. So people decide differently in different situations, or sometimes when facing exactly the same environmental hazard. I want to stress that environmental factors have always led people to move. In the United States, we had the Dust Bowl back in the mid-1930s when 2.5 million people left a particular area of the Midwest, mostly for California. We know that people living on coasts will face particular pressures to move, and I'm glad to see there's a panel this afternoon that focuses specifically on coastal displacement. But I just want to point out that a very large proportion of the world's population lives on coasts and in particularly vulnerable areas. This, as we heard earlier, is not something that's going to happen just in the distant future, nor is it something that's just going to happen in far-off lands. But displacement and migration due to the effects of climate change and other environmental factors is something that's occurring now, as evidenced, for example, in the case of a number of indigenous communities in Alaska. We know that globally, disaster displacement is real and massive in scope. An average of 23 million people are displaced every year by natural hazards, the majority, some 80% of which are weather related and thus climate related. Just last year, almost 10 million people were displaced by disasters in the first 6 months of the year, all of those internal displacement. That's twice as many as those displaced by conflict and violence. Most obviously, displacement is caused by sudden onset disasters like hurricanes. It's harder to measure and to disaggregate the effects of climate in terms of displacement or distress migration caused by slow onset disasters, particularly drought. But also in the future, we'll see much more of this from sea level rise, which occurs over a long period of time. We think that most people with means will move when they see the handwriting on the wall and will be considered as migrants. Others will be forced to move. The World Bank's 2018 flagship report called Groundswell, predicted in a worst case scenario that 140 million people from just 3 regions of the world will migrate internally as a result of climate change. These are huge numbers compared with the numbers of IDPs, internally displaced persons, now existing in the world. Will these people be displaced or migrants? Does it matter? It matters a lot on the international level, whether people are forced to flee or are migrating for better economic opportunities or some mixture of the two. And at the domestic level, it seems less important because the effects are often very similar, those who are compelled to move because of environmental issues and those who, as I said, see the handwriting on the wall and move in advance of that. In terms of international law, we have the guiding principles on internal displacement, which applies to those who move because of disasters, environmental change, climate change, and so on. We have one binding international agreement, the so-called Kampala Convention on Internal Displacement in Africa, which explicitly mentions climate change as a driver of internal displacement. And in contrast to the guiding principles, which are non-binding soft law, the Kampala Convention is a regular convention. 55 governments have ratified it. The governments are having a harder time implementing it at the domestic level, but there is international law that can be applied. The guiding principles on internal displacement, were presented to the United Nations way back in 1998. They've been adopted by a number of governments into their national laws and policies. Today, more than 50 million people have been displaced internally by conflict, another 22 million by disasters. In contrast with refugees, which number about half the number of those displaced displaced internally. With refugees, there's a 1951 Refugee Convention, there's a single UN agency, there's a whole body of jurisprudence in governments around the world. For IDPs, although they're much more numerous, there's much less in terms of international institutions or response. The guiding principles are not new international law, but they're built on existing international law. So the expert group that came up with them looked at existing international law and pulled out the relevant parts and put them together in these guiding principles. So under the Convention on the Rights of the Child, every child has the right to education. In the guiding principles, every displaced child has the right to education, including those displaced by environmental factors. Unlike the situation of refugees, it's national authorities who are responsible for protecting and assisting those displaced within their territories. They don't have an international agency that's specifically targeted to, mandated to protect and assist them. Traditionally, there are 3 solutions for IDPs: return to their place of origin, settlement in their place of displacement, or elsewhere in the country. But in the case of climate change, we need to rethink these solutions. There are many cases, and likely to be many more cases in the future, where people simply cannot return to their communities of origin because they're no longer habitable. They've been destroyed, for example, by a landslide or by flooding. Traditionally, we thought of disaster displacement as temporary. Yes, a lot of people are displaced, but they go home when the floodwaters recede. Increasingly, we're finding that that isn't always the case, that there's protracted internal displacement due to the effects of the environment. In considering laws and policies for internal migration, displacement, and planned relocation, the focus is on the national level and increasingly on state, provincial, and local levels. Those are where laws and policies are needed to mitigate the effects of displacement and to find solutions. And there are lots, and I leave you with this, lots of big questions regarding internal migration and displacement and its relationship to climate change, adaptation, and perhaps even mitigation measures. And how to balance climate resilience and supporting communities to remain in place while being aware of and planning for the fact that large numbers of people will probably move in response to climate change. How to strengthen rural livelihoods, including livelihood diversification in rural areas so that people aren't forced to move. how to encourage mayors in urban areas to plan and prepare for even greater population movements in the future, how to balance short-term and long-term interests and deal with the inevitable political questions. These are often essentially political questions where in democracies, elected leaders are often more concerned with responding to an immediate crisis and making the necessary investments for 10 or 15 years down the road, when presumably another political leader may in fact reap the benefits of those decisions. So there are political issues, environmental factors, and there are ways in which in international law, particularly the guiding principles, can provide some guidance to governments who are struggling with these difficult issues. So that's my little 10-minute summary of internal displacement. I'm happy to respond to questions later.
Thanks so much, Beth, and thanks to staying exactly within your 10-minute allotted time. Next up, we have Professor Ramji, J.O. Ramji Nogales. J.O.
Thank you so much, and I will do my best to be as good as Beth, but I'm not sure I'm going to be as timely as her. So let me start with a huge thank you to the Law Review for all of your work on this, to the Center for Progressive Reform, of course to Professor Sinden, to my co-panelists. I'm really excited to hear from all of you, and of course the audience for being here today. I'm going to take a much narrower slice than Professor Ferris took and really focus on the gaps in international law when it comes to human mobility and slow onset climate change. I have written a lot before about the limitations of international law in governing cross-border human migration more generally, and this gets exacerbated when we focus on climate change and human mobility. There's not a lot of binding law, and that law is narrow in scope, has a focus on causes, and has a crisis orientation. Primarily here, I'm talking about refugee law. This is particularly a problem when it comes to slow onset events. These are events that build up progressively over time rather than a single dramatic act, as Professor Ferris explained. International law struggles to recognize this situation, let alone remedy the situation. I'm going to offer a case study of agricultural livelihoods in Guatemala and talk about the situation of smallholding farmers facing slow onset climate change that has parallels in other parts of that continent and the world. And then I'll talk briefly about what international law can and should do. So slow onset climate change can be described as slow violence. This is a term, of course, coined by Rob Nixon to describe harms caused by structural inequality. The key point here is that slow violence is often rendered invisible. And I want to talk a little bit about the role that international law plays in making invisible the harms that cause migrants to flee slow onset climate change in particular. International law decides which harms will be validated and which harms will be overlooked. Of course, in the latter category, those are the harms that often impact the most vulnerable populations. International law also perpetuates existing power hierarchies and structures of inequality. So cross-border migration in the face of slow onset climate change doesn't fit into law's categories very well. As Professor Ferris explained, the reasons for movement are diffuse. Drought and increased temperatures are one reason for smallholding farmers, but also perhaps their government has done insufficient work on risk protection and planning support. Also, we might see in an agricultural setting volatility in the global commodity market that might mean lower prices for their product and harder to shift to different forms of agriculture. And also, particularly for my case study, as Professor Ferris says, most of these migrants displaced by climate change are going to move internally first, but when we are looking at countries in the Northern Triangle of Central America, when they move into urban areas to find work, they also face quite serious gang violations in the neighborhoods they're likely to move into. So I'll say that the key reason for movement is vulnerability. And there are, of course, many, many factors that contribute to vulnerability and diminish resilience. Also, when we talk about migration in the face of slow onset climate change, that migration is somewhere on a spectrum between voluntary and forced. It can be hard to categorize. International law wants to see forced migration, and they want to see that you had no choice but to move. And here, as Professor Ferris describes, different people are going to make different choices in the face of the same events, and these are multi-causal decisions. Finally, the crisis is often not immediate, but rather eventual. There's no dramatic large-scale flight here. These are temporary, maybe seasonal, and certainly individual decisions that are being made. And we see people move first nationally, then maybe regionally, and then if they can't find the protection and support they need, then they move internationally, right? Then they move further from home. I also want to emphasize the human mobility frame, keeping the idea in our heads that most people would rather stay if it could be made sustainable. And at the same time, that means that only the strongest can leave. Those who remain are often the most vulnerable. I'll just talk a minute about the relevant international law. It really has no binding or actionable framework to protect migrants who cross international borders in the face of climate change, let alone slow onset climate change. This is not a controversial statement. I'm certainly not the first person to have made it. In international environmental law, mobility has been on the agenda for just over a decade, since Cancun. We have some task forces comprised of states and international organizations, the Platform on Disaster Displacement, but we don't have a lot of binding law. So the shortcomings with this law is there's often a focus on disaster. There's mention of slow onset, certainly, but it's less central to the framework and conceptualization of the responses. There is this sharp distinction that I spoke about between forced and voluntary movement that doesn't fit well for folks fleeing slow onset climate change. And the emphasis is, because as Professor Ferris described, most migrants are going to move internally, the emphasis is on human rights obligations of home states rather than migrant receiving states. And I'm worried about the folks who are crossing into other states. International human rights law might be somewhere that you would think we could look for protection. The most well-known case is the Teitiota case. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Teitiota versus New Zealand before the Human Rights Committee. The committee found that climate change could implicate the right to life, but of course not in this case. It would be 10 to 15 years before the applicant's country, Kiribati, became uninhabitable. So again, right, looking for a longer time frame than what's needed for migrants leaving climate change. We have some soft law from the UN High Commissioner for Refugees and the Human Rights Committee. And we also have a bit more progressive law in regional law, in the Inter-American human rights system and the African human rights system, but there's not much there to sink your teeth into. And of course, refugee law, which I mentioned before, just is an uneasy fit. It requires a precise causal delineation, it requires imminent harm, and it requires that the migration be forced, which is just not going to be the case for many, if not most, of the folks fleeing slow onset climate change. So let me now move into the case study of Guatemala. I chose this case study in particular because 75% of the world's farms are owned by smallholding farmers. So I'm going to talk about the situation of climate change for these smallholding farmers. Slow onset climate change disproportionately impacts these rural subsistence farmers throughout Latin America, and particularly in Central America, where they face steep terrain, sandy soil, and other challenges that leave them vulnerable to slow onset climate change. I also wanted to emphasize that agriculture farming is the main source of economic activity in Guatemala, so that it's a large group of people we're concerned about. In the Northern Triangle region of Central America, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, there has been, due to climate change, first of all, drought, so less rainfall, and second of all, increased temperature. So it's getting hotter and the farmers are getting less rain. So the most recent numbers I could dig up from 2014 to 2019, we saw serious crop failures for these farmers, far fewer agricultural jobs, and when researchers interviewed people who left, they said they're leaving because they needed food assistance. And you'll note that that 2014 date coincides with an increase in migration to the United States from folks in Central America. Now, there are lots of reasons for that migration, but there is some kind of connection to that drought. So we see this climate change, but what I want to emphasize is that in a country like Guatemala, it's layered onto other problems. So Professor Ferris talked about how one of her sisters was able to choose to move, right? That's what happens to people who are in wealthier countries, but there are more resources, and even not all of them can move, but there are more resources, more support to be able to move to a different part of the country where they're not going to be able to face these same problems. In Guatemala, in contrast, we see extreme structural inequality, very, very serious income inequality. We see a low ranking on the Human Development Index. In particular, 77% of rural Guatemalans live in poverty, and nearly 60% of Guatemalans live in rural areas, right? So there's a lot of poverty already. Slow onset climate change as a result is likely to increase chronic malnutrition and health risks for the poorest Guatemalan. In short, there are many reasons to leave, all of which fit really uneasily into binding international legal frameworks that exist today. So what should international law do? I'll just speak briefly on this and look forward to talking more about it in the Q&A. The main message I want to send is that international law should take its direction from those most at risk of serious harm from slow onset climate change, including vulnerable subsistence farmers. International law could enhance the communication between smallholding farmers and those who can assist them, right? This is work that international organizations can do and other countries can support through funding. Poverty reduction work is obviously very, very important in this context. We might see also some regional free movement might be useful here. I know that Frances may talk about this in her talk. She has written interesting work on this. And Professor Gonzalez talks about climate justice as Professor Burkett talks about climate reparations. These are both really helpful frames to think about how international law might address the situation. So we might look to those frames to seek financial support for development, adaptation, and mitigation strategies, possibly even enabling reparations from corporations and states in the global north, emphasizing crop diversity, soil conservation, and other sustainable practices. And in that process, it's important to learn from the vulnerable groups themselves. Local and indigenous knowledge is really important in combating climate change, and we can rely on local community organizations and cooperatives to guide and provide support. I want to emphasize this is a human mobility approach. It should be a human mobility approach that enables choice, enables migrants or humans to stay if they prefer, or move safely if they prefer that option, and should be part of a bigger package of coherent policies for all kinds of migration. Thank you, and I look forward to the Q&A.
Thanks, Jaya. Next up, we have Carmen Gonzalez.
Thank you so much for inviting me to the symposium. And thanks to the speakers who preceded me. You've laid the groundwork so beautifully for what I'm going to discuss. As Professor Ramji Nogales points out, climate displaced persons who cross international borders currently have no legally recognized status and very limited protection under international law. Refugee law applies to those who have a well-founded fear of persecution in their home countries for very specific reasons: race, religion, nationality, membership in a particular social group. This does not generally apply to climate displaced persons. International human rights law in the Tetiota, I also have a problem pronouncing this case, in the Tetiota case, for the first time recognized that climate change can threaten the right to life and can trigger the prohibition on deportation. But it refused to recognize that the prohibition on deportation had been triggered in this particular case because the state of Kiribati had 10 to 15 years to address the problem. The petitioner in that case had presented ample evidence of water shortages, food shortages, conflicts over land, but the court said this was not enough. And then finally, we have international environmental law, the climate regimes. The Paris Agreement for the first time incorporates a loss and damage mechanism that, among other things, seeks to minimize, avert, and address climate displacement. But the work on fleshing this out is in its infancy. And in the meantime, we have a gap, we have a void. So what do we do in the face of this void? I want to offer migration as a form of reparation as one way that we can think about how to address climate migration And I want to focus on Central America. A community's vulnerability to climate-related destabilization is a function of two variables: its exposure to a hazard and its social and economic capacity to withstand the blow. Let's begin with exposure. Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador, the countries experiencing the highest levels of migration to the United States, are located in what is known as the dry corridor that suffers frequent and intense droughts. The prolonged droughts from 2014 to 2019, for example, produced enormous crop losses and left many people on the brink of starvation, and this sparked mass migration to the United States. But that's not all. This past November, two back-to-back hurricanes devastated Honduras and Guatemala, displacing hundreds of thousands of people and potentially triggering a new wave of migration. As greenhouse gases continue to build in the atmosphere, Central America's exposure to extreme weather events is increasing. And this includes greater intensity of both rapid onset events, such as hurricanes, and slow onset events, such as drought. Of course, the United States and other affluent, high-emitting countries are disproportionately responsible for Central America's increasing exposure to severe weather events due to their current and historic contributions to climate change. The climate regime recognizes this responsibility through the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. So that's the exposure prong. But what about economic and social vulnerability and the ability to withstand the shock? Here we see a direct connection between the vulnerability experienced in Central America and US policy. And I want to talk about the history because it is often not discussed. Beginning in the 19th century, the US invaded, occupied, and overtly or covertly interfered in Central America in order to extract natural resources, exploit the workforce, and dominate the region's key industries: agriculture, mining, and railways. In 1954, the US overthrew the democratically elected government of Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala when his land reform project interfered with the interests of United Fruit. As opposition to the regime grew, the US financed a 36-year civil war that killed and displaced hundreds of thousands of civilians, especially Mayans. It was deemed a genocide by a Truth and Reconciliation Commission sponsored by the UN. In El Salvador, the US supported a 1961 right-wing coup and then funded the growth of the Salvadoran military. As opposition to the authoritarian regime grew there as well, the US financed a 12-year civil war. In Honduras, the US helped launch a coup against the country's president in 1911 that paved the way for the domination of the economy for decades by United Fruit. There again, the US financed the growth, enormous growth, over a 20-year period of the country's military. In the 1980s, Honduras was the staging ground for the US-financed insurgency against the Nicaraguan Sandinista government. In 2009, when a left-leaning democratically elected president, Manuel Zelaya, was overthrown in a coup, the US stood out in resisting the international call for his immediate reinstatement. The regime then proceeded to persecute progressive social movements and severely damage the country's democratic institutions, producing another wave of migrants. As the civil wars ended in Central America, the US pressured Central American governments to open their economies to mining, large-scale biofuel plantations, and transnational agricultural corporations. Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador have since been racked by conflicts with local communities over oil and gas development and over the expulsion of peasants, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendant communities from their lands in order to make way for these projects. So what is the consequence of all of this? The entire region experiences high levels of poverty and unemployment, an upsurge in drug trafficking, and high levels of violence. There is widespread distrust of the police forces that are frequently penetrated by criminal gangs, many of whom are associated with the atrocities perpetrated during times of political unrest. Today, death squads, inflict extra-legal violence, not only on suspected gang members, but also on human rights activists, trade unionists, and journalists. Women in the region face the highest levels of gender-based violence in the world, except for war zones, and gangs routinely target children for forcible recruitment, which explains why so many women and children are migrating. So in short, Central Americans are fleeing to the United States to escape climate change, poverty, and violence. The US and other high-emitting countries increased Central America's exposure to climate change-related extreme weather events through their prodigious greenhouse gas emissions and their failure to curb these emissions. The US also reduced Central America's economic and social capacity to withstand climate chaos through centuries of domination and exploitation. My proposal for migration as a form of reparation synthesizes the work of other scholars. For example, climate law scholar Michael Gerard, in a provocative Washington Post op-ed a number of years ago, proposed that high-emitting states should accept climate-displaced persons into their territory in proportion to each country's contribution to climate change. Migration law scholars, including Tendai Achumi at UCLA, have argued that powerful states that impose damaging economic policies on other states, overthrow democratically elected regimes, and finance devastating civil wars and repressive regimes, have an obligation to admit as migrants those who have been harmed by these policies, regardless of whether these migrants are classified as economic migrants or the much narrower category of refugee. The call for migration as reparation recognizes that states are not autonomous, independent, and territorially bounded, but are deeply interconnected historically and currently. Migration as reparation is consistent with the obligation to refrain from causing transboundary harm, whether by greenhouse gas emissions or through military, economic, and political interventions. Migration as reparation is also consistent with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities for climate change. But can this be implemented in a practical way? There is actually a legal precedent for this approach. During the Cold War, the United States passed legislation creating a streamlined process for the admission and resettlement of migrants from communist countries, including a short path to citizenship. This policy was applied to migrants from Cuba, the Soviet Union, South Vietnam, and Nicaragua. This approach could serve as a model for migration as a form of reparation in lieu of national quotas that limit who can migrate and cause people to come in, to cause people to be undocumented, in lieu of asylum proceedings that have such a narrow, individualized requirement of a standard that has to be established by every single person. So in conclusion, the Central American case study reveals the way that climate change is inextricably intertwined with other forms of injustice. Climate change inflicts disproportionate harm on those who are on the receiving end of colonialism, the losing end of globalization, and who in many cases benefited little from the fossil fuel-based global economy, but suffered its worst impacts. Is there reason for hope? There's a glimmer. In a series of executive orders, the Biden administration has called for a new approach to both climate change and migration. It seeks to promote decarbonization, to provide foreign assistance to mitigate the negative impacts of climate change, to identify and address the root causes of migration, and to work collaboratively with other countries, international organizations, and NGOs to respond to climate change-induced migration. Aggressive mitigation by the US and other states and investment in adaptation is essential to forestall catastrophe. However, migration is multi-causal and so much harm has already been done. Migration as reparation is an opportunity to combine climate justice with post-colonial justice and put an end to the atrocities taking place at the US-Mexican border, including the separation of families and the incarceration of children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carmen. Next, we have Ama Francis. Ama?
Hi, everyone, and thank you to Professor Gonzalez and the other panelists for, again, laying the groundwork for this discussion and to the organizers for the invitation to be here. My remarks today are based on a paper that I prepared for this symposium called Global Southerners in the North. And I have two aims for my 10 minutes with you all today. The first is to break down the geographic framing of the North-South divide that predominates discussions of asymmetrical power issues in international law, including climate migration. And the second aim is to propose that deterritorializing the North-South divide allows us to bring into view a site of resistance that is global Southerners in the North. And I'll end today by arguing that locating the political power of global Southerners in the North is useful for climate migration and other seemingly intractable issues of unequal power in international law. So first, what do I mean by the North-South divide, just to make sure we're all on the same page? The major theoretical home for my remarks in the paper is Third World Approaches to International Law, TWAIL scholarship. And TWAIL scholars primarily contend that, as we've heard from others, that international law privileges a set of nation states in the global North over a set of nation states in the global South. And global South states generally refer to countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, Africa, Pacific Islands, developing countries in Asia and the Middle East. In analyzing asymmetrical issues of power in the global political economy, the literature primarily draws on a geographic conception of the North-South divide, right? So when we're talking about climate migration and other issues of power context, we frame it as an issue primarily where one set of states in the global North is pitted against one set of states in the global South. And while attending to asymmetrical relationships between nation states is important for any critical endeavor in international legal scholarship, given that international law primarily governs interstate relations, I propose that understanding the North-South divide solely in terms of nation states is misguided. So this leads me to my first claim. It's necessary to break down the geographic notion of the North-South divide. This is for two reasons. The first is that the emerging economic success of developing nation states, namely Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, BRICS, destabilizes the coherence of the global South category. In the climate change realm, for example, China is a major emitter, but remains part of the global South negotiating bloc. Scholars insist on preserving the notion of the global South as a set of economically disadvantaged states by claiming that not all nation states need to be the same. It's okay for some to be economically successful. And while the global South category might be sufficiently tensile to accommodate heterogeneity, I argue that globalization's erosion of the nation state still calls into question the utility of theorizing power in geographic terms. The second reason it's necessary to break down the geographic notion of the North-South divide is that global capitalism renders expendable populations across the geographic North and the geographic South, destabilizing this Westphalian North-South structure. 2/3 of the global population live in countries where economic inequality has grown, so that it's possible to say that there are global Souths in the North. In contemporary terms, then, the global South more aptly encompasses people and spaces who share a common negative experience under global capitalism. I think when you leverage the analytical lens of racial capitalism, a sharper, even sharper view comes into our vision here. Capitalism operates to devalue racialized humans so that their lives become externalities. And as such, Black, Indigenous, and people of color around the world become what others have called disposable humanity, who balance capitalist excess. And I think two major sources of law or two recent major developments in climate migration law in particular are illustrative here. The first is the communication filed by Tessiota that I won't go into since many others have discussed this case, but which again points to the way that Pacific Islanders are being rendered expendable under carbon pollution and global capitalism. The second comes from a communication filed by 5 US tribes who claimed that the US violated their right to life by failing to address climate migration, leading to the erosion of their homelands, sacred sites, and cultural practices without a clear relocation plan. The point here is that global capitalism renders racialized humans as expendable, both in the geographic north and in the south. And I propose that as such, the primary prism of analysis for critical international scholars, the geographic north-south divide, needs an update. We might consider reconceptualizing the global south to include not just nation states, but also people and spaces that racial capitalism reconfigures as expendable in both the geographic north and the geographic south. This brings me to my second claim. There are global southerners in the north, and these global southerners are potentially powerful sources of resistance in international law. I named the existence of global southerners in the geographic north as an unnamed site of resistance, a heretofore unnamed site of resistance for reordering the north-south divide in international law. To do this, I build on a conception of the global south as political practice or a transnational subaltern resistance. Historian Vijay Prashad, for example, defines the global south as a concatenation of protests against the theft of the commons, against the theft of human dignity and rights. Rethinking the global south beyond the confines of the nation states unites the poor and marginalized around the world under one umbrella with the capacity to resist the discriminatory operation of international law, which we've heard about from others. So I just want to end here by pointing to the importance of all of this for climate migration. National efforts currently to address climate migration are concentrated in countries with limited resource capacity for dealing with the issue, and that is likely to remain the case without a shift in the conditions of power. Here, international refugee law is illustrative. The developing world hosts 80% of all refugees. The US, Australia, and other industrialized countries also refused to sign the first major multilateral intergovernmental migration agreement, the Global Compact on Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. Without restructuring the global political economy, global South countries will continue to lead or take on the burden of addressing climate migration without corresponding action from global North countries. This unequal burden sharing constitutes what Professor Burkett, who we'll hear from later, might call a justice paradox, where the countries who have the least contributed to climate change face its most severe impacts. And reconceptualizing the global South beyond territorial borders can help rebalance this asymmetry of power by locating global Southern power within the geographic North. So to conclude, in summary, I've argued today that while legal scholars predominantly frame North-South issues in terms of a conflict between nation states, the global North and the global South, who are differently situated by international law, globalized capitalism renders the geographic bounds of dispossession less stable. Rather than a set of nation states who share post-colonial history and comparable levels of economic development, the global South more aptly encompasses peoples, spaces who are rendered expendable under contemporary global capitalism. As such, there are both Souths and also Southerners in the geographic North. And I use my deterritorialized view of the global South to claim that the existence of global Southerners in the geographic North claim the global Southerners as political agents with the capacity to shift the global political economy of international law, which is critical for issues like climate migration, and in getting international law to render as visible the harm that vulnerable populations are experiencing. I'm looking forward to further discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Amma. Before I turn things over to Nisha as our final panelist, I would encourage members of the audience, and there are, I'm delighted to see more than 100 of you, to feel free to ask some questions. And there is a question function at the bottom of your Zoom screen. You should be able to submit written questions through that function. So we're going to have some time for Q&A, so we'd be delighted to have some audience questions. With that, I'll turn it over to our final panelist, Nisha Arguel. Nisha?
Yep. Hi, everyone. So thank you to Temple University and SPR for hosting this event, and let's especially to Kevin and Sarah for convening all of us together on this urgent question that we all have. I am Nisha Agarwal, the director of the IRAP, which stands for the International Refugee Assistance Project. And our focus is on assisting refugee people around the world to safety. And we have about 80 staff members and growing in 3 countries, New York City and DC, Amman and Jordan, and Berlin. And we are also working with with student law school students and pro bono in the US and in Canada. So climate and migration, that connection, which we've all been talking about, is not very developed right now amongst activists and organizations in either the climate side or on refugee side. There are lots of academics and scientists and other people who are engaged in this, but as of recent, there is not a lot of public interest lawyers or other organizations that are very active in the climate space, the impact that it has on people in part or in whole. So that's the reason that IRAP is venturing into that field, and in particular to work on legal levers that we can expand, change, or modify the laws and regulations globally. So our highlights so far, and it's been relatively new to join this conversation, we hired a climate displacement strategist to research legal and policy levers and help us formulate an action plan to advocate for climate displacement protections. And then we also are working right now on the US and specifically the election. So, and I'm talking about this now and thinking about Ama's response about North-South divide, and that is ringing in my ears. We have now President Biden joining the Paris Accord for the first day of office. And the focus on the accord is climate-based, but that opens the door for organizations like us to advocate for inclusion of protections for climate refugees in the international space. And then on the other side, the refugee executive order that passed in 3 weeks or so ago have an entire section focused on climate refugees and climate migration. And that will ask agencies to prepare and submit a report to the president on climate change and its impact on refugees, including forced migration, internal displacement, and legal and relocation. And so we're working at IRAP, we're working on the range of issues, including both internal conversations with the administration and external work with advocates to push this forward. And then on the other side, there's legislation that's been put forward, House and Senate bill on climate displacement, and it seeks to put that into a bill focused on the Immigration and Nationality Act. And it was passed in 2013, but it didn't move because of the current past administration. Now with the new administration, with Biden, does that change things? And should IRAP be involved? And I would say there's a few, we're researching and talking to other refugee organizations, but we're thinking about, it is a piece, but not the whole puzzle, because there are certain communities like asylum seekers who are not included in this proposal yet, and locations. Internally displaced people are not part of the bill yet. So that's some work that we may do as advocates to push it forward. So we are very involved on legal solutions, but there's a larger community of people interested in climate migration now, reporters, activists, artists who want to learn more about it and to take action and improve this in the long term. So 2 more things I'll mention. We are hosting a convening in June that has 3 sessions. The first session is modeling like climate change and displacement. And we're working with the Climate Interactive to actually have a conversation with people who are in the convening to discuss like, what if this happens and how can we understand the relationship between climate and people moving. The second session will be on case studies. So learning from people who are working on a specific area of the world and explain that this is what's going on and how we can maybe change things. And then finally, the focus is on strategies and action plan and how can we change the work that's going on and not just learn about it. And then my final point is that IRAP has been working with staff internally on this issue and with law students that we work with. So with staff, we did 2 trainings for working with the Climate Migration Coalition to connect refugees, which they do and they know about a lot, with climate, and talked about that relationship, which I think was very useful for staff to understand it. The other thing we do is we're working with law students, 6 law schools in particular, who are researching in the US based work with climate displacement, but that includes the Northern Triangle. So that's the range of work that we're doing, and with an action plan of the work that we're doing that is so big, but can we make it at a level where we can change things a bit. So.
Excellent. Well, thanks to all of you, and thanks especially for staying to the time allotment, which I know is not an easy thing for academics and policy people always to do. So, and the benefit of that is we do have some time for engagement among the panelists and then also with the audience. So I wonder if any of you have follow-ups in the wake of your co-panelists' remarks, questions, observations. I mean, maybe I'd start as largely an outsider to this. I wonder what you all think the prospects are for change. I know, Carmen, you said there's a glimmer of hope here in the Biden administration's early actions, as and also highlighted by Amy Sinden in the introduction to the symposium. And how real are those prospects? And here I wonder, again, as an outsider to this field, whether there's maybe a special place for the plight of the small island states. So Beth Ferris highlighted the whole range of climate migration displacement, but with small island states, it's to follow on Nisha's observation, it's a case where you can very clearly draw the connection between climate change and displacement. And so, notwithstanding the Tessiota case, is there something to be said for sort of focusing on the particular plight of small island states and the fact that within some foreseeable time range, they're actually going to be underwater?
Yeah, if I could jump in and first say, I think there's more than a glimmer of hope. I think the executive order from the Biden administration is not only opens the door for more discussion, but it's really a challenge to all of us. Okay, well, what would a good climate migration policy look like? You know, what would it look like at the international level, at the national level, at the regional level? I think there's a ton of work to be done, but I agree. I think that this is a very hopeful sign for all of us. With respect to small island states, I think we need to look at what they're already doing. I think personally the best national policy on climate displacement comes from Vanuatu. I mean, they've got a comprehensive plan, they name ministries, they talk about who's responsible, they look at it in all of its complexity, it's a whole of government approach. Certainly that isn't a model for every country in the world, but I think we have a lot to learn from the attention that Pacific Island states have put on this issue. They were the first to sound the alarm decades ago, long before it reached the international agenda. So I think there's an opportunity really to learn from them, to see what they've done well, to figure out ways we can be more supportive, because they are on the front lines of the effects of climate change.
So I might jump in there, and I agree that there's more than a glimmer of hope, and I like to focus on the politics, because when you talk about movement of vulnerable people, right, any law is always dependent on the politics. And I think, you know, we're in a situation where a couple things have happened. I think, first of all, looking at opinion polls of the US population, I think the cruel excesses of the Trump administration actually have turned some public opinion. So there's more favorable public opinion now towards migrants because the Trump administration was just so harsh. I also think if you look back through polling data through history, the admission of refugees has never been politically popular, right? Maybe with the exception of the Southeast Asians, right? If you look at popular opinion polls, what we've seen instead is politicians who have some spine, who are willing to stand up and say, this is the right thing to do, even if it's not going to be popular with all of my constituents. And I'm hopeful that, right, first of all, maybe we have a shift in that public opinion, maybe that will stay. And also that we have in the Biden administration someone who is actually willing to stand up. And, you know, I think what we've seen so far from the administration has been very promising. You know, I think he's made migration and climate change really central, and I hope he'll continue to do that. And I hope other political figures will you know, also stand up and do what's right, despite any, you know, any concerns that they have about public opinion that may be to the contrary. And I definitely see the pragmatic on the small island states. I definitely see the pragmatic side of that, again, looking at it through a political lens, because these are kind of the big, spectacular events that draw a lot of public opinion. But my intervention is really kind of a pushback on that to say, let's also not lose sight of these slow onset events that look less spectacular, that impact really, really vulnerable people and might get lost in the mix if we're too focused on the rapid onset events. Although I guess the island states, maybe not necessarily rapid onset, but certainly more dramatic and more spectacular.
I'll add, so I'm positive in general, so I feel very positive about this, with Biden administration taking a stand on climate refugees. But I also think that advocates are getting more engaged and more like excited on this issue, and that is different and it's new, and I think that can make a huge impact, that it's not they're focusing on legal levers, but also like artists, other people who are really engaged. And I think if that can move the needle even further than having just stories and articles and reports and have all of that stuff being on the outside and working with the administration on the inside.
And I think one of, for me, the most promising things I've seen, picking up on what Nisha has just said, is that not only are advocates getting engaged, but for the first time, I'm seeing something that I did not think was possible. And that is that advocacy groups are not staying in their lane. They're realizing that there is a need for broad coalitional work, that issues of racial justice are inextricably intertwined with climate change. Justice for migrants, inextricably intertwined with climate change, that you can't look at these issues in isolation and simply opine on your own issue and ignore, not if you want to win, right? Building power is absolutely essential at this moment. And I'm seeing a transition that I didn't see before. I think the mobilization that occurred in the aftermath of the death of George Floyd, the murder of George Floyd, has really changed consciousness in this country. And this is a moment when we want to build on that. So I think this is an extremely, extremely exciting moment. That being said, the problems are really daunting. And there's a need for activity at the international level and also at the regional level. And I think the small island states are really, really interesting to watch in terms of how they have moved. They have played such a critical role in the climate regime, in getting the loss and damage mechanism in place, in getting the commitment to 1.5 degrees centigrade in the Paris Agreement. Despite their relatively small economies and seemingly limited power, they have done a tremendous amount. But at the same time, they're moving regionally. Right? Countries are making arrangements with others in the region, buying land in Fiji, developing agreements with New Zealand, because there isn't that much time. And multilateral solutions take a great deal of time and often are one size fits all and may not fit the needs of a particular region. In the Pacific, the island states are particularly concerned about self-determination, preservation of language, culture, and self-governing traditions. Many of them are also indigenous. To have to move and assimilate to another culture is a form of genocide. So they are raising the issues that are not necessarily being raised elsewhere and coming up with solutions that are appropriate to their region. So I see a lot of activity. Activity has to continue through the climate regime because the climate regime has the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities that we don't recognize elsewhere that I think is really important here. At the same time, every region has its own particular dynamics, consequences of climate change, history, and part of the reason I discussed the Central American example is that that is inextricably intertwined with the United States and does call for an immediate regional solution.
Yeah, I think that's a great point about regional approaches. And I think we're seeing more and more that countries are banding together at the regional level to come up with solutions, which is really exciting. And I'll just add that in terms of this Biden moment that we're having, that's really exciting. The US has a lot to learn from other players across Central America, across Latin America, across the Caribbean. So we often talk about there being this absence of law in the climate migration realm, but actually at the national level, there are a number of countries that have immigration law. That means that there are opportunities for environmental migrants and climate migrants to move. So Guatemala, for example, which was discussed, has national immigration law that allows people displaced by environmental events to be admitted based on a humanitarian basis. So I bring this up just to say that national immigration law, regional definitions of refugees in Latin America and the Caribbean and the greater Americas in particular really presents an opportunity for the US to be in a position of learning here, because this is not a blank playing field. We actually have a lot of the solutions in place in the Americas already, which to me is exciting. We're not starting from scratch.
Thanks. And that, I mean, there a very good audience question about whether it's better to take a regional, national, or international approach when tackling climate migration policies. And some of you have answered that in this round. Anybody have any other observations on that score? That sounds regional and national policies obviously can contribute by way of building blocks, but that doesn't eliminate the need for global action. I'd assume would be where folks would come out. Another a very good audience question we have wonders about how best to frame climate displacement, noting that the recent executive order from President Biden frames it in a more securitized way. And is that something that any thoughts on framing it more in a human rights direction, or in the context of responsibility and reparations, as opposed to a security framing?
Well, I will begin. I think that that's in the proposal or the executive order, but like as advocates, we can change it, modify it, expand it. And so I think that's what we the refugee groups are getting together. We're having meetings with NGOs that have a broader implication on this. So like from the advocacy side, we want to contribute, think about the shadow report or a proposal to the administration to have them have our ideas as well, not just focus on the security lens, but like, this is the vessel, and then how can we add ideas and thoughts on this?
I agree completely. The security lens is really dangerous. And that's the way it has been framed up to now. Sadly, if you look at where in the federal government has there been a recognition of climate change and climate displacement, it's been in the Pentagon. The Department of Homeland Security has portrayed climate change-induced migration as a threat to national security and has underscored the vulnerability of Mexico, Central America, and the Caribbean. But this produces a xenophobic militarized response, which is the opposite of what we need at this moment. So I think the role of activists in changing that narrative, I love the idea of producing a shadow report beyond whatever the administration produces, is hugely important. The conversation definitely needs to be historically grounded, human rights centered, and shifted from what I see a very dangerous path that it could possibly take.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. And I will just point out that the securitization lens has the benefit, quote unquote, of targeting economic assistance to countries. So the idea is we'll help these Black and brown people stay in place in their country. And the negative side, shadow side of that is that you prevent Black and brown people from swarming the US. But the positive side of that is there is some development assistance that can build economic resilience in place. And I think I just add that so much, Professor Ramji Nogales mentioned vulnerability in terms of poverty. Professor Ferris mentioned multi-causality. Climate migration is an economic issue at root in some senses. And I think these policies have to also be paired with opportunities for people to advance economically. That might be through international labor law, for example. So this is not just a strict security human rights issue. This is also about building economic power around the world.
Yeah, and I will add in a push, therefore, I agree with the concerns about the security framework, but I will also add in a push for a responsibility reparations framework over a human rights framework. I think the work that Professor Gonzalez and Professor Burkett have done on this is really, really important. I think the human rights framework unmoors, right? It's one of these global structures that unmoors responsibility from where responsibility lies. So it looks like, oh, this is a human rights problem, right? The domestic country needs to deal with it. Well, actually, there's a very important historical context that all of this needs to be injected into the conversation. So yeah, I think it's a really good question, and I would favor that framework. Obviously, there needs to be some human rights lens brought into it, but I definitely favor the responsibility and reparations. And I did want to step back also to the question about which level of governance. I think that's a really good question, and I think the reason I took on the international level is because of the concern that certainly you have to go actually local, right? Not just domestic, but local to local knowledge, right? There has to be state-based solutions and regional solutions. But my concern is that we'll see what happened in the refugee context is that most refugees are hosted within their region, and which is not a problem, except for the fact that those countries bear the disproportionate economic burden, and they're already, right, in terms of where they sit on the global stage, less able to afford that burden. So I worry that that means the burden falls disproportionately on countries in the global south that have fewer resources to begin with. So hopefully what the international lens can bring is a sense of responsibility on the part of states that have, and maybe corporations that have contributed the most to climate change, to provide some financial and technical resources. And I will say that, right, though the order may have a securitized frame, Biden is really good on this in Central America. He spent so much time in Central America as vice president. He really knows his stuff here, and so I really hope that he is able to put something effective into play.
And if I can add one more thing on the human rights frame, my work has focused on the reparations frame, but I see that also as a bridge to thinking about human rights differently, and that is transnational human rights obligations. We often use the term extraterritorial, which for me rings problematically as if states were little bubbles that have nothing to do with one another. There have been transnational human rights violations. There need to be transnational remedies. We need to think more broadly about what human rights law actually means. And that also makes it a little bit easier to argue for reparations, in that what we're doing is working with an existing frame and really expanding it to acknowledge the reality of the types of harms that have taken place.
If I could jump in, I mean, I worked a lot on the Global Compact for Refugees when I was at the UN and responsibility sharing, and saw how toxic some of those debates were when they were talking about sharing responsibility from high income countries and regions. How to frame this in a way so that you can at least begin the discussion. I mean, some of the work with the Platform for Disaster Displacement encountered real resistance on the part of governments saying, we don't want to do anything that might imply at some point we had an obligation to take people just because we're emitting lots of carbons. And that's not just the United States and Europe, but it's also India, China, and other countries as well. But is there a way that we could move forward on this without having governments immediately close the doors to any discussion of responsibility sharing in this context?
So following on a couple of those observations and a couple of audience questions, is what about the role for non-state actors in this context? So one audience member poses the possibility of petro-persecution as a basis for reparations regimes, and another asks how international agreements like the Paris Accords might account for non-geographic and non-state-based political distinctions when thinking about carbon emissions going forward. And this, obviously, one can situate in the transformed legal personality of non-state actors in international law more generally. Any thoughts on the place for non-state actors in this context?
I'll jump in on this. So I've argued in other places that migrants can make international law. We talk about the Global Compact on Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration and the Global Compact on Refugees, both of which have been mentioned today. Those processes were catalyzed by the number of people who died crossing the Mediterranean. And so we often talk about international law as divorced from the conditions of people. But in fact, in the most ambitious migration, soft law has been developed in response to the experience of people losing their lives. And I think it's not just death that can be non-state death that can be inspirational, but also the political activity of non-state actors. And so I really frame non-state actors, including migrants, as potential norm creators in the international realm, and think we have a lot to learn there.
So I'm happy to jump in as well, and thinking about when we think about non-state actors, thinking in particular about corporations. So I think this petro-persecution idea is creative. I'm just not sure it really fits within. I don't know that it works within the Refugee Convention, because you have to, as I talked about in my talk, you have to have a clear persecutor, and that either has to be a state actor or a non-state actor that the government is unable or unwilling to protect. So I think that's hard, but I think taking a page from the book that Amma just laid out, what we can use here, I think, when it comes to corporations is soft law, and right, with keeping in mind that corporations may be particularly susceptible to efforts towards public shaming. And so we think about the Ruggie principles and how we might be able to, right, how advocacy organizations and others might be able to encourage businesses to, right, participate in some set of soft law guidelines. I think, and again, right, some kind of multilateral agreement might be ideal. Not clear how that works, as the questions ask, because it's a state to currently international law is largely state to state. But I do think there's room and interesting space for some kind of soft law principles that might hold corporations to account. And obviously, corporations can't or don't have the authority to allow cross-border migration, but what they could do is enable funding for human mobility. So for folks who want to stay, they could provide important funds for adaptation, mitigation, risk planning strategies, expertise, right? There's a lot that corporations could do with their wealth to help in the climate mobility context.
I'm going to respond in a rather interesting way, and I think this says more about how my mind works. The term petro-persecution, the first thing that came to mind is let's sue them everywhere, which is what is actually happening. All over the world, the fossil fuel industry is under attack by people using tort law, human rights law, every tool at their disposal to hold them accountable. And I fully support the work that's being done. And what's happening is that there are very interesting developments. Richard Heed has done terrific work in terms of allocating greenhouse gas emissions among 90 corporations, essentially, are responsible for the vast majority of greenhouse gas emissions. That historic data that he and his assistants have cultivated from 1850 to the present and from 1960 to the present is extraordinarily useful in the litigation. The science of attribution, attributing a particular hurricane, for example, on a probabilistic basis to climate change, has advanced in the last decade beyond what anyone thought was possible. So I'd like to see that litigation go forward while I recognize the hurdles that it faces. But getting back to Elizabeth's point, and petro-persecution, one way of perhaps addressing this standoff, this reluctance of countries to accept a responsibility, is to say we're going to create a fund, and that fund is going to be created by imposing taxes on the industries that benefited from climate change, using the information that has been collected by Richard Heed and his associates. So I think this is one way of bringing in the non-state actors and holding them accountable. There are a multiplicity of ways, but I'm all for petro-persecution, but the other way.
So maybe one last round of questions that works from another audience question, which asks how, in areas like the US Gulf Coast, how can law drive equitable climate policy where equal justice communities and climate migrants compete for spaces and resources? So that's the question. And one might broaden that to the global context. Obviously, there are a lot of populations, there are a lot of individuals who qualify as refugees under the traditional definition of refugees. Is there any sense of competing for policy space, for legal policy space, is there any way in which these claims can be set in some sort of hierarchy or put in relative terms, or is that how are you all thinking as scholars and activists in the area with respect to how to situate climate migrants relative to other refugee populations?
I think we want to avoid any competition between climate migrants and those fleeing poverty and persecution. That would be disastrous. But to look at some of the interconnections there. It's also difficult, frankly, for people who leave for non-climate related environmental disasters. Thinking about the Haitian earthquake, for example, earthquakes generally not associated with climate change. And yet, should someone fleeing an earthquake in Haiti have less of a claim on entry to a country than someone fleeing a hurricane? So I think we need to be very careful about how we define these issues and to, just avoid every way possible this competition for the crumbs among people who need protection.
I guess, like what everybody has mentioned, that people flee migration to another country or in the country, but to a different area by climate, but a whole host of other factors. And so we can't have like only climate adaptation as being different from like the war, the violence, the range of other things that people may have. So we have to think about from IRAP the legal interventions, but also have like community members share their ideas, have artists, have reporters, have many people who are actively thinking about this connection between climate and migration to come up with solutions that just doesn't focus on this issue, but like more broadly.
Yeah, I know we're coming up on time, but I just want to echo that and agree with that and say that this is not for me about competition, but about coalition building. I am from a small island state, and after we got hit, Dominica, by Hurricane Maria, the conditions that people were living in were so similar to the conditions that people were living in Louisiana after Katrina. Black people were likely to die had a 4 times as likely chance of dying after Katrina in Louisiana as their white counterparts. And to me, that premature disposition to death is what connects people across the Gulf Coast to all the way to the Caribbean. So this is not, to me, I don't see these populations as disparate populations, but rather as populations experiencing similar conditions of vulnerability, which is to me an opportunity to start building coalitions across national borders.
Yeah, so I'll add to that. I'll say something very academic-y. I know Professor Ferris and Nisha have to keep our feet squarely on the ground, but I think what we'd really love to see ideally are regional free movement agreements, right? AMA has written on this. Diego Costa has a terrific book on this, right? It's like we see in the Mercosur region where people can move freely and all of the energy and money that's expended on that can instead go to risk reduction planning, other kinds of support, poverty reduction, right? So that we're actually focused on, right, lifting everyone up rather than creating boundaries and boxes. That would be what I would love to see.
Excellent. Any other closing observations? No, well, thank you all so much. What an excellent lead-off panel. Really delighted to be able to moderate this first contribution to the symposium. And thanks also to the audience for some excellent questions. And so I will turn it back over at this point to Kevin and Sarah. And I think we're going into break, but I'll now hand the mic, as it were, over to you all. Thanks.
I just wanted to say a quick thank you so much to our incredible panelists for their insight into these complex issues. I really enjoyed the conversation and I learned a lot. And I wanted to thank Professor Spiro for his stewardship as a moderator. He did a great job. At this time, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back at noon sharp for our second panel, Responding to the Climate Crisis,
coastal displacement and sending communities. Please feel free to stay on the Zoom broadcast so you don't have to worry about finding the link again. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. Wow, wasn't that a fantastic first panel of the morning? Sarah and Kevin, kudos to you, man, for putting together an incredible group of speakers, and what a wonderful conversation. We're switching now with panel 2 from the international to the domestic realm. And of course, Professor Ferris, our very first speaker of the morning, laid the groundwork for this perfectly by one of the very first things she told us, remember, was that the majority of climate migration that happens around the globe will happen within national boundaries. And so these next 2 panels are focusing on exactly that within the United States. Our panel is focusing on the sending communities, and then this afternoon's panel will focus on the receiving communities. So we're thinking about the places where either abrupt or slow onset disaster strikes, and people have to voluntarily or involuntarily, or maybe somewhere in between those poles, pick up their roots and move to higher ground, to cleaner skies, or to more fertile soil. You'll notice that a big focus of a lot of our speakers on this panel is going to be sea level rise. I just want to say at the outset, that's not because it's the only climate impact that's going to force people to flee, and that is in fact already forcing people to leave their homes. Far from it. You know, we're already seeing wildfires in California forcing people from their homes. We're seeing, besides storms and sea level rise, drought, agricultural dust bowls, the list goes on. But there's something about sea level rise. It's probably the climate impact that's the easiest to study scientifically, and scientists are in a better position to sort of predict it with more granular detail, specificity, certainty. And so that's probably why a lot of the work that's been done so far on this set of issues has focused on coastal communities and sea level rise and so forth. With respect to one of our panelists, Saket Soni, the Executive Director of Resilience Force, I guess you could say I have good news and bad news. The bad news is that Saket can't join us today. But the good news is, I guess he has just about the best excuse for not joining us that I've ever seen a panelist provide, and that is he got invited to the White House to talk to the White House folks about the climate disaster that we've just watched unfold in Texas. So that, you know, that's pretty exciting, actually, in line with what our first panel was talking about in terms of the level of optimism we might have about what's going on in the Biden administration. Saket, I'll just say, is an amazing person who's just doing incredibly important and compelling work, primarily actually down in the Gulf Coast region, apropos of one of the questions to the earlier panel. Saket is a community organizer, and he has for many years now been organizing essentially the workers who in large part travel around from town to town, from region to region, largely in the Gulf Coast, also other areas of the country, when disaster strikes. They're the people who come in when a particular town or county needs an enormous workforce all of a sudden to come in and clean up the mess after the hurricane, to rebuild and so forth. And he is his work has been featured in all sorts of prominent national news outlets and so forth. I urge you, if you haven't already, to look at the episode of the Netflix documentary series called Immigration Nation. There's one of those episodes, I think it's episode 4, that focuses in on Saket Soni's work, particularly in the Florida Panhandle, with what he calls resilience workers. Just amazing work that he's doing. So I'm sorry that we don't have him with us today, but he will be here in spirit. So our plan for this panel, we are going to have each of our 4 panelists talk fairly briefly, maybe 5 minutes at my prompt. And I think what I'm going to do is introduce them individually as we go down the line. And then we're going to, after everybody has spoken initially, we're going to have sort of a conversation amongst the 5 of us. And then once we've done some of that, we're going to start looking for some questions from the audience and hear what kinds of questions we get from the broader group. So our first panelist is Dr. A.R. Siders. She's an assistant professor at the Biden School of Public Policy and Administration at the University of Delaware. She has a law degree from Harvard, a PhD from Stanford. Siders describes herself as a quote unquote recovering lawyer and an interdisciplinary scholar whose work combines approaches from hazards geography, law, digital humanities, and computational social science. She's going to start us off by talking to us about some of her recent research on managed retreat as an adaptation strategy in response to sea level rise. She's going to be talking in particular about her finding that buyouts tend to occur disproportionately in low-income communities of color, while seawalls occur disproportionately in wealthy white areas. And as a sort of a little teaser, I think she's going to tell us a little bit about why she favors the use of eminent domain rather than voluntary buyouts in these communities threatened by sea level rise. So with that, Siders, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thanks. And that's a great teaser and a good way to get me, I don't know, yelled at immediately on the start of a conversation. So I love it. So I'm going to share a few slides because I'm going to try to, if I can, because I'm going to try to give some background for anyone who is not familiar with managed retreat. So when we think about climate adaptation, and I am here going to talk mostly about sea level rise or about flood issues, because that's where we see most of the managed retreat in the United States. The main strategies for adapting to these issues are going to be resistance. So this is building walls, this is putting in dunes, this is nature-based infrastructure, anything that prevents the water from reaching you. And then we have accommodation, which is that the water comes and the water goes, but you try to minimize the harms. So the classic example here is elevated homes, right? The water comes, it causes some damage, but you are hopefully sitting high and dry above the water. And then, of course, there's retreat, which is mostly what we're going to talk about, of actually moving people away from the hazard. So don't live near the water, and then you won't be flooded. All right, that seems pretty straightforward. And the last one that the United States doesn't do very well, but is to avoid, like say, let's not build new houses in the floodplain. What a novel thought. But for a variety of reasons we might touch on, or maybe other people will touch on later, we're also not very good at this one. And within retreat, I think it's important to distinguish between 2 types of retreat, unmanaged and managed. So when people just pick up their lives and leave, so the house on the left is someone who just abandoned a house in New Orleans after Katrina, right? They just left and they didn't come back. And so the house sits there, and eventually the city tries to get ownership or does something with it and tries to do something with the land. But that's one form of retreat. And the other one that I mostly focus on is managed retreat. And I distinguish this by saying that this has support for the relocation coming from the government or another non-government organization. But in the US, it's almost always the government. And primarily this occurs through federal property acquisition, so buyouts are what we're called. And these occur in lots of different ways. We're going to hear lots of variations. This is not the only thing that happens in the United States, but I'm going to give you sort of generalized models so that when we dig into depth, you have some idea of the overall process. So looks something like this, where a disaster occurs. So there's a giant storm or a flood or something happens. The local government applies to FEMA, to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, sometimes to HUD, sometimes to Army Corps, or other places, but mostly to FEMA. FEMA then provides money to some of these local governments, or provides them to the state, and then the state decides which local governments get the funding. So some local governments get funding. The local governments then decide where to offer the buyouts. So which homes will they offer to buy out? And I think you'll hear a variation on this, just to say, sometimes these are run by states. The vast majority that we found, about 96% of buyouts in the US, are run by a county or local government, but some are run by the state. So this could be the state instead offering where to buy out homes. The homeowner then gets to make the decision whether or not to accept that offer. And sometimes this process looks, this is very messy, but The idea is the offer is made, the homeowner has the decision, because these have to be voluntary. So this is not forced relocation, this is a voluntary. There's lots of messiness about how voluntary is it, but at least technically speaking, it is voluntary. So it is not eminent domain. This is not threat of government coming and saying you must leave. This is supposed to be, we make you an offer and then you decide. And then the land is maintained as open space. And there are messy issues at all of these levels, particularly relating to equity and environmental justice. Just straight from the disaster, right? Some communities are damaged more than others. Low-income communities, especially in the United States, right, like experience more harms. Their homes may be older, or they may be not built to good building codes, or they may just be in more dangerous places because of a history of disinvestment, of segregation, of redlining, of all kinds of injustices. Which governments then get money, right? This becomes a big debate. There's lots of research into the politicization of this effort. So which communities get disaster declarations, which communities have the capacity to apply for funding, which communities can navigate FEMA's bureaucracy, all kinds of questions and injustices in this. And then where are the buyouts offered? So once a community, a state, or a local government has money in hand, who do they offer to buy out? And there's lots of inequity here, which I'm going to dig into in the next slide. And then of course, there's all kinds of questions over who accepts the offer or not. So once I offer, if I make an offer to everyone on this panel to buy your house, some of you are interested and some of you are definitely not interested. What influences that decision? And even those of you who aren't interested, do you end up taking it because you feel you have to, you have no other options, right? At what point is this truly voluntary? At what point is it not? As we heard in the first panel, these distinctions between voluntary and involuntary can get quite messy very quickly. And if the land maintained as open space, does this contribute to gentrification? Who is benefiting from the open space, right? How is the land used? Who has resources to do something effective with the land? So every single stage in this is is rife with questions and concerns and issues of environmental justice. And I'm primarily going to focus on these two, on which governments get funding and where they offer these buyouts. And so an overview of, we looked at FEMA-funded property acquisitions across the United States. And what we found is that every single state in the United States, except for Hawaii, has used FEMA's program to purchase flood-prone homes and to remove them from the floodplain. And so some states, as you can see on this map, have used more than others, right? Some of these are pretty sparse, but every state has used them except Hawaii. I hate having that little footnote, like Hawaii, just buy out one house, so I could say every state. Anyway, and it's about 1 in 3 counties. So it's very wide experience across the United States. On the other hand, they're buying up maybe 10 houses, on average 11. So it's a very small program. These communities aren't going in and saying we're going to buy up hundreds of homes. They're going in on average and saying we're going to buy up 10 houses near the river. Demand exceeds supply. There are more people who want to be funded, to be purchased, to have their homes purchased and to move than FEMA has money to fund. So one of the big questions becomes not who can we make move, but rather of the many people who want to move, who can we provide money to, which becomes interesting. So when we compare the counties that have used these buyouts with counties that do not use buyouts, what we find is that the counties that are getting money for buyouts from FEMA tend to be denser, and they tend to be wealthier, and they tend to be whiter. So these counties are more likely. And our hypothesis here, which interviews seem to be bearing out, is that these are the communities who have the capacity. They have people, they have money, they can hire consultants, they can navigate FEMA's red tape, they can get the money and administer the buyout. But once they have the money in hand, the homeowners that they offer to buy out tend to live in more rural places and tend to be of lower income. And some of this seems to be driven by federal policy. So there's a lot of shortcuts that take place. If you're buying a cheap house in the floodplain that's been damaged, you don't have to jump through several hoops at FEMA. So there's a nudge towards buying up less expensive properties. Also, if I give you $1 million and tell you to help as many people as possible, well, you can help more people if you buy $100,000 homes than if you buy one $1 million home. So there's often an impetus to try to help more people here. And this really just raises the question, there's a disproportionate impact on low-income communities. Is that a bad thing? And when interviewing officials, they're really split on this. Some people will say, we absolutely try to purchase low-income homeowners because we think they need the most help. And others say we do not purchase in low-income areas because we're concerned about them finding replacement housing. And so there's a huge divide as to whether this impact is seen as a bad thing or a good thing. And if you look at news articles, they're great because some of the news articles will come out and say, how dare we offer more buyouts in rich white neighborhoods? And then some communities will come out and say, how dare you offer buyouts in low-income Black neighborhoods, right? And so there's a divide where we're angry about no matter where we offer these. So it raises an interesting question of, is this a bad thing? One of the reasons I think it's a slightly bad thing, or at least a concern, is when we look at where those other options happen, so where sea level armoring happens, like shoreline where we build flood walls, those flood walls tend to be built in front of richer white people. And often it seems that it's likely because race and income correlate so closely in the United States that it seems like it's driven by this cost effectiveness. Federal agencies have to show that their work is cost effective. And so again, you don't build $1 million flood wall in front of a $100,000 home. You build $1 million flood wall in front of a $1 million home. And if you're not building flood walls in front of low income homes, they are then more likely to be exposed to danger. And so they're more likely be may more likely accept buyouts as a voluntary offer because they feel like they have no other options. But this again raises the question of how should we make these decisions? And I'm trying to keep this short, so I'm going really quickly, and I apologize, but I'm hoping we'll get back to some of these questions. How should we make decisions? And two things I want to say that I know are a little controversial is that one, I don't think that asking communities to make this decision is the right answer. I think communities should absolutely be involved in making this decision. But these quotes are one of the reasons I don't think pushing it down on the community is a great idea. These come from Ellicott City, Maryland. Homeowners were invited because the community was going to decide whether or not their community should use buyouts. And two people who used to be really good friends, one says we absolutely should not do buyouts because we're a historic town and we need to preserve our history. And the other woman who comes out and says, you're a despicable person, right? And she cares enough about this that she tells National Public Radio that her former friend is a despicable person because she is prioritizing history over people's lives and over their mental health, right? And they're really divided on this issue. I mean, these are people who used to be friends and then no longer on speaking terms, like they now really divided. So this is a very divisive issue. So saying that the community is going to decide is great, but it can actually also cause harms because it just pushes these issues down to community members who then have to try to contend with this. There's also real questions, which I think might come up later in the discussion, over how you define the community, right? How do you define some of these neighborhoods? How do you define who gets a vote and who doesn't? Is it a vote? Does it have to be unanimous? Is it a 51 to 49? Like what do we mean when we say the community decides? It sounds wonderful, but when you get to the nitty gritty, you actually might find that there's as many harms as there are benefits from this. So we have to be really careful about what we mean when we say the community should decide. And then my last point, I promise, is that there's a really interesting question, and this is where I think about eminent domain, in terms of what are the consequences if a community decides not to leave, if they decide to stay, right? And I think about these two examples. So in the middle here is Dauphin Island, Alabama. And I use them as an example because the stats show that they've paid in $9 million in flood insurance premiums, and they've received $72 million in payouts from flood insurance premiums. So that means that someone else is paying that $63 million in difference, right? They've also received $80 million in federal disaster money to rebuild the island 16 times, right? And the question is, if this community chooses not to retreat, right? If they choose to stay, for how long should other people pay to rebuild their homes? How many times should that occur? Should we rebuild them 10 times, 20 times, 50 times? Are we saying they should still be there in 2100, in 2200? I mean, forever, right? What are we saying about their right to stay and about other people's responsibility to help support their decision to stay? And I don't think it's the same answer is going to apply to every community. I think there's going to be a very different answer when we talk about historically marginalized communities or Native American communities than when we talk about wealthy vacation owners communities, right? So I think having one answer for all of these is not the right place. And the other one on the right-hand side is a case from Florida where the homes that are circled in yellow, the county really wanted to abandon this road. And so they built a new road, the one that's kind of at an angle. And after that, these homeowners went in and built new houses. And then they sued the government and said, you have to maintain this road. And Florida said, yes, you do. You have to maintain this road. The cost of maintaining this 1.6 miles of road that the county wanted to abandon is more than the county's entire transportation budget. So every year that this road washes out, the county is required now to go in and maintain this road for 12 homeowners who built after they knew that this road was demolished, after they knew that it was at risk, and after they knew that sea level rise was causing these problems. Is that okay? And should we allow that? Is there a cutoff point where we say, hey, homes that are built in risky places after 2020, you're on notice and you no longer get to be grandfathered in? Is it 2030? Is there ever a cutoff? So I don't have answers to these, but these are the kind of scenarios where I start wondering at least whether eminent domain isn't actually a better strategy than using voluntary buyouts. At least in some ways, it might be more honest, because it might mean the government coming in and saying, these places are unsafe and no one gets to live here regardless of income or regardless of your ability to work the system. All right, I think I went over my 5 minutes, so apologies. Stop sharing.
No worries, Professor Siders. That was fabulous. And you've really laid the groundwork and left us with some really great questions. That our next panelist, we won't expect you to answer every single one of those questions definitively, Liz. But our next panelist is Liz Kosloff. She's an assistant professor in the Department of Urban Planning and the Institute for Environmental Sustainability at UCLA. Where she studies the social dimensions of climate change, including questions of environmental and climate justice and how cities are adapting to effects such as extreme weather and sea level rise. She holds a PhD from NYU, a master's from the London School of Economics, and what I've asked Professor Kosloff to do next is to sort of fill in the picture that Siders has already begun to sketch with a sort of more granular look at the specific reactions and motivations of people who have actually been in the position of having to decide whether to retreat. And this is based on some ethnographic work that she did in New York City, specifically in Staten Island, in the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy. So I think this builds really nicely on some of the stuff that Professor Siders started talking about from that NPR piece about the two friends in Maryland who stopped speaking to each other. So Professor Kosloff, take it away, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me just figure out this screen here. Okay. All right. You see my slides? Excellent, wonderful. Okay, so good morning from LA time. It is good morning here. I'm still caffeinating, but Siders' presentation really got my head spinning. I'm so excited for our conversation. I'm thrilled to be here. Thanks so much to everyone who had a hand in organizing this event. All right, so as Amy said, I come to this topic as an ethnographer, as an urban sociologist. This means I'm really interested in people's lived experiences of climate-linked relocation, displacement, migration. I'm interested in struggles over urban space, how it's changing and transforming in the context of climate crisis. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about this project that I've been working on for the past 8 years, fieldwork and interview-based study of what I call community organized retreat. So kind of the, I think we can get really deep inside this process of, right, how do we talk about community? What does it look like when a community decides, as is often kind of the at least stated desired outcome for these kinds of cases. So I've been studying, what I think is a process that can give us a lot of insights into this for a while. And as Amy said, this takes place in the New York City borough of Staten Island after Hurricane Sandy. So, I like the term community organized retreat. To me, terms like managed retreat really do suggest this top-down process of moving populations. And the story I'm going to tell you here is really different. It's one of bottom-up grassroots collective action. And you can see here this picture that I took in Graham Beach. It's one of 9 Staten Island neighborhoods where residents got together and mobilized after Sandy in favor of buyouts, asking the government to, in effect, demolish places that some of them had called home for generations. So in the words of this sign, it says, Governor Cuomo, Mother Nature wants her land back, buy us out and give it back. And in just, the next few minutes and, hopefully through our discussion, I'll tell you a little bit about how this came about how a community comes to embrace retreat and about what happens when they do. So this story begins in a neighborhood called Oakwood Beach, which isn't the kind of place we'd expect, a movement for buyouts to take hold, given the kinds of patterns that Siders laid out for us. So for one thing, it's predominantly white, middle class. It's a place where most people had lived for a very long time and where the political leanings tilted pretty far to the right. So it's not the kind of place that represents those on the front lines of climate change or of climate action. But 1 week after Sandy, this letter to the editor was published on the website of Staten Island's daily paper. And its author, Tina Downer, wrote about the decades that she'd spent living in Oakwood Beach. She wrote about how she loved her neighborhood, but she decided after Sandy that it was no longer a safe place to live. So shortly after Tina's letter appeared, she helped organize a community meeting. And at that meeting, more than 200 of her neighbors came together, and they voted nearly unanimously, to the surprise of a lot of people present, to pursue a buyout of their homes, of their neighborhood. So along with a few others, Tina formed a group that they called the Oakwood Beach Buyout Committee. And this group put together a plan for buyouts, and they started pushing it to local, city, and state officials. Less than 3 months later, New York's Governor Andrew Cuomo traveled down to Staten Island and announced his support for a pilot buyout of Oakwood Beach. He praised the neighborhood's residents for coming together, and he said that those who chose to participate in the new program would receive the pre-storm value of their damaged homes, and then they'd also get incentives for relocating nearby and for their collective willingness to go. When news of the Oakwood Beach buyout broke, at first it really seemed like an anomaly. But then I watched as residents in other nearby neighborhoods began organizing buyout committees of their own, pressing the state to expand its program to include them too. And these are just some of the signs from a few of the neighborhoods that organized. In the weeks and months after Sandy, residents all along Staten Island's east and south shores began asking the government to help them move. And so in just the couple of minutes I have left, let me say a little bit about what this meant to them and what it might mean to us as people who care about the disparate human impacts of coastal displacement. So after Sandy, most local officials were not in favor of retreat, very far from it. New York City's Mayor Michael Bloomberg, for instance, cast retreat as a moral failure, really an abandonment of place, community, and identity. By contrast, Staten Islanders I spoke with were much more likely to frame retreat as a kind of moral achievement. So it was a way for them to affirm their attachments to where they lived and to one another. For longtime residents who recalled what the shore was like before the wetlands became filled with new housing and flooding became a major problem, buyouts provided a way to restore that past landscape. And in giving land back to Mother Nature, they talked about how they were also giving back to a broader community of neighbors further inland, people who would benefit from this new protective buffer of open space. For those whose conservative and libertarian politics might have made them more likely to see retreat as an unwarranted government intervention, a bailout, or conversely, a kind of government land grab, thinking of retreat as a way to redress the production of flood risk by government, by politicians who were seen to have aided and abetted reckless development that people had been protesting for a long time, was a way to help resolve this contradiction. And it also helped that people were not framing retreat or buyouts as a response to climate change. It really wasn't something, that they were doing in response to a kind of outside projection of future risks about which, many people disagreed, whether it was really happening. It was much more about this kind of shared and common past that they could talk about together. So as you might imagine, proposals that then followed by Mayor Bloomberg to instead purchase people's homes so the city could auction them off for redevelopment rather than restore them to nature were pretty broadly unpopular. To cut a long story short, unlike the hopeful vision that's expressed in this bottom quote, where everybody wins, in this case, and many others, not everybody won. Ultimately, only a fraction of those who sought buyouts were admitted to the state's program, and as Siders mentioned, this often happens. Requests for help to retreat exceed the allocated funding and the political will to curtail or remove development. But still, I think this case offers, some lessons and maybe some hope. I think it shows that retreat does not have to be forced. And I mean, we can get inside the complexities of it not being, but also it being. I personally think it can and should be locally organized, a process that gives people a sense of agency and control. But at the same time, in this case, those able to exercise such agency were coming from neighborhoods where, as in many other parts of the country, buying a home largely depended on being racialized as white, lending white people greater power to move and adapt on their own terms in a country where policies like buyouts privilege property ownership and reproduce the uneven power relations that are associated with it. So while I hope that stories like this, and I think the ones that Rob's going to share next, encourage us to seek out and envision ways to retreat that depart from the forced relocations and displacements and serial dispossessions that, to put it mildly, have gotten us into a lot of the mess we're currently facing. Ways to retreat that instead entail communities coming together and exercising self-determination. It's crucial that these forms of movement work to empower and to redistribute power so that they're not satisfied merely with unbuilding, quote unquote, unsustainable places, while leaving the systems that made them that way intact. So that is all I will say for now. And I'm sure we'll have more of a discussion in a few minutes. Thank you.
Liz, thanks so much.
Yeah.
That was fabulous. Our next panelist is my good friend, Rob Burkett, president of the board at CPR. He's also, and I'm going to mess this up, Rob, after we practiced it this morning, he's the Goucher.
Yeah, it's a Goche down here. Yeah.
Oh, that's right, Goche. St. Martin, eminent scholar. He's not just any scholar, he's an eminent scholar and chair in environmental law at Loyola, New Orleans. He's a cum laude graduate of Harvard Law, author of 3 books, tons of articles on environmental regulation, climate change, adaptation, and the developing field of disaster law. He served in the Obama administration as Deputy Associate Administrator for Policy at the EPA, where he helped develop a climate adaptation policy for the agency. And he served on President Obama's Interagency Climate Change Adaptation Task Force. Rob is going to react to what we've heard so far from Professors Siders and Kosloff, based on his own research about how managed retreat has been happening in the context of several indigenous communities, one in Louisiana on the Ile de Jean Charles, and another way up in Alaska in the Yupik village of Newtok in southwestern Alaska. So Rob, take it away.
Hi, thanks everybody. Yeah, we overdo it down here sometimes. I'm talking to you from New Orleans, from my home. And I just want to acknowledge that all this land around me was earlier inhabited by the Choctaw Nation, which by the 1700s had helped assemble a large trading hub of at least 40 different indigenous tribes, trading things like these enormous oysters, for instance. And that's important because I want to introduce you to some faces of climate change. This is a leader that I know. Her name is Chantel Cormidel. She's the executive secretary of the Biloxi Chitimacha Choctaw. And her ancestors are the ones that I just described who have been in this area for a very long time. What I'm going to do is talk to you a little bit about 2 communities who are both indigenous communities and who are both trying to relocate in a slightly different way than we're talking, not just leaving as a group, but actually locating somewhere else as a group. And so if you start, Chantel Cormidel lives just about 80 miles south of where I live. And her island is called Ile de Jean Charles. And it is an island that has lost 98% of its land. About 22,000 acres of its land are gone. You go down there, they'll point you to areas where they used to ride horses and bury their dead and play hide and seek. And those places are all open water now. There are about 85 residents there, and it's sinking for a lot of reasons: sea level rise, subsidence, mainly a destruction from the oil and gas industry. And in 2016, they received a grant from HUD, Housing and Urban Development, for $48 million to acquire new property to leave. There's the road that you go on. This is a nice day, and then sometimes you can't pass it at all. There's A.R. Siders. She came and visited me a while back, and we met Chief Albert Nakin, who has been instrumental in trying to get that resilience grant. And as you can see, it's an area that has a sense of humor. That's real. And And the folks there, right, are interested in moving, but they've been having a hard time of it. Now that this grant has been received by the state of Louisiana, there's been a lot of tension back and forth. And Chief Nakin has actually told in the past a lot of the followers in the tribe not to move at all and just to stay put. And so now they don't know what they're going to do. There's a lot of distrust everywhere. Now, there's a group of people who also applied for that resilience grant and didn't get it. And that's 4,000 miles away in an Alaska Native village called Newtok. Their situation is similar but different. They're on sagging marshland in Alaska, which is sinking. They've got about 400 people there. And they lose about 80 feet of coast beach every year. They've lost an airstrip, they've lost their sanitary landfill, they've lost the source of their drinking water. Most of this is occurring because of river scour, because of storm surge, but mainly because of a very slow process of thawing permafrost, which makes things all tremendously unstable. They've located an area about 9 miles away called Murtavik, where they are building now the beginnings of a community where people might leave. They applied for that resilience grant. It was $1 billion total for the whole country. There was only interest, I'm told, for basically one tribal community to receive a grant, and they weren't the one. And so after that, they attempted to petition the Obama administration to declare a major disaster under the Stafford Act, so they could get grants from a post-disaster recovery program. They were denied that. And they have recently been cobbling money together. They've got about $64 million, some of it from state money, some of it federal, some of it from private individuals. And they are building a new community and hope to move. But with 400 people, it's going to take them another $115 million to succeed at doing that. So right now, they have repurposed a number of grants from COVID relief under the CARES Act, of all things, and they're using that to build what they call isolation homes in their new communities, which will, in the short term, be used for people who've been affected by COVID, but the understanding is that later they'll be used for proper permanent housing. And so this, obviously, is a series of choices we shouldn't have to make. A few years back, the Center for Progressive Reform, the organization that Professor Sinnen and I and others represent, actually did a very extensive study of, at the time, communities that were seeking to relocate in total. And Maxine Burkett, whom you're going to hear from later on, was also part of this study. And what we found is that there were at least 15 different communities which were in this situation. They were all tribal communities. One down in Louisiana, a few in Washington State, and for the most part, others in Alaska. Somebody actually in the comments has already mentioned Tangier Island in the Chesapeake, and I'll point out that they would be a group that actually has thought in total about relocating somewhere. And so far, as I understand it, the Fisher communities there are not interested in relocating. At least that's what I understand, not relocating as a community. So without going too much further on anything, I just want to sort of plant a stake here and say that what we need is not to have to make choices
Rob, I think we've lost you. You're frozen. Just at the moment you were about to give us the pearl of wisdom. We're all on the edge of our seats here. Well, I tell you what. Oh, he's gonna, looks like he might be trying to sign on again. So while we all wait in suspense for Rob's sort of concluding, big conclusion there, or he said he was going to stake his position, right? Let me introduce our final panelist, Linda Shai. Linda is assistant professor in the Department of City and Regional Planning at Cornell. Her work focuses on urban environmental governance and trying to figure out how to manage the urban climate transition in ways that improve rather than building on an exacerbating social equity. She has consulted for the World Bank, the American Institute of Architects, among others, on projects and research in the US, Asia, Latin America, and Africa. She has a PhD from MIT, a master's from Harvard. And Professor Shai is going to sort of broaden the lens at this point beyond the specific context of managed retreat to look more generally at the capacity of municipalities to build effective adaptation strategies and promote resilience given their embeddedness within structures of municipal governance that maybe don't always face the right incentives. And, you know, I think we saw perhaps a glimpse of this in Professor Kosloff's presentation earlier when she talked about how Mayor Bloomberg in New York said, no way, we're going to retreat, not now, not ever. That sometimes these structures of municipal governance and the incentive structures underlying them tend to sort of feed and further fuel existing wealth disparities and racial inequities. So how do we shift that in a different direction? So Professor Shai, I'm going to ask you to take it away, and we'll when Rob comes back, maybe we'll get to hear what he was about to say.
All right, thanks so much, Amy. It's such a pleasure to be here with all of you. I don't know most of the names in the attendee list, and that's a sure sign that this is a great place for a lot of new kinds of learning. I thought I'd share a joke. I've been doing a lot of calls lately, Zoom calls with China, and it really is true, that old joke, that calls from China now sound like they're coming from next door, and calls from next door, like Rob, are sounding like they're coming from China. All right, here. So to zoom out a bit from the presentations that have been wonderful so far on buyouts, I think that in the end, a lot of what we're talking about with climate change is really a debate about land and what are we doing with land, who gets to have land, who gets to have safe land, who has to pay for it, and all of that. It's really a fight over land, which is an age-old conflict, and one that surprisingly is not one that we talk about directly. We talk about buyouts, we talk about zoning, we talk about all these other terms, but we skirt around the fundamental issue, which is that of fight over land. And so I think that we need to think, when we talk about these things, what are the fundamental institutions that shape the governance of land? And so today, the main points I want to make are that the climate equities that Rob, Liz, and Siders have all talked about at the individual, household, and community scales, and that the first panel talked about at the international scale, they also exist at the municipal scale as one that is central to the governance structure of how things are done in terms of local governance, that kind of inequality also exists in that scale. And that a lot of land policies and laws drive these kinds of inequities, and therefore, in order to address the kind of inequity that we do see across all these different scales, we need a new architecture of land policy in many of the different contexts, but I'm going to talk specifically about the United States. I'm going to open up with this very frightening text slide here. I'm just going to focus on the first two columns here. to lay out very briefly the governance of land as I see it. So first of all, in the last 200, 400 years, we're really seeing an urbanization of capital. Empires all throughout history have had cities and civilizations where they consolidate resources and have wealth, but never to the extent that we have now. The way that we have become such an urbanized society, everywhere that becomes industrialized also becomes urbanized. So the kind of escalation, exponential curves that you see of population growth, of industrialization, of development, of urbanization, they all go together because our current paradigm of development requires that you be able to, in effect, scrape off resources and people from the vast territories of the world and then pile them onto smaller places where you are able to produce and to consume various things. And that has major implications for the concentration of people in specific places that tend to be also close to environmental resources like coasts, like rivers, like places that are historically had to deal with agriculture and the transport of goods, and that those concentrated places are also really hard to move. And so this mechanism has made us more vulnerable to climate change, and climate change also makes us more vulnerable to this condition. And then in order to govern this kind of territory, right, we fragment the landscape that is an integral whole, naturally speaking, into a fragmentation of fiefdoms of different administrations. In the United States, every metropolitan statistical area, metropolitan census area has about 100 different municipalities, each with its own government. And that ability to have a boundary also bounds the places where you're able to share wealth within it, and also to exclude others from within it. You know, we've talked a lot about segregation and redlining, and there's also economic segregation where you don't have to use zoning, but you can use what you develop and how you develop the size of your properties in order to exclude. And that kind of boundaries, obviously, at the international scale has huge implications for who can migrate, but it also has that same kind of logic at the municipal scale because of the cost of housing. It is, in effect, you're able to exclude the quality of the school district, right? So that geography is important. Within each municipality, what we have required in many places is that there's a land fiscalization, that the way the municipalities actually finance themselves is through getting the highest and best use out of their land. And so there are tremendous incentives for Bloomberg and other mayors to not retreat and to continue to develop, whether you want to call it resilient development or dumb development. You want to keep developing in order to maximize the tax base, in order to maximize the tax rolls, in order to fund all the other kinds of things that cities want. And lastly, undergirding all of this is land privatization, that throughout most of the world's history, we have seen most forms of land owned in commons, but that has been replaced by private land ownership because that facilitates market transactions. And so now we have a much more individual scale, and that's different by country. A lot of countries, even in the global north, have a much stronger tradition of cooperative housing ownership. In some places of Europe, 40–60% of housing is owned in cooperatives. In the United States, Canada, that's less than 1%. And so that individual scale of land ownership also has implications for how do you think about adapting? How do you think about moving? It's very hard to move in any kind of concerted scale. It's very hard to address inequality because the scales that we're talking about are all at the individual rather than at a community scale. So just to give you an example here, right, this is the reality in the United States in terms of population. I should say this is a map of population density, not of population as it actually exists. But you can see that it is very unequally distributed across the landscape. It's very deeply concentrated. And so when you have these rolling through of various forms of disasters, both of drought and fire and heat, as well as of the water, too much water challenges, that lands unequally upon this landscape. And what are the implications for what we're expecting anybody to do in response to that? So I'm just going to talk through very quickly an example here. So this is Boston. Metro Boston has about 101 municipalities, but if you were in Temple and Philly, this is the fragmentation of the Metro Philly area. And if you're looking at LA County, the same issues of managed retreat are now, just as relevant, as Amy said earlier, to issues of wildfire and to heat and to drought as well. And so all of these places have a lot of different municipalities that are unequally affected by their vulnerability to various forms of climate impacts. and that have unequal capacity in terms of their ability to mount grants, to able to build infrastructure, to attract infrastructure grants, funds, and other things from various different entities. At the same time, if you look at property tax reliance in all the 25,000 local governments in the United States, about 30% of local revenues come from local property taxes. And in Massachusetts, it's a bit higher, it's 40%. In coastal Massachusetts, it's 60%. And in some bedroom suburb communities where primarily your only land use is housing, that's as high as 70 to 80%. And for the person who's interested in Tangiers, we did a project, you'll see in this last box, that peninsula that juts out, that's similarly going to be half underwater by 2100. So what do you do with a place like that when you have such high property tax reliance? Well, let me assure you that awareness of climate impacts is not going to change people's behavior. So this is a zoomed in map of Boston. You see, I don't know if you can tell my mouse moving here, but in the center of this map here, this Shawmut Peninsula is downtown Boston. And in these surrounding cities, all of these are named in gray. Each of them has done a vulnerability assessment. They have a climate adaptation plan. They are aware of where their floodplains are. And yet at the same time, in each of their new development plans, their comprehensive plans or plans for the future, they have cited their largest developments in places that are known to be at risk of current floodplains as well as 6 feet of sea level rise. And at the same time, in reports like Boston's Financing Climate Resilience, how do you fund the kind of adaptations? All of these kinds of funding mechanisms are also predicated on growth. If you have bonds, if you have property taxes, if you have resiliency fees that you charge to new developers, if you have to charge higher forms of insurance or have different kinds of development investment districts of different kinds, all of these are predicated on there being continued people to be there to pay back the loan or the fee, or richer people, or people who are paying for developments that are of a certain kind that can afford to pay these different kinds of fees. And so this kind of, these kinds of our known financial instruments to finance adaptation itself is predicated on there being growth. And we do not know really how to decline with grace. As we can tell from all the places that have declined through industrial abandonment, we do not know how to abandon gracefully, right? And the implications and the long term for coastal Massachusetts, these are showing the amount of the local revenues, the local municipal budgets that would be impacted by 6 feet of sea level rise. And it's unevenly distributed with winners and losers, but because they are in different municipalities, that also means you don't have to care about your neighbor. You have the right to say, I don't want any new development, I want to preserve historic character, or you have the right to say, too bad for y'all, we're going to degrade, why don't you come and develop here, and we're going to have a booming economy. And those municipalities are going to, others are not able to recover. They can enter cycles of vicious decline where you have reduced rates of property taxes, falling property revenues, lower investment capabilities, and then people want to move out. And while the cities are stuck, the populations are not. As many people have said, those who are more able to be mobile are going to move, and as housing becomes more expensive elsewhere, and then these places become devalued, I think we would imagine that there would be a natural migration. And then you would have, again, poor people who cannot afford higher end housing are going to end up in the places that are at risk. And this is essentially what we are starting to see on the ground in the front lines of places that are at risk. So in southern Florida, Southeast Florida, and Miami, you do see people starting very, very slowly to pull back from investing in places like Miami Beach, or they're building very luxury end buildings that are able to have all the bells and whistles of the climate resilient housing. And then there are others who are investing in the higher elevation areas, low income, disinvested communities between the two different highways that are down there, and then gentrifying neighborhoods. You know, where are those communities are going? And now you have all sorts of AI and other kinds of big data firms that are able to translate the climate models into helping industries and other businesses locate where they want to go in order to have the least amount of financial risk and the highest ability to profit from buying low and then ultimately selling high. And so the landscapes that then are left behind, whether you are financially underwater before you're physically underwater, or through processes of buyouts or disasters, you can imagine the kind of unevenness that rolls out across our landscapes. And so just to come back to this, I think I am out of my 5 minutes by far. I think that in each of these areas, I'm not going to go through all of these. There are different alternatives from looking at it from this kind of transverse horizontal approach, where you're thinking about, if land privatization and the individual scale is a challenge, what are alternatives of collective community cooperative lands ownership, or of changing the fee and simple towards a more usufruct lease-based ownership systems? If municipal fiscalization is a challenge, what are alternatives scales of transversive development rights, of land readjustment that would allow us to think holistically and at broader scales, to think about development in a different way? If territorial fragmentation is a challenge, what are the kinds of regional cooperative mechanisms that we see in California, or the region scales of governance that would allow us to bypass some of these issues? Here in New Hampshire, they now have a policy where municipalities can actually merge or create districts to support joint cooperation. Or in Texas, after Harvey, they passed regulations that now, for the first time, flood management should be managed at the watershed scale instead of at the county lines. So I think that by looking at all of these fundamental land issues, it's really quite central to breaking through, I think, in some of the commentaries we've seen. How do you get beyond the competitive tendencies that are like, you can only support one group versus another? And I think Rob was about to give us the answer of how not to do that, is that we have to look at the fundamental instruments underlying those choices and change the choices that are actually being offered. All right, looking forward to all our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda. And with that, I'm gonna turn it back to Rob, who seems to have rejoined us and was about to tell us where he was gonna plant his stake. So, Rob?
All I was going to say is we need accountable federal leadership, and the Biden administration could do that, probably without legislation. We need to assess the vulnerabilities, both social and geophysical, and NOAA and the USGCRP, with a consortium of federal agencies, could probably do something like that if they had the budget and the charge. We also need to inventory all the laws we have, HUD, FEMA, all of these funding mechanisms, and all the anti-discrimination mechanisms we have that go along with it, Title VI and so on, and the EJ executive order, which we might be able to push in a way that could make things more equitable. The very last thing we need to do, and this is the really simple thing, is we just need to pass legislation at the congressional level that would create a climate migration fund, because we don't have nearly the money that's needed for this problem. And when it's all fragmented, just as Professor Shi says, in another context, when everything's fragmented, you can't put it all back together.
Thank you so much to all of you. Those were just fabulous presentations. So much food for thought. My head is spinning. I'm going to ask all the panelists to just unmute at this point. There's only 5 of us. And so I don't think, unless anybody has barking dogs or crying babies or something, let's all just unmute, because I really want to have sort of as natural a conversation as you can have in front of 119 webinar audience members. And really dig in. And I sort of feel like that the first question that Siders posed for us, which was, how should we be making these decisions? And like, what does it mean for the community? Should the community be making the decisions? If so, like, how do we define the community? And particularly thinking about that question in light of what Linda was just saying about boundaries and the problems of, with the way we've divided the land up with all of these little tiny municipal boundaries and so on and so forth. So anybody want to jump in on that set of questions?
I'll just jump in because I do have a baby, but he's not crying right now, so I should take my opportunity while I can, although hearing my voice will probably make him cry. I think no matter who's making the decision, and I can talk, briefly about some of the struggles with this in Staten Island, it's hard just to figure out where is at risk, like where is in harm's way. I mean, we talk a lot about moving out of harm's way. There's very little agreement about where harm's way is. And, in Staten Island, this was a struggle where, you had the state that was more favorable towards buyouts. You had the city that was very resistant of the idea of unbuilding land. And initially, they actually tried to use FEMA's flood insurance rate maps to figure out who should be eligible for a buyout or not. This, if you're familiar at all with FEMA's maps, you should understand this is not an appropriate tool to use for determining where to unbuild with a long-term view. They don't take climate change into account. The maps were being revised when Sandy hit. New York City's maps dated from 1983. They were being revised without incorporating data from Sandy. And so the zones on the maps, which are used to set flood insurance rates, the National Flood Insurance Program, were in flux, and people understood that the boundaries, didn't map on at all to the damage they just experienced. And also, they felt really understated a lot of the future risk that was coming down the road because the maps weren't designed to incorporate that. And a big issue was that these maps divided the blocks and neighborhoods and communities that were organizing on the ground and saying, we all want to go now. And so I think the question is, and the state wound up going more for those social boundaries, but those had all the problems of, are you excluding a particular block because they speak a different language than you? And so you're not knocking on the door and asking them, if they want to go and to sign your buyout petition. As Sider said, there was a lot of kind of outsourcing of, what we might think of as the responsibility of government onto people themselves who were traumatized, who had just lost, homes, friends, neighbors, and so on in this event, who were really being looked on to do a lot of the labor of figuring out where these boundaries should be. I don't think that necessarily worked very well. But then the question is sort of like, do you use a sort of externally defined metric of risk that's not taking into account a lot of people's, lived experience, kind of holistic understandings of what it would mean for them to go or to stay, the risks they might confront if they had to leave versus, rebuilding in place. And I think it's very challenging to find any kind of tool or measure that will do that. It needs to, be something that is negotiated, and I think somewhat democratic. And, there's a lot of, I think, hope that we can find some kind of technical tool that will take the politics out of it. And, that's not, I think, possible or desirable in this case. So that's, just one thing is kind of what, if the decisions are in the hands of policymakers, that's really challenging for them too. And there's no real good understanding of how do you spend these funds and, set precedents or not, and so on. And I'm sure everyone else can speak more to that.
Liz, that's great. And I like that you're building on Rob's point about, like, part of this is we just have to gather the information, like, of what's happening and where it's happening and so forth. But I want to just push you a little bit based on some of the things that Siders started us off with, because I heard you to be sort of saying, you tend to favor kind of, this is the community's decision. We leave this decision in the community's hands. But Siders pointed to the fact that there are broader implications to all of this in the form, in particular, of the insurance system, which means that oftentimes, all of us in our taxes are actually paying to, let's say, rebuild if that's what the community decides to do, or to pay for the buyouts through taxes that fund FEMA and so forth. And so how do you, and also the example she had of the road, right? So, people stay and then they need municipal services and so forth. And who's paying for that? Well, it's a broader, larger community. How do you deal with that tension?
I'll jump in and respond to my own comments earlier, but I just want to say, I think part of this is that it's really difficult to, people live where they live for a huge mix of reasons, right? And part of it is that we all have a different risk tolerance. Some people are willing to speed on the freeway, some people aren't, right? Like we all just have a different tolerance of what risks we are willing to accept and what costs we're willing to accept because of the benefits we get, right? Some people love to live on the coast and they're like, that's cool, I will live on the coast and I will endure every single hurricane that comes and I will rebuild because it is so important to me to be living on the coast. And other people, you're mad, why would I ever do that? I would never live in a place where, right, I get flooded every year. And part of it is that decision, like, we can give an objective we can show a map that says this place will flood every, so often, or here's the percent risk, that your house will flood over the next 30 years. But what we can't say is, are you willing to accept that risk or not? And then that gets really complicated by all of these insurance and municipal things, because then there's this question of, are you actually bearing that risk, right? Or is someone else bearing that risk for you? And I think that's where it gets even more complicated, is it's really hard for people to talk about how much risk we're willing to accept. Everyone wants to think that the risk is zero, but we know that that's not true. And we're bad about talking about, how we balance those risks and trade-offs. And then we're really bad about saying, well, what do we do if someone else is paying for part of that risk? And I think that's where the insurance comes in, right? Is we're not clear on how much risk I, as a person living on the coast, should have to bear, and how much risk someone else should have to bear, and how do we spread those in a fair way, I think is part of the open question. And Linda, I particularly don't know how to do that in terms of your discussion on fragmentation and the governance issues, right? Like, yeah.
I think with respect to some of the fairness questions, well, first of all, I think you can, there's a voluntary stage before you get to the hard stage. And actually the examples you presented are also somewhat of the extremes, right? In most buyout cases, what you have is checkerboarding, where it's not the whole community agrees on something. Some of them end up leaving and some of them end up staying. So you can't even have the kind of, all right, well, let's just do it. It's this painful thing where you still have to maintain all the roads, even though most of the people no longer live there, because a few of them are still left. But I think that a lot of the questions of fairness, as Siders, your paper showed, it's not possible to answer the question of should we do this to a group or not, to the indigenous or to this wealthy group, except in relation to what you are doing or not doing for another group. And it's especially when you then look at, okay, well, maybe giving buyouts to poor Black people in Houston is okay. But then you look at, oh, actually that wealthy suburb, they got drainage improvements the last 30 years. That's why they didn't flood. And now they're getting FEMA funding to elevate their homes instead of a buyout. Then it becomes a question of that seems really unjust and unfair. So I think that with the the coastal management, I don't know that I fully agree with eminent domain or not eminent domain. It's a very tricky question, but I think at the very least, having some consistency is important, because for a lot of people, they look at your zoning or your city and they're saying, you're asking me to take a buyout, so I have to leave, but you're investing in this whole development district downtown, putting in billions of dollars to give them the necessary infrastructure so that they can, then there'll be wealthy condo owners in this glitzy part of town that gets to stay on the coast. Why is that fair? And I think legally, aren't there things where you're not supposed to treat people differently in the eyes of the law? But in practice, that is what's happening. And I think that's I think that's where then the question of how do you deal with these challenges, a lot of it is housing production. You cannot, people don't want to leave because there is no equivalency. Even if they don't need to live by the coast, there is not affordable housing that they can buy, especially if they bought decades ago and the property values have changed a great deal since then. So in terms of the relational question, it cannot be answered solely within the flood risk mitigation division, because you have to address the holistic issues of taxes, of housing production, and then of the municipal boundary and the school districts, which ultimately shape a lot of where people choose to settle.
Yeah, and thanks, Linda, for bringing up the question of eminent domain, because we've just gotten a chat from Alice Caswan, CPR member scholar, specifically asking Siders and Liz to sort of respond to each other's positions on this question of eminent domain.
Yeah, I can jump in here just following up from what Linda said. I think that's right on. I said I'm coming to this as an urban sociologist. So on the one hand, we have an enormous body of research that has shown the negative impacts of forced relocation, negative economic impacts, social impacts, physical and mental health impacts. I mean, there's, some of the key texts, Mindy Foley Love's Root Shock, Kai Erickson's Everything in Its Path about the Buffalo Creek flood. So we know a lot about the costs of, the social costs of what happens when communities are disrupted, when people are forced to leave, the places that they've come to love and that have, all kinds of value that goes far beyond financial value. And, one of the things I'm interested in is what does it actually mean to people in, very different contexts and situations with very different histories to leave a place. And that meaning of movement is, as I think we've heard in all of these cases, varies really dramatically. And it is something that's relational, as Linda talked about. On the other hand, I think there's books like Debbie Betcher's Private Property, Public Power about, how many cases of eminent domain are not actually controversial. The majority are not controversial. And so how do we have situations where, we can use these tools in ways that, do not replicate a lot of the kinds of unjust ways that they, are typically deployed. So I think there's some room to have this conversation and think broadly. I think we all agree buyouts are a problem and not ideal, and too individualized and too premised on property ownership and so on. I think Linda's point about where are people going to go. A big problem with buyouts is that they're an individual economic transaction that has no kind of support, and there's the baby, support for where people would actually go once they get them. And so you can wind up just displacing risk, redistributing risk, people wind up in equally or more risky situations, however that's defined. And, the conversations about retreat and leaving places are very uncoupled from conversations about like a Green New Deal for public housing, about other visions for how do we build places where people might actually want to live and have more options, and, where their house is not their primary investment and they're having to make decisions on that basis in order to sustain their own health and the health of their family. And so I think that's kind of the direction we need to go here, is thinking about, unbuilding, but also, where are we still building? How could we build in different ways and really transform the housing system as a whole?
I'll say I absolutely agree that I think we have to look at the housing system and where we're building and where we're avoiding building, right? I think those are really critical. A lot of the cities that we look at that have huge problems with this are places where we're building actively. Like, yeah, we retreated here, we built new housing next door. Did we actually help anyone? Right? Because probably the same number of people are at risk and in very similar places, and we're just not. And this is, to be clear, to be very frank, like I don't think we should be using eminent domain in minority neighborhoods, with tribal communities, with historically marginalized communities. Like these are not places where I think we should be using eminent domain, right? I'm thinking about eminent domain in places where, frankly, it's rich white homeowners building their third vacation home, right? And that we should not be offering buyouts at, or we should not be relying on their willingness. At some point, we should just be saying, no, we refuse to run new municipal services. We refuse to provide these things. And if the way out from that is eminent domain, then let's use it. Like that's what that tool is for in some ways, is to, preserve public good. And I think there are places for it, right? I don't think it should be a widespread thing. I think this has to be a scalpel that we use very, very cautiously and carefully for all the risks that we've discussed. But I am concerned about that. Linda, you pointed out, what we often see, is you offer buyouts to 100 people and 10 people take them, and then you're left with these empty pockets. And I'm concerned that people who took them are people who didn't have other options or who were in these disinvested communities. And one way I think to get away from that is to say, if we think that these places are so risky that no one should live here, then we should not allow anyone to live there. And it shouldn't just be about who's lowest income, who's most likely to feel coerced into this. It should just be about, this is a safety issue. If it truly is a safety issue, then it should be a safety issue for everyone. But I think you're absolutely right that we can't make these decisions as just or equitable or unjust without the larger context. I actually think it's impossible to make a buyout decision that is just purely within the buyout context. It depends on so much of the history and the surrounding context, but it's infeasible. We can't answer the question of, is this disproportionate effect a bad thing or a good thing, unless we understand the larger context for each one of those things. And I think that's what makes it so troublesome, right? Is we don't know all the context and we don't know all the decisions that are going into it.
Rob,
I have a comment about.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
Can you hear me? I'm hooked up to my phone now, but anyway, I have a comment about the defragmentation. I think that one way you need to coerce the government bodies to all get together, and we do this in other contexts. So, for instance, Washington State has a Growth Management Act that requires every county to develop long-term plans, and then they have to be approved at the state level. Oregon has something like this too. In Louisiana, we have, against all odds, an amazing coastal adaptation plan. It's a statewide plan that has undergone enormous amounts of public comment and public participation and charrettes and so on, where everything is laid out in a plan that you can look at. And it says, in this parish, in this southern parish or county, we're going to have hundreds of buyouts, and here are the areas where they're going to be. They're voluntary. And here are the areas where we're not going to be supplying a lot of infrastructure anymore. But the key is, and not that everybody agrees with it, and not that there aren't lots of problems with it, but the key is it's forward looking, and it says you can make decisions now about what things are going to look like 10 years from now, right? And the reason we did that, one of the reasons we did that, is because in order to get federal money that we need for these coastal restoration efforts, we had to show that we were serious about it. So that's the coercion on the federal level. So one thing you could do, it seems to me, is make money available the same way we do with the Coastal Restoration, or the CZMA, the Coastal Zone Management Act, is to make federal money available and say, here is money available, but you have to act in regional ways. You know, I think this is the last thing I'll say, but even when we talk about watershed management, which is notoriously fragmented, the EPA has authority, not that it always uses it, but it has authority to pull states together that are all along the upper Mississippi or that are all along the lower Mississippi and say, hey, we're going to bang heads together and make you come up with something. But I think there has to be the political will to do something like that. And I do think it has to be coerced by the federal government, maybe by making lots of money available for this type of planning. There are probably lots of problems with this, but that's an idea that maybe we could start with, it seems to me.
I think that's a really good point, and in response to that person who's asking about what can the Biden administration do, I think that, you know, usually when do you see regionalism? Sometimes locals throw up automatically some regionalism, but it's usually in order to prevent the feds from putting forward an even stronger regional proposal. But all of the regionalism we see has been required from top down, either regulatory mandates or funding incentives. But studies of growth management in Florida, Hawaii, Washington, Oregon, Maryland, most of them would say that they have mostly not succeeded because their land use authority is so weak at the regional level that what they have authority to do is to advise, but they actually cannot implement. And then the funding also is also quite weak. So they actually, even in Florida, which had the very, maybe one of the more rigorous growth management acts, they never had the funding to actually enforce and implement it. And so you still see in Florida, you wouldn't think Florida has a very strong, or used to have a strong growth management act, given the development it has on the ground. So I think that is a huge area where we need to be doing more work. But in terms of the last question here around insurance, I think some of you guys are talking about the need to give more information, and that information can shape people's anticipatory work, like in coastal Louisiana. I think that's really important and true, right? What is it? The First Street Flood Lab now has made data so available that when you go to realtor.com and you look up a property, should I buy this house? It has a score there that, according to First Street Flood Lab, the risk score of a flood is 2 out of 10 or 7 out of 10. And that begins to inform where people want to buy. I think that's super important. From an equity and governance perspective, the sooner the market aligns with the realities of the climate costs, the sooner their bubbles of property are going to burst. And that means the sooner they're going to decrease in their ability to offer services. And so the question is that we have to be able to solve the question of how do you help communities decline gracefully, which may include, one way or another, changing their boundaries or the scopes in which they have the ability to pool resources, whether you want to call that mergers, whether you want to call that, revenue sharing across metropolitan districts, or whatever it is, that has to be able to happen. And I think in response to also the segregation or land use discrimination question, I think there's a lot of opportunity that if we actually build the right coalitions, for instance, between housing segregation and the climate people, these are not groups that seem to be talking to each other, but they're fighting about the same issues in a way, about how people are sitting on land that is inequitably located. So can the thinking of the possible solutions address both these things? How do we get out of places that are at risk, but in ways that also expand the opportunities and the resources for people in a more equitable way than we did before?
I want to emphasize that, Linda. I think that degrowth management is so critical, and it's an area that we don't seem to have good. I mean, we can look at the Rust Belt, we can look at shrinking cities, we can look at lots of places where we're experiencing degrowth, and where I don't know, like we haven't learned. I mean, I keep asking people what lessons can we learn from there, and I keep being told there aren't lessons to learn, or like there are a lot of like what not to do lessons. But it seems like this is an area where, for coastal communities, but for lots of other reasons, we really need to have a language around degrowth. So I think you're absolutely spot on with that. Those conversations of how do you merge communities, how do you share resources, how do you extract yourself from these places, gracefully. And because I completely agree with the, flood insurance, like the big problem is if we raise flood insurance prices to be risky, right, then of course we run this risk of we price out all the people who are lower income and living in these areas, and where else do they go? Where can they afford to live? Or when the housing bubble bursts, does that just mean that all of these risk-prone areas turn into low-income housing because they're suddenly much more affordable, right? They become the affordable housing, and that creates a problem. And so we need to leverage those market solutions, but we also, as you say, have to really watch out for the environmental justice concerns that market solutions might cause.
Yeah, and I think when we're talking about, ways of bridging conversations that are happening kind of separately, but really should be informing one another, we haven't talked a lot about what happens to the land, but in thinking about, dismantling segregation, the whole conversation about dismantling settler colonialism. And, I know, Rob, in the context where you work, the conversation about how forms of retreat can advance rather than undermine Indigenous sovereignty is really critical. And thinking about, all the work that's happening with the land back movement and, what happens, who has control and access to places where people are retreating, places that are being unbuilt. That's a whole, huge topic to get into, and maybe there'll be some of that comes up in the receiving communities panel too. I don't know, but
you guys are doing an excellent job sort of addressing a lot of the questions that have come up in the Q&A and the chat, but I want to kind of continue to push on these environmental justice and racial justice issues that we've started to raise, that in my mind, well, I want to also steer us to this question of funding, because Rob and various people have talked about, we need the federal government to step in and start funding some of this. And obviously, to the extent buyouts have happened, it's been FEMA that has done it. To the extent we talk about eminent domain, I mean, you need government funding to do eminent domain, right? And so there's a question of where that funding comes from, and also kind of politically, how you sell it, right? And to me, this connects with one of the questions in the Q&A that says, assuming land use policies related to housing policy, how can the fight over land and related migration policies address and undo centuries of de jure housing discrimination as described in the Color of Law? And to me, this kind of connects to an idea that was a big part of this morning's panel in the international stage, which is this idea of migration as reparations, right? So in getting the political will to generate the funding that's necessary at the federal level or the regional level, how do we talk about it, right? Do we talk about this as righting the historic racial justice wrongs that this country is grappling with? Do we frame it in terms of climate change justice and the fact that the low income folks in disinvested communities are the ones least responsible for the greenhouse gases up in the atmosphere that are causing this problem to begin with? Do we, pin all the taxes on the fossil fuel companies, say they were responsible? Like, how do we frame this politically in order to generate the funding?
Well, I'll start with an unpopular one, maybe.
I can take
Go for it, Rob.
shot.
I actually think Siders, you should go for it because Rob's breaking up again. I don't know what happened with
Yeah.
his screen.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say, I think there have to be multiple framings for different audiences, right? There's no one way to sell this, but one way to sell this to particularly conservatives, right, is it's a cost savings issue. Don't pay to rebuild a home 34 times the way we have done in Mississippi, right? I mean, we've spent $600,000 to rebuild a $70,000 home 34 times in the last 32 years. Don't do that. Buy it once, right? And help the person move somewhere else where you won't have to pay to rebuild their home. I mean, that's a government fiscal cost savings issue, right? And that should be, at least in some respect, a bipartisan issue. So I think there are lots of different framings and we have to use different ones for different audiences. And so I would just suggest that that's at least one where retreat can be discussed in a very bipartisan way.
I think partly when we're talking about land too is, and how do you sell it? I think it fundamentally is you have to get the conservative support, right? And so the question is, how do you bring conservatives and liberals together on an issue in this country? And so much of it is a rural-urban kind of dynamic here. And when you look at it, I mean, I'm an urban planner. I'm in the Department of City and Regional Planning, so I should be siding with the urbans, but the cities have a long history of doing terrible things to rural areas, from the impoundment of water to the transfer of water to the dumping of landfills. Like every kind of environmental justice that we see in cities is implicated in one way or another from the beginning to the end of the natural resource cycle in rural areas. If you're talking about energy production or you're talking about waste dumping, solar panels, where are the wind farms going? Where are the solar farms going? Like all of that is touching on rural and urban communities. So I think that there is such a need for a kind of recalibration and, in a way, an honesty that I think is essential to having healing conversations, of recognition that this kind of urban environmental justice movement that is so closely associated with Black and brown people in the center of cities is also an issue for rural peoples who are white and who are Trump supporters. It is the same issue across both these groups. And then I think the other side that is also cross-cutting is, where do we want to direct people? If you look at Matt Hauer's work, I don't know if Matt's going to talk about this, but when you look at where migration ends up going, all over the world, they don't go to more rural areas. Generally, they go to other urban centers. So the urbanization cycle is only going to continue more and more. And the kinds of urban places they go to are not necessarily themselves any more resilient. So Louisiana people, they went to Houston and Tampa. Guess what? That's not going to be great for the Tampa and Houston areas either. So where is it that we do want to grow, that if science were to tell us are the somewhat safer places, or that demographically really need people in order to sustain their local revenues and cultural centers? Like upstate New York has been devastated by the concentration and leaving of people for other parts of the state or for the country. So can we recalibrate the future of where we steer that kind of growth to be places that actually distribute benefits across the country, and not only more so to the urban versus the rural divide?
I think Linda and Siders are making really, really good points that I just want to sort of piggyback on in the indigenous, in the area of indigenous peoples, is I think figuring out how to sell this, if you want to think about it that way, in different communities. So the commission, the federally created commission, or rather the commission that had federal support, that helped the folks in Newtok, was something called the Denali Commission, which was a commission designed to help rural people in Alaska, and it was very popular among the Republicans in the Alaskan political structure, and it was popular in the Obama administration too. Now it got funding cut and so on in the Trump years and whatever, and now there's kind of an autopsy about whether Denali Commission was a good thing or a bad thing. But what it did do when it had funding was it moved money to rural areas in Alaska, and in Alaska, even the conservative folks understood that there was a need among rural people and that there was a justice issue related to indigenous populations. And in Washington state, there are tribes that have gotten land. There were tribes that we found in that report that were in floodplains and tsunami zones and everything else. And they got the state of Washington to cede other land to them because they had been pushed out of Olympic National Park, long ago. And there was this idea, at least even, among conservatives and liberals in Washington, there was this idea that there was some kind of a justice issue there. I'm not sure you can recreate that everywhere, but I think that you have to be able to look and find that. And if there were just a whole plan just for rural areas around the United States, I'd be in it. I'd be in for that, right? And just say, okay, this is just a Green New Deal for rural areas, and look for support that way.
I think that's huge what you're saying, and this is like getting a little political here, but we have such a Green New Deal that it's all urban. The demographic platform for rural areas is zero. So there are people who have proposed, Green New Deal for agriculture and other things, but tying that to the first question of migration from the global south, most people where they're coming from are agriculturalists, and most land ownership wherever you are in the world is highly unequal, where corporations or wealthier people own most of the land. In the United States, it is like less than 1 or 2% of all agricultural land is owned by Black people. So how do you rethink the question of rural areas that also begins to be a place where you can absorb more labor in a just land ethic, that when you bring in the decarbonization, the kinds of agriculture that we're practicing also has a picture. So I think that the managed retreat question needs to have a rural dimension that we haven't really touched on.
Oh man, I really hate to do this because this time just flew by, and I have so many more questions for you guys. This was really wonderful. Thank you to all 4 of you for really wonderful presentations. But we are at time, and so I think we take a break. I'm going to pass it back to Kevin and Sarah to tell us what's next. But thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I'm sorry, muted. Thank you all so much to our incredible panelists for that truly riveting discussion. Thank you to Professor Sinden for leading that discussion as moderator and dealing with our connection issues so seamlessly. At this time, we are going to take another break. This one will be about just about half an hour. So go ahead and stretch your legs, grab something to eat. Make sure to be back at 2 p.m. because you do not want to miss our keynote address by Maxine Burkett, Professor of Law at the University of Hawaii's William S. Richardson School of Law. So the webinar will remain open for you, so you don't need to close out and reopen, and we'll see you all again at 2 p.m. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. We hope you're all refreshed and ready for the second half of our program, and we're excited to introduce our keynote speaker, who will be speaking for about a half an hour before taking some questions from the audience. She's a professor of law at the University of Hawaii's William S. Richardson School of Law, a global fellow at the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars, a CPR member scholar, and a co-founder and senior advisor of the Institute for Climate and Peace. She's been a key voice as an expert and award-winning scholar on climate change law and policy, and has done extensive work on climate justice and climate migration. She's been published in countless law reviews, academic journals, and other publications, and has been cited in numerous news and policy outlets, including the New York Times, the Washington Post, and BBC Radio. Suffice it to say, she's truly a leading figure in this field, and we are so glad she accepted our invitation to speak today. And we are absolutely thrilled to introduce Professor Maxine Burkett. Professor?
Great, thank you so much, Sarah. Aloha, everyone. I'm here in Hawaii. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. This is such a fantastic gathering. I have really enjoyed every pre-dawn minute that I have been in attendance. It's really been a pleasure to listen to colleagues and scholars and thinkers that I have relied on greatly in my own work and have appreciated so deeply. I just wanted to sort of give a little bit of context into what I'll be talking about during my time with you. You know, it's amazing to see a conference like this come together after sort of, you know, the initial years of working in the climate migration space. I'd initially been doing climate justice and climate reparations, and was attending the Copenhagen meetings in 2009, and had the privilege of listening to Ambassador Ronald Dumont of the Seychelles talk about the plight of small islanders, and in particular, the possibility of loss of habitable territory, and what would that mean for his people. It was quite moving, and at that time I shifted from thinking sort of in climate justice, climate reparations, more generally to sort of the more specific look at migration, loss and damage, avoiding the unmanageable. But then of late, sort of the migration work nested within that larger query about justice and reparations seemed to be the most significant opportunity at this moment, seemed to be about understanding the regime shifts that we are experiencing at ecosystem and legal system levels, and thinking about systemic transformation, so that there is a sort of more macro orientation to my research right now. It's looking more at the 30,000 foot level, or the 5-century level, if you will. And so I'd like to start first by sharing my slides. Hopefully you can see them here, and talking to you a little bit about where this most recent project, Root and Branch, sort of sits within my larger research. So the research that I'm doing now builds on 4 sort of interlinked propositions that have driven my work over the years, including, again, this piece, Root and Branch, which is forthcoming. The first is that racism and racial hierarchy and environmental degradation, including climate change, have long been inextricably intertwined, and they've served as mutual accelerants, right? With human mobility always being a key feature, either the unfettered movement of some peoples or the constrained movement of others. So in many cases, unfettered, violent, constrained for some, usually Black and brown. Second, the law has been complicit in racialized environmental degradation historically, and further seems inadequate today in the face of cascading crises, including climate change and its geopolitical impacts. What do we do about that is a big question that follows. The third is that part of law's inadequacy can be linked to our compartmentalization of the environment, so that ecological limits are not taken into account in all the ways that we organize and manage the spaces where we live, work, and play. And I intentionally use that language because what we're seeing in the law is a departure from environmental justice definitions of the environment, indigenous understandings of relationality, for example, understandings of humans and nature as being deeply intertwined generally. And specifically, we're seeing that the law is responding to compartmentalized understanding of the way in which the environment and other crises intersect. So for example, our ability to understand how climate change affects global migration, even when we accurately can see that at this point it's very much multi-causal, is affecting the way we understand, say, climate and conflict as well, or increased poverty as a result of the changes to the environment because of the changes to our atmospheric chemistry. And I'll say more about all of this later on. But finally, I've argued that we would do well, especially those of us who work in environmental law, to look to alternative ways of knowing as we adapt to mitigate and perhaps reverse the climate changes that we're seeing. Indeed, we cannot fully solve the problems that we're trying to and that we're facing now without being clear-eyed about all of the above. So today's talk will take more of a global perspective, but can be easily translated to the US context because we see familiar patterns repeat at multiple scales as we've looked at constrained spaces throughout the globe and throughout our country throughout the day, the morning for me. Ultimately, like climate change generally, to the extent that migration has been addressed in a climate context, decision makers still generally favor low-hanging fruit in solving our problems. Yet at the roots, we find the origins of both dangerously cabin views of the environment and a political economy that has relied on sacrificing land and people. So here's how I'll walk through this talk today, and again, through the lens of one of the most difficult challenges facing law and governance, which is climate migration, either across borders or, as we saw in the last panel, within our own borders. First, I'll discuss the justice and migration interplay, and I'll use maps to illustrate this challenge. Maps, images, graphics, which I think altogether tell a very vivid story of the root issues. I'll then consider if our legal systems, beyond just environmental law, are capable of responding adequately, especially when they might be deeply implicated in perpetuating these crises. I'll take a sort of very quick detour to introduce and summarize my work on climate reparations and the most important element of reparations, in my opinion, which is that guarantee of non-repetition. Because I believe it's essential to getting to the roots of the problem of climate-induced migration and the climate crisis generally. I'll close with an exploration of what that looks like, what it looks like to get to the roots of the problem, and what it looks like in to sort of look to the rear view while contemplating preferred futures. I'll also contextualize the new administration and the relevance of this of the recent EO briefly at the end. So first, climate change and climate justice. There are statements of physical scientists that I think tell the geophysical story, but often lay bare the geopolitical dilemmas. So here's Sir David King saying the maps of the world will have to be redrawn. And he said this in reference to glacier melt in Greenland, but this, I think, has larger meaning as we've organized ourselves in the geopolitical landscape. Because of changes to this landscape, many may be forced to move because of climate change. So while climate acts on this map, the actual physical map, this map perhaps presents even more of a challenge and exacerbates the crises that we're seeing. There are borders and jurisdictions that make movement more difficult within countries and across borders and affect our ability to even mitigate the crisis because of the notion that those borders meaningfully define or delimit national interests. Many, particularly in the global south, have these borders as impositions, external impositions rather than organically formed. The strength of the nation state is buttressed by the formidable right to exclude, which Amma Francis, who you heard from in the first panel, has correctly underscored as being in direct conflict with the needs of migrants. And it's evinced, for example, by the previous presidential administration. And you can see vividly here, again, an image of the physical map that tells the vivid geopolitical story, right? So here, border as construct is evident. This is where we see the border as a mode of racialized exclusion, where the border is literally being dynamite blasted into the canyon landscape after the November 2020 election in order to continue to pave the way for the border wall. But again, the climate crisis is indifferent when it comes to the political map and will impact us irrespective of whether we put up walls or not. Regarding justice and equity considerations, I'd like us to consider this map as well. What we see here is a map that's distorted based on emissions over a given time. This is 2009, a 2011 rendering of the 2009 images. And what seemed to be notable was the fact that China and the United States were changing positions, right? In other words, China became in a single year the greatest emitter, and we see that switch happening right around 2007. But what's also notable is that certain countries dwarf entire continents, right? So you can comfortably fit a number of countries into the United States, into the space that China occupies, and say Europe as a body. Also relevant to where I am, especially, the Pacific Islands are imperceptible dots on the map. If we look at another image, this is a bar graph that's showing us the per capita emissions here. And obviously there's some that this is relevant not only to sort of contextualize the differences that we see in those large countries relative to each other, but also for us to understand just how much we are well above the world average. I'd also like to remind that we are not seeing the per capita emissions for almost 150 countries that are not pictured here. So if you take the graph and sort of wrap it around the walls of the room that you're sitting in, probably right back to the front of your screen, at the end, you will find the per capita emissions of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. And again, this is important to consider when discussing responses to climate-induced migration. And this is of particular interest to us here in Hawaii, as we are already a host and transition state for Pacific Islanders who are moving to the US for myriad compelling reasons. Now, we know that there are other non-climate change related dynamics that would help us understand the impacts of sea level rise on the Western Pacific at this point. We're also learning that the drowning islands narrative may be the least accurate term in the near term, right? And thirsty or extremely hot island narratives are perhaps more on point. Yet we might see this as a preview of things to come, made unambiguous by media reports like this one. You're making this island disappear. So while climate forecasters deem small islanders as among the most vulnerable to climate change impacts, a subset of small islanders like the Marshallese also face the specter of permanent loss of habitable state territory, rendering them migrants without a home country. The same is true for countries like the Maldives in the Indian Ocean, no more than 3 meters at its highest point. This is its capital, Male, which is the political and financial heart of the country. And again, while we see there being a unique set of challenges for small islanders that are compounding pre-existing economic and political profiles that make them uniquely vulnerable, we see that some islanders have to contend with a kind of statelessness that we've not seen before in the law. And so here again, we have a geophysical scientist speaking to, I think, in some ways, a very geopolitical phenomenon, which is to say we have essentially effectively entered a no analog state. He's talking about the rate of carbon emission, 55.5 million years ago, which we are currently surpassing in very dangerous ways. So if we look more closely at the impact of climate change on issues of migration and justice, we can ask questions about how capable the systems that we have are in responding to those challenges. And I would argue that few other consequences of climate change so neatly encapsulate the features of contemporary climate impacted life, rocking the foundations of our legal system. Climate migration and displacement, I think, does that in some, again, more difficult known ways, but also unknown and unique ways. From notions of agency and self-determination to fixed concepts of the nation state, the changes, forecasts, and the acceleration of the rate of change beg for a legal system that is just durable, but also dynamic. And one can ask, how are we currently keeping up? Well, I had a conversation with a friend and colleague of mine who does, she's a systems thinker, and she thinks about systems in context of sectors and companies. But I found this particular slide to be so interesting and sort of a great way to stress test our legal system. What capabilities does a system need to respond to challenges with vibrancy and resiliency? And there are a few things. You have to see yourself as complex, to make meaning and sense of challenges, to align around best action, to test, prototype, learn, and adapt. In some ways, the law is not meant to do that. Predictability is actually meant to be a virtue of the law, but we're entering a stage of profound unpredictability. And how do we keep up? Is this system capable of responding with vibrancy and resiliency? It's plausible, if not probable, that the global experience a more than 3 degrees Celsius temperature increase, and possibly 5 degrees Celsius by 2081 to the 2100 period. The global temperature increase would quite literally produce a whole new world. The severity, the speed, and recent governance failures at multiple scales suggest that our infrastructure is woefully underprepared. I could give you numerous examples, but I'll just take the example of the media coverage of the migrant caravan as an example. Again, where we see the intersection of severity, speed, and governance failures really producing human rights abuses and heartbreaking crises along our border. We see that there's been an increased coverage of the differences that climate change is introducing in terms of its impact on migration. We saw as well in this piece from the New York Times from April of 2019 that there's an understanding by those who are moving that the weather has something to do with it. The weather's crazy, everything's out of control. This is a different kind of driver. And interestingly, in the article, climate change is presented as a tipping point. Violence and poverty are primary drivers identified, but already today's tip can have profound consequences if you consider the relative numbers against the backdrops of our existing legal arrangements. Similarly, what we know from professors in international migration law, thinkers like Professor Ramji Nogales, the kinds of problems that we're seeing with respect to the migration flows are actually the result of very small numbers. It's important to note that during that 2015-2016 period of migrant flows, the migrant numbers constituted 0.2% of each of the populations of the EU and Australia, and only 0.02% of the population of the United States. Yet, throughout the globe, decision makers are conducting high stakes debates on border control, many with xenophobic undercurrents, without understanding a key variable. And the question becomes, is this predominantly an environmental issue, an immigration issue, a national security concern, or one of equity of justice? And we have to ask it in this way because we have spheres of governance that are compartmentalized, that think about things very deeply, but not oftentimes across disciplines. That also further complicates the issues because there are many areas of law that could own this issue. And Professor Wiliam Busby, environmental law professor, has described this kind of phenomenon as the regulatory commons problem. He says, in essence, that though social ill is widely recognized, the very existence of multiple potential managers prevents any one player from taking responsibility. This is especially true when the causes and harms of that ill cross jurisdictional and/or state boundaries. And because of its cross-cutting nature, particularly into deeply compartmentalized fields that don't understand themselves to be environmental necessarily, the ill can continue to evade focused attention because no one policy community is obliged to respond, nor can climate migrants hold any one entity accountable for its failure to respond. So without going too deeply into this, because we covered this in the last couple of panels, there are limited options that seem to be definitive that one could hook onto if they were migrant displaced or over the long term needing to move because of damaging climate change on their habitability of their community. We've seen that there have been calls for any number of sort of management at the international level in terms of migration, new governance regimes, specifically to support funding or administrative resources in particular. Some have called for new legal instruments, such as a standalone treaty to address cross-border climate-induced migration. Others remain skeptical that migration spurred by climate change differs substantially from other kinds of survival migration to warrant a new instrument. Never mind the difficulty of drafting and passing a new one or amending the Refugee Convention. Some believe that a combination of extant approaches, if fully taken up, would be effective. Yet, under the prior administration, the US, Australia, a number of European states are voting not to adopt the Global Compact for Migration, despite the fact that it doesn't create any legal obligations. Some believe that we're looking completely at the wrong scale and should focus on domestic immigration law and leave this to the decision-making at the borders. Similarly, we have a lot of unanswered questions at the domestic level. Again, not to repeat much of what was said so well in the prior panel, we have outstanding questions, outstanding issues of governance at the vertical level, organization horizontally, issues of funding, issues of civil and human rights when contemplating questions of managed retreat, for example. But to say that we need to figure this out may sound obvious, but I have to emphasize the we in that statement. Those of us who are concerned with rights, justice, and equity in the problem solving. Again, it's plausible that we will see the kinds of changes that will further rock our ability to live as we have lived. You know, if we are contemplating 3 degrees, it's important to understand that we're just at 1.1 degrees Celsius above normal in our current status. That's produced summer 2020 simultaneous dry lightning storms, firenadoes, massive and repetitive hurricanes hitting the Gulf Coast, as well as one bit of data that I found very disturbing, which is that there were 100-degree heat waves in Siberia, rendering their June and parts of July hotter than Honolulu. So again, Existing law and policies, as well as a lack of relevant law, can aggravate the negative impacts of climate change. That is very true in the migration context, especially again with the absence on the side of those who are thinking about this at the intersection of equity, justice, and are thinking about the histories that have gotten us here. In the absence of better or balanced information on or planning for climate's influence on human mobility to fill a relative void, vivid narratives are taking its place, are fueling demagogues throughout the global north and south, and effectively creating a self-fulfilling prophecy regarding the climate crisis and conflict at all scales, perhaps rendering that increased conflict inevitable. And regarding demagogues and accompanying dangers, if anyone thinks they are getting too much sleep at night, try this book, Storming the Wall, for keeping you up. There's not enough time to delve into the thesis or the evidence, but suffice it to say there's a vibrant conversation, vibrant planning and investment occurring outside of the formal and considered legal system. And it includes hardening borders, smart border walls, weaponized drones, among other things. So solving for this is urgent. And because the source of the problem is also deeply rooted, it requires a broad scope and deep ambition. And so here's where I will sort of take a quick detour and talk a little bit more about where climate reparations and specifically climate reparations in the context of guarantees of non-repetition come in. So what we know is that sort of climate migration presents these novel legal issues, such as the unique kind of 21st century statelessness that Marshallese and Maldivians must contemplate. It also provokes all of the unfinished work of our current legal regimes, namely power, whether from fossil fuel derived electrons to uneven heft at the international negotiations table, as well as historical contributions to both climate change and other communities and countries' vulnerability to it. Further, as mentioned, major components of our legal infrastructure have gotten us here and supported continued paralysis. So I think understanding how we got here, correcting for that, and then ensuring that it's not repeated guides us through that step from sort of complex problems that we see ourselves facing to the necessarily complex solutions and the just and equitable futures we prefer to see. So recently I was invited to revisit a 2009 project on climate reparations. The Lancet Commission on Reparations and Redistributive Justice is exploring the moral, legal, economic, historical, and political evidence for various global claims to reparations and redistributive justice. And I've been working with geographer Sonia Klinsky to understand and to articulate the case for reparations in the context of climate change. And the moral case for reparations becomes abundantly clear when you recount the numerous disproportionate burdens, which have been mentioned, and there are many more. There's not time to sort of capture this even in a day-long conference. But in short, the suffering has been uneven. The indirect violence and trauma of overconsumption and unjust enrichment have been borne by many for the benefit of a privileged few. The outcomes and prognoses are grave, and the resolution to ensure that all of us survive and ideally thrive require transfers of diverse resources to reduce emissions dramatically and to support adaptive capacity. That's the moral case. There's also strategic benefit. We must properly diagnose the problem to repair the climate crisis and not repeat the initiating and now decades to centuries old set of harms that have gotten us here. The carbon economy has required sacrifice zones, and sacrifice zones require racism. Eliminating that dynamic and remediating will yield benefits that inure to everyone. Eliminating the underlying logic also limits the likelihood of it happening again. So blending the moral and strategic arguments, reparations are meant to right wrongs and forge right relations between parties. And as a practical matter, the relationships within our country, between the global north and south, and across movements need to be repaired to build trust and solidarity in the face of mounting change. So I know this is a big part of the set of questioning today, which is what's the feasibility of all of these things. But I would suggest that instead of asking if reparations are appropriate or feasible, the operative question becomes, is remotely adequate climate action even possible without collective action? And if not, can collective action of this scale emerge within current relationships? And if not, what would facilitate this repair? So climate reparations may be one way to think about it. Specific harms, though, are getting their due attention, which I think will help to change the conversation to some degree. We saw this excellent New York Times article that was describing the difference in the experience of extreme heat that we're already seeing occurring across the globe. Countries like Nigeria are becoming poorer while contending with heat extremes depicted vividly here. In Nigeria, the article describes rising temperatures are supercharged by nonstop gas flares. You can feel them singe the skin. We see familiar patterns repeat at all scales and is mirrored in cities across the United States. Again, one example is redlining, which was referenced earlier, and its legacy, which has resulted in some neighborhoods experiencing temperature differences averaging 5 degrees warmer and as great as 12.6 degree warmer than non-redline neighborhoods. And these spikes sit atop the urban heat island effect. We also see coastal crises and cultural heritage collide on our coastlines in the South in such a way that violent storms and heartache has killed many people that have been displaced. But we can see that the story is even older. Racial hierarchy and environmental disruption have been, again, I've argued, mutual accelerants, and as early as the 15th century. In this study, researchers concluded that the great dying of the indigenous peoples, as they describe it, of the Americas resulted in human-driven global impact on the Earth system in the 2 centuries prior to the Industrial Revolution. So the great dying resulted in large part from disease, but also warfare, enslavement of indigenous peoples, and hunger following social disintegration. Reforestation led to increased carbon sequestration. We saw the global drop in temperature during that time. It shows that human actions had global impacts on the Earth system as early as the 15th century. This is further supported by researchers who were trying to identify, if we are to call this period we're in the Anthropocene, when does that start? What date would that start? And Lewis and Maslin argue that this event, this encounter, is the strongest of just 2 to arguably mark the start of the Anthropocene: disease, war, enslavement, famine, as well as transoceanic movement of species, right? The great divergence, the agro-commodities from the vast new lands of the Americas that allowed Europe to transcend its ecological limits and sustain economic growth. It is, again, one of 2 dates that they mark, and the other is the incredible proliferation of nuclear bombs and testing during the 50s and 60s. So climate reparations looks at reparations from the concerns of the most vulnerable and considers the most important prong, I would argue, non-repetition. It asks the question, what does non-repetition look like in this context? And for climate change, that's an extraordinary question in the literal sense of the word, because more than repairing or compensating for past harms, it asks for us to really understand the foundational faults in contemporary life. And I've argued in a few pieces that in addition to apology and demonstration of commitment to repair, reparations claims should also include and emphasize the guarantee of non-repetition, which is the most transformative element of repair and its capacity to effectuate meaningful change. So how can we look to the past, yet remain forward-thinking and acting at this critical time? Well, climate justice as a maturing field has a lot to say about it. Professor Anna Greer, for example, analyzes law's structural complicity and uneven outcomes and forecasts for the poor and of color globally. She notes that the very design of the law, particularly corporate and international trade laws, fundamentally predisposed to environmental degradation and indifferent at best to the heightened vulnerability of much of the global South to externally driven change. Efforts to do less harm then, to limit excesses of our global political economy, and to understand that climate change is not an issue to be resolved, but a context or landscape to be navigated will be key. Marcus Hedall argues, among other things, that the ability to clearly articulate duties or obligations in response to identifiable wrongs, identifiable rights is a wrong in itself, right? That inability to articulate those obligations is an additional wrong. Other international environmental law scholars have prescribed the same. What are the obligations from the general to the granular? Can we articulate those? Climate justice can also leverage other relevant critiques, such as Professor Ramji Nogales' critique of international migration law, which she argues actively creates refugees crises by its own parameters, right? With, for example, its requirements that migrants access a state's territory to appeal for refugee status by more than likely embarking on a risky and perhaps extra legal journey. She further argues that the crisis is one created by infrastructure choices. It's not a crisis of absolute capacity. And as mentioned earlier, the relative size of cross-border migrant flows suggests that better infrastructure choices with respect to cross-border migration at the very least can strengthen capacity. And to the extent that climate introduces even greater numbers, which is plausible, the estimates that range in the millions and some in the billions, planning or expanding capacity and the ability to manage a dynamic increasing phenomenon is optimal. Finally, and perhaps most important, this kind of productive planning is best able to incorporate the perspectives of the migrants themselves and ensure that the states protect migrants' rights throughout the process of migration. And of course, as Professor Gonzalez mentioned earlier, Tendai Achiume's persuasive arguments that against the backdrop of colonialism, the centuries of free and consequential movement of Europeans throughout the global South, and the obligation of former colonial powers to open their borders to former colonial subjects, it would be increasingly relevant as we think about possible solutions. So looking to the roots to clarify how best to respond to the crises that we're facing. Again, the guarantee of non-repetition requires more. The answer is not simply don't use fossil fuels again, as incredibly important as that is. In the context of the larger divide that has defined rich and poor, global north and south, the West and everyone else, economic anthropologist Jason Hickel, for example, has provided a critical through line to consider. He looks at the impacts of enslavement, colonialism, their aftermath that allowed for a small cohort to grow through accessing much greater resources, human and natural bodies, and suggests that the charity paradigm obscures the real issue at stake. It makes it seem as though the West is developing the global South, when in reality, the opposite is true. Rich countries aren't developing poor countries are developing rich countries, and they have been since the late 15th century. And he describes this in a way that allows us to understand that the aid flows, for example, from developing countries to developing countries total $2 trillion, but some $5 trillion flowed out of the global South in the same year. So in short, Hickel is saying poor countries don't need our aid, they need us to stop impoverishing them. Right? And we've seen evidence that the same can be said for poor communities in our country. Similarly, and relevant to climate, poor countries don't necessarily need more international environmental law. They need us to do less harm, to pour over the laws and related governance regimes that exist, regimes of international trade and conduct of multinationals, for example, and expunge those that further accelerate climate and racial crises, to press domestic lawmakers to develop temporary protected status into predictable pathways to access and integration into new states and nation states, to ensure that environment agencies have as much ability to determine public policy as the treasuries. Indeed, to break down the actual and conceptual isolation of ecological limits and environmental laws from the crafting of commercial laws, for example, which are the most impactful in the places we live, work, and play. Hickel also says that anthropologists tell us that when the structure of a core myth begins to change, everything else about society changes around it, and fresh new possibilities open up that weren't even thinkable. So there are two myths, that, again, that we have this more contemporary problem of climate that's just about carbon and not as deeply rooted in the environmental degradation, the relationship to racial hierarchy that we've seen historically. The other myth is that our fortune is not inextricably intertwined with the living planet. There is a dualism reflected in our perceived distance from nature, and that's cleverly rebuffed by youth climate strikers. This is critical for us to appreciate, as well as we understand how the compartmentalization of the environment has actually hampered our ability to assess the nature of the problems we face. So we see a great example of this in the climate and conflict context. A significant 2019 study found that climate change is only a modest contributor to armed conflicts since World War II. And the researchers cited factors such as low socioeconomic development, low state capacity, and intergroup inequality emerging as more consequential. But one member of the team stepped back, and this is a team of leading climate experts, Cullen Hendricks, and he asserted in hindsight that there may be a massive underestimation of the impacts of climate on armed conflict because the standard methodologies fail to explore and incorporate pathways through which climate change affects key factors not deemed as strictly environmental. So they were looking at Kenya, and they were looking at conflict during times of drought and during times of heavy rain, and then asked whether the vast differences in socioeconomic development and state capacity were attributable to the climatic conditions or not. And he asked, low socioeconomic development and low state capacity are two factors most associated by climate conflict scholars with armed conflict, surpassing by a large margin factors like climate change itself and physical geography. But what if socioeconomic development and state capacity are themselves products, at least in part, of climatic conditions? So what we see is that the compartmentalization of the environment is evident in social science research. The effect on the ability to forecast future vulnerabilities is not only salient, it's potentially harmful. And failing to see these linkages in the first place belies a broad blind spot in the research itself, which mirrors blind spots that are pervasive among and across numerous disciplines, the law included. So I will say that the law reflects a similar preference for clear domains. It hinders effective responses to systemic challenges like structural racism or environmental change. And I maintain that the root causes are the collision of this dualism and racial subjugation. Climate change, again, requires sacrifice zones and disposable lands and peoples, and sacrifice zones require racism. And we see this in particular when we consider the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Again, thinking back to the beginning of this talk, they are particularly emblematic and tragic when you consider climate and migration pressures on top of its own profound nuclear history and the ways in which it intersected with our testing in the region, which itself brought about massive displacement and generations of harm. So because I'm nearing the end of a climate presentation, I'm compelled to end on a hopeful note. And I am actually quite hopeful, but there are no pictures of windmills or vast fields of solar arrays in this presentation, though that's important. Instead, I want to highlight that the intellectual technology is also already here and evident. There are alternative paradigms. Numerous rights discourses and critical legal theories have highlighted these inequities and forwarded elegant and longstanding alternatives. The principles that are the most just for the worst off, including the non-human natural world, are embraced and articulated by literatures on traditional knowledge and indigenous equal orders, earth jurisprudence and environmental justice, as well as third world approaches to international law. And while these discourses may appear a radical departure from current socio-legal structures, they may nonetheless be mandated by those seeking justice in our climate-constrained world. And a full articulation of those new structures will likely not come in time. I think we're going to be building the solar plane as we fly it, if you will. And on that front, there still may be some good news. The new Biden administration has been mentioned throughout the morning, and I think rightfully. They've signaled a clear-eyed understanding of the urgency of the crisis and have outlined priorities and specific intentions regarding even the more contentious elements of climate disruption, such as climate-induced migration. This February 4th executive order from the administration was a seismic development. It's an order to rebuild and enhance programs to resettle refugees and plan for the impact of climate change on migration. It understands the issue to be one relevant beyond defense and homeland security and a concern for State Department, USAID. I think moving closer to a less securitized discussion of the crisis. Among other things, it specifically asks for options for engagement and working collaboratively with other countries, IOs, bodies, international organizations and bodies, and non-governmental organizations and localities. And for those of us who've been working in this field for years, this is as close to a game changer as it gets, I think. It's a whole of government approach. It understands that challenges can be a space for deep coordination and partnership, and encourages a thinking that is beyond fear and opens up the possibility for innovative and rights-oriented thinking. Further, key voices within the administration have affirmed the fundamental relevance of climate change to international agreements and institutions well beyond the Paris Agreement or international environmental law instruments generally, and sees it as relevant to all elements of foreign policy. The importance of this perceptual shift, I think, is difficult to overstate. The byproduct of that shift signals at a minimum a possible evolution in the legal order or approach that, depending on the speed with which it develops, may well be something close to revolutionary. So with that, I'll close, and thank you all so much for your time, and I look forward to any questions that you might have. Thank you.
One of the crazy things about being online like this, Maxine, is we don't get the, we don't get to all applaud for everybody, but that really was wonderful. Oh my gosh. I mean, you just, you threw a lot at us.
I have that problem.
I do want to open it up for those the participants in the webinar to please just go into the Q&A tool if you have questions, but I certainly have plenty of questions. And one I think I'd like to start with is just trying to understand more specifically, when you say climate reparations, what you have in mind in turn, because it strikes me that on this morning's panel, we talked about a fairly specific idea that would say climate reparations takes the form of forcing countries to allow, a number of migrants across their border that is somehow proportional to their responsibility for the greenhouse gas emissions that are up there in the atmosphere driving the climate crisis. But you also, of course, talked about the loss and damages piece of the international climate negotiations, particularly coming out of the Paris Agreement. So it strikes me that that would be another way to sort of operationalize this idea of climate reparations, would simply be to say, we call the money that needs to get put in the loss and damage fund a kind of reparations for past harms. So I'm interested in your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thank you. That is a great question, because it's the way I think about this is, I think, friendly to all of the proposals that have been mentioned and the ways of thinking about repair, as in addition to the things that we see at the sort of at the framework convention level. When I think about reparations, I think about it as a process that has a clear sort of sense of the ends and with respect to what we're trying to build. Right relations, trust, solidarity. These elements, the process itself is benefiting all of us in that it provides an opportunity to correct wrongs that allow for, especially in the context of climate change, a sort of shoulder-to-shoulder approach to the challenges that we're facing, and recognizing that in fact solving these problems in any real meaningful way, in any sustained fashion, is not possible unless we correct those relationships. And so the reparations process is one that is for the benefit of that end result, and that, that's not saying the means justify the ends, et cetera. The means themselves would maybe be this kind of migration as reparations proposals that Professor Gonzalez is describing, that Mike Gerard had written about years ago, that loss and damage is a way for us to be able to execute on the commitments that we make during that reparative process. But the idea here is to sort of be able to correct for past harms and build futures that are truly founded and grounded in the sort of commitments to equity and justice that aren't dependent, that are sort of at best indifferent to racial hierarchy, and certainly in their sort of worst iteration so far have been built on the backs of Black and brown people over generations. So correcting that is going to be key, and building something new moving forward is also part of that.
Well, and you talk about the process being particularly important, and that's a really interesting piece of this, because when you look at the Black Lives Matter movement, for example, there's a lot of work going on right now from a kind of reparations lens, but very much at a hyper-local level, right? Trying to engage community members and the police in a kind of conversation that involves apology and all of the various elements of repair that go into reparations. But when you think about climate justice, all of a sudden, some of those conversations aren't necessarily local, right? Because these impacts are spanning the globe. And so it just raises some really interesting questions about how you design a process that really gets at people's relationships, which feel kind of like they need to be local or one-on-one or smaller numbers of people, and yet the causality here implicates the entire globe.
Yes, and I mean, I think what we're looking at in terms of thinking about building the case for reparations and then trying to sort of sketch out some kind of structure for it, it would be applicable and can be right-sized for the context that it's in. So, Sonia Klinsky, I mentioned, is a geographer. She's Canadian. She's looked a lot at some of the work with Indigenous rights, First Nations people, and their own truth and reconciliation in Canada, and is understanding how the kinds of structures that we're describing, and frankly, the sets of solutions, whether it's compensation or satisfaction in the traditional reparations mode, what that would look like in a way that's what would that look like to be relevant in context? And that, again, the sort of North Star, the lodestar for the process remains, but it's right-sized for the context and the peoples that are involved.
Yeah, but we're kind of running out of time, but I did just one more question that loops back to the very beginning this morning, which must have been very early in the morning for you, but Elizabeth Ferris in the first panel talked about how talking about loss and damages in terms of developed countries' obligations and their culpability in the way that, you know, a reparations conversation does, just shuts down the conversation. And, you know, that's an argument sort of in favor of this securitization lens that says, well, let's call it something else so we don't ruffle feathers. Otherwise, you know, the rich and powerful are just going to kind of turn on their heel and walk away from the conversation.
Yes, that is absolutely a problem. I mean, I appreciate that, and I understand the fact that the term itself immediately comes alive to people, you know, in their own way, right? The term is constructed individually. So if I say it, other folks are thinking of their understanding reparations, and that is, I think, occurring in many different spaces. And so, you know, what do we do with that? I mean, I, again, want to emphasize the fact that this is about building right relations, and this is actually a necessary antecedent, right? That this has to happen in order for us to get to where we would like to go. And also to ensure that the solutions aren't just sort of reinforcing the kinds of circumstances that are on balance going to be harder for global South, whether global South within the global North or global South in this geographic divide that we understand today. It is important, and it bears stating that, you know, there are a number of sort of euphemistic ways that we've talked about essentially the same thing. This is very similar to, as Professor Gonzalez said earlier, common but differentiated responsibilities. This is very much, as well as respective capabilities to incorporate the, you know, new countries like India and China and those emerging economies. This is very much going to be about what we do with loss and damage. Being able to have that conversation also allows for us to understand that you know, for example, most people want to stay in place. What do we do in our planning that allows for them to do that? We actually can have a more honest conversation about what many want, and allow for our responses to look like those sets of solutions that are actually reparative, but maybe are reparative under a different name.
Maxine, I wish that we could continue this conversation, but we are over our time. That was really, really wonderful.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. I really appreciate the opportunity. Congrats on a really wonderful conference. Excellent.
Okay, thank you so much, Maxine, for that wonderful presentation and for being with us from so far away. I noticed you joined us right at 10 a.m. Eastern time, so thanks for getting up so early and for giving us so much to think about and for giving us some hope as well. So we'll take one last quick break, and we'll be back at 3 p.m. for our third and final panel, Planning Ahead, Implications for Receiving Communities in the United States. Thanks, everyone.
In the other one, but that's all right.
All right, so we're all here, great, and it's 3 o'clock, so we'll get started again. Thanks again, everyone, for joining us. The next and last panel is Planning Ahead, Implications for Receiving Communities in the United States. We are thrilled to have another of Temple Law's own professors, Jennifer Lee, moderating the panel. Professor Lee directs the Social Justice Lawyering Clinic at the Scheller Center for Social Justice. She is a scholar on low-wage workers and immigrant rights. Prior to joining Temple Law in 2013, she was a managing attorney for the Migrant Farm Worker Division of Colorado Legal Services and has also worked for the ACLU of Colorado. She's been published in many legal journals, including our own Temple Law Review, and we are thrilled to have her moderating our last panel. Professor Lee, please take it away.
Great. Thanks so much, Kevin and Sarah. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the final panel for our symposium today. What a great day it's been so far, and I'm really excited to be able to wrap up the symposium with this panel. The theme about this panel is planning ahead. And on the one hand, the pandemic has made planning seem like an anachronism, as many of us are constantly facing looming uncertainty around every corner. On the other hand, it's revealed to us the tragic consequences when political and social institutions fail to plan ahead when disaster strikes. So I'm delighted to be joined here with some of the leading experts who are actively writing, advocating, and working on this very question of planning ahead for receiving communities. Their full bios are in the program, so I'm not going to spend the time to go over, their incredibly impressive credentials. But today's lineup is going to be Matthew Hauer, who is a professor of sociology at Florida State University, whose research has highlighted the toll of climate change on forcing migration within the United States. He'll be followed by Alice Kazwan, who's a professor of law at the University of San Francisco Law School, who's written and spoken widely about the appropriate roles of federal, state, and local governments in mitigating and adapting to climate change. Then next up will be Carlos Martin, who's a senior fellow in the Metropolitan Housing and Communities Policy Center at the Urban Institute, where he's leading research related to housing strategies for climate adaptation. And then finally, we'll have Rachel Micah Jones, who's the executive director of Centro de los Derechos del Migrante, CDM. That's a transnational migrant rights organization based in both Mexico and the US, which works directly with migrant workers who have been impacted by climate change. So each of our panelists are going to go ahead and briefly present. We'll then have a discussion among the panelists and then open it up to Q&A with the audience. But of course, if you have questions as we go along, use the Q&A feature at the bottom of your Zoom screen. So with that, I'll turn it over to Matthew.
Great, thanks. Thanks for having me over here too. This is really, really wonderful. So I'm going to talk about some of my work around sea level rise and migration in the U.S. It's another one on sea level rise. It seems to be a theme for many of the speakers. And I had a lot more planned to talk about, and it turns out that many of the previous speakers covered the ground probably better than I could. So I've changed up my slides a little bit throughout the day. I was going to talk a bit about managed retreat and armoring and so on, and it turns out it seems a little unnecessary to do so. So instead, I'm going to focus my talk on three main areas. And I know that some of the others coming after me are going to touch on some of these as well. But I think when we talk about destination communities, we have to understand how many people are we talking about that could be on the move essentially and end up in different communities. We have to talk about where they're likely to go. So it's not just a simple large number out there. I think the very first presentation had something like 600 million people in the low elevation coastal zone. We have to know where those, if we have 600 million people on the move, where are they going to go? And then of course that naturally follows into the very next question, which is who these migrants are likely to be. Early on, there was a really wonderful, strong emphasis on multi-causal pathways for migration. And it's true, migration is incredibly complicated. No one really moves for any one reason. And what you're looking at here is a complicated figure of the different factors that go into migration, and in particular, environmental migration, that was adapted from the Foresight report in the UK that just simply has sea level rise related factors in them that might be associated with them. So people don't just move because of climate change per se, like extreme heat or something like that, or sea level rise. They move because climate change changes their employment opportunities or their livelihoods, or there's managed retreat that's associated with it, or they're moving because they're risk averse, or maybe they're even anticipating, or maybe they're simply displaced, or maybe they're wealthy enough or poor, or they're too poor and they're stuck into place, and so on. And then there's individual preferences, facilitators and obstacles to this migration as well. So when we talk about how many people and where they're likely to go, and thinking about receiving communities, we have to frame all of the migration decision making within a very complicated web of factors. But if we take one step back from this, we know a couple things about migration generally. We know that pre-existing networks play a very large role in where people choose to go. And we know that those networks of social capital and kin networks tend to be relatively short distance. So this is just coastal migration for 3 select counties in the US: Eagle County, Colorado, Assumption Parish, Louisiana, and Dougherty County, Georgia, right up the road from me in Tallahassee, but it's in Albany, Georgia. And in Assumption, that would be out migration. The others are in migration, where coastal migrants might end up. And even though some of these networks look relatively large, they're actually relatively local, in that most migration tends to be very short distance. But you do get some spillover to very far, what seemingly is far-flung destinations. So this is actual empirical migration data. This is from the IRS. And so we do have people from Assumption Parish, Louisiana, moving up to Syracuse, New York. And we do have people from Miami or Los Angeles relocating, moving to Albany, Georgia. So these migration patterns, we do have, even though they tend to be local, they tend to be short distance, and they tend to be to major cities, as you can just see from the spider diagram. They don't always are that way. So when we think about, we have to get a handle on how many. In terms of sea level rise in the US, we're looking at, if we have about 6 feet of sea level rise, we're looking at about 13 million people in the US that could be displaced. If we have 3 feet of sea level rise, that's the orange line, we're looking at about 4 million people in the United States. And some of these numbers can get relatively large depending upon early on, right? It happens relatively soon in the century. So that first blue dot at 0.3 meters, we're looking at about 2045 for that number. Most of that is going to be concentrated. Most of that population at risk is concentrated in the Gulf region, in South Florida, in New York. There's a lot of people in New York City, and in the San Francisco Bay Area. So if you just were to pair the last slide with this slide, and you were to look at these numbers, it tends to be short distance, and it tends to be to places where people are already moving. You can get a handle on where the destinations for sea level rise migrants are likely to be. So people from Miami are much more likely to end up in a place like Orlando or Atlanta than they are to end up in a place like Seattle or Denver, for instance. It is hyper localized when we talk about this. Florida accounts for about half of the people that would be at risk to sea level rise in the US, followed by Louisiana. So with just over 1 million. So Louisiana has a much smaller population than California or compared to Florida, yet it has numerically a very large amount of people. This is the bulk of the coastline that is threatened in terms of the numeric amount of people, the volume of people. And so proximity to these locations is going to be very important in thinking about receiving communities. I want to talk real quick about relative versus absolute risk, because you have a lot of people in New York City, so you would have a lot of people threatened by sea level rise. But if you look at these top counties in the United States, some of them are very, very at risk to sea level rise. Tyrell, Monroe, and Hyde County have over 80% of their population could be displaced with just 6 feet of sea level rise. So it's hard to describe that in any other terms besides catastrophic. But in terms of a numeric amount, they're very small. I mean, Tyrell and Hyde, even Cameron Parish, Louisiana, are very rural areas, a small number of people. So you would expect a small number of people to be displaced, but they have very large relative risk. On the flip side, if you look at Broward County, you've got 1.5 million people, but the relative risk is much lower. Same with Miami-Dade. Those would be 1 and 2 in terms of the actual risk. So when we aggregate all of this up, when we aggregate all these different migration networks together, and we aggregate the amount of people that that could be on the move, we end up with a figure that looks like this. This is a bilateral flow diagram showing all possible origin and destination combinations at the state level. And the size of the bar, the size of the band, represents the size of the migrant flow. And these are colored with the top 10 states. So if you look at that arrow for the baby blue, that's Florida. The arrow is showing people who are originating in Florida and migrating to another place. And so that arrow is pointing to Texas, which is in orange. Most of that migration, though, happens to be from Florida to Florida, right, as you can see by that top bar. But we do end up with a lot of cross-border migration, a lot from Louisiana to Texas. We have Virginia into Florida. We have New York to Texas, to all over the place. So we have a lot of migration that gets aggregated up into a lot of different flows, to the point where essentially every single state will see some form of sea level rise in migration. In this case, on the left, those are counties, and on the right, this is aggregated up into metropolitan statistical areas, making it a bit easier to see cities. And so anything that's red would be a net loser of population. Anything that would be in green or blue would be a net gainer. And as you can see, pretty much everywhere in the entire United States, every single state has some form of in-migration. And when we aggregate the ins minus the outs, we end up with Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania as being the largest increase in population. And we see Florida, Louisiana, and New Jersey being the largest net losers of population, and they tend to be the biggest senders of people to other locations. But again, we have, if you look at that Florida bar, it's a negative loss of 2.5 million people, but 6 million people would be at risk of migration. So you have a large volume of people relocating from Florida to another part of Florida. So for many of the areas that are heavily threatened by sea level rise, they're both senders and receivers of amounting to be climate migrants. Now, when we talk about who these are, this is some relatively more new work, and I think this
now,
is
because I'm going to be speaking in about 5 minutes.
I think this is important for sort of understanding equity involved in migration and so on. The coastline in the future of the U.S. is going to be considerably more non-white as time goes on. So if you look at the coastline today, it's 50% white non-Hispanic. By 2100, we're looking at just over a quarter white non-Hispanic. So there's a tremendous amount of diversity that's going to occur in coastal areas this century, and it's pretty much everywhere. The darker blue represents the hegemonic white non-Hispanic population, and we see that strongly in coastal communities in 2020. But by 2100, it's considerably blunted, and we see instead of heavily dark blue, we end up with a lot more light blue throughout our coastlines, and many other race groups becoming the primary race group in many coastal communities throughout the US. We have a tremendous amount of aging that is going to occur in coastal areas as well. So who are the migrants in the future? And when they go, they're going to be much more likely to be older, over the age of 65. It's the fastest growing age group in coastal communities today. And so when we talk about climate migration in a receiving community, it's increasingly going to be elderly and increasingly going to be non-white. This would be the population pyramid for this. And so in 2020, we're looking at about 16% of the population being over the age of 65. By 2100, we're looking at about 36%. So there's a tripling of the population aged 65 plus by the end of the century. So this is only in coastal areas right here. Another way to think about it is median age. And again, here we have median age for just a select group of coastal counties in red, and then what it would be in 2100. And so some of these are going to be exceptionally old. I don't know another way of putting that, where Collier and Lee County, Florida is having median ages over 60 or 65. Today, about 5% of counties have a median age over the age of 55. By 2100, we're looking at about 95% of coastal counties having a median age of over 55. This trend toward aging is not just here, it's all over the United States. All those golden counties, those are the golden years in the future. By 2100, seeing a tremendous amount of aging compared to what we looked like in 2020, or what we look like today, where we have a relatively youthful population compared to the population that we will have by the end of the century. So our migrants in the future are going to be increasingly over the age of 55. And this is global too. This pattern is also global. So when we think about climate migrants globally, we also have to grapple with a considerable amount of very likely elder migration, or possibly people being trapped in place as well by the end of the century. So that's what I have right now about how many, where they're likely to go, and then of course some demographic characteristics of who those migrants are likely to be. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Matt. That's fantastic. And so we'll pass it now on to Professor Kosloff. You're muted.
All right, thank you so much. Very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation to join, and I'll echo everyone else's comments on what a fascinating day it's been. Terrific presentations, learning so much from all of you. Wish I could be talking to you in person, but happy to be here nonetheless. And big congratulations to Sarah and Kevin again for their incredibly professional development of this day. All right, so I am going to start off, I think, talking just a little bit more about some of the climate migration drivers. This was going to be depending on how much other people talked about it. And we've heard a lot about sea level rise, but I'm going to talk just very briefly about a few others. And then I'm going to drill down on the implications of that climate migration for the migrants themselves in terms of particularly affordable housing. That's going to be my focus. Many needs, of course, but I'll focus on housing. And then I'll just talk briefly now about multi-level governance for achieving affordable housing in these destination or receiving communities, just introducing the idea here and hope to talk about it more later. All right, so I'm going to talk a little, not about sea level rise, but I will look at heat briefly. So a recent study in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences suggested that if we want to keep living in the same temperature range that we've lived in for the last few thousand years, we may not have that liberty, and we don't do anything more about climate mitigation, we don't reduce emissions, then 30% of the global population, that's 3.5 billion people, would have to migrate from where they currently are. Again, we may adjust to being able to live in a different climate range, but that's what it would be if we tried to say the same. These charts show the areas that are suitable for human habitation, and the lighter the color, the less suitable. So here's current, here's 2070, here's the difference. I'm just pointing out Southern United States, Latin America, parts of Africa, look at India, huge decreases in suitability if we don't do anything about the problem. If we do take steps to mitigate, then only about 13% of the global population, that's 1.5 billion people, would need to move to stay in the same temperature zone. Looking at it domestically, this is just a sign in Phoenix, note the 122 degrees. Projected mid-century changes in terms of increasing number of days over 90 degrees, and that's not counting also increases in humidity, which are going to make things unpleasant. Major issues around heat and sustainability in light of heat. Drought and problems with water supply. Not all water supply issues are drought issues. So looking at drought globally, red and purple are bad. So look at United States, look at, again, problems in Latin America, Africa, and across much of the world. And as has already been discussed, drought is considered one of the factors, at least in the Central American migration to the United States, the collapse of agriculture there from drought. Looking at the United States, also big water supply issues, partly from drought, overdraft of groundwater supplies, as well as intrusion of saltwater into freshwater supplies. Here in California, less snow, right? That's what we rely on here. Big problems with the aquifers all throughout the West. And then here in California, we talk a lot about fire. On the left, we can see darker colors showing increased risk of fire. Again, looking at the Amazon and Latin America, serious issues looking at risks of fire in Africa. This is a picture from Australia, the fires last year in Australia, where people fled to the beaches in order to avoid the fires. I love the horse in this picture, saved by its family. Here in the Western states, again, I'm speaking to you from California. These are what we see now on the news every day in the summer and fall. Rich as well as poor, right? Trailer park here burned. One thing that hasn't been mentioned yet that I think could also end up being a factor are our decarbonization policies themselves. Sort of the poster child is often coal, and we look at what will be the fate and future of communities in areas that have relied on coal, whether those are in Appalachia, where they do this underground mining, or in the West, in Wyoming, other places where they do it above ground. Maybe we'll see community revitalization in ways that allow those communities to stay in place, or not. But oil and gas, right, is huge, right? This is a picture from the news in Louisiana after Biden put out his moratorium on oil and gas development on public lands, and at least someone was claiming over 200 oil and gas jobs at risk in that context. Economies and places very dependent on the oil and gas industry, whether it's Louisiana or Oklahoma or other places. Again, we may see revitalization with new community development strategies, but we may also see migration that comes by virtue of decarbonization, which again, of course, we have to do, but may have some of these migration implications. So I want to be sure we're adding that to the mix. All right, turning now to our subject, which is the receiving communities. We will talk a lot about challenges because, of course, we're here to solve problems, but I want to talk a little bit also about benefits. Some of the poster children of this possibility of climate havens, that places that might really benefit from having additional migrants. Poster child is Duluth, Minnesota. I've got folks who've been consulting around the issue of whether we can find ways to attract migrants to places like Duluth. It was built for more people than are there, right? They have the infrastructure for more people. Other, as was mentioned earlier today, other Rust Belt areas have lost populations with the loss of manufacturing. Can we find ways to revitalize these areas with climate migrants? These things have also come up in the news a fair amount with Buffalo, New York, thinking about its future plans. Even Cincinnati, Ohio, and its climate plans starting to think about whether they have unused resources that would benefit from both businesses and residents coming in. Don't want to deny it will take work, even in the places that would benefit, right? In terms of figuring out having the jobs and having the services, having appropriate housing for people who are coming in, and dealing with the social and cultural issues that may arise as you have new populations coming into what may be more homogeneous communities. But we will talk a lot now about challenges. And of course, particularly if you're talking about migrants that are low-income migrants, who may be the folks who have less to lose or less ability to stay. Again, we don't know entirely who they'll be, as Matthew Howard suggested, but to the degree they're low income, many challenges they're going to face. And Carlos Martin will talk about a range of challenges. I can't do everything here, so I'm going to focus primarily on housing and primarily on affordable housing. And again, there may be parts of the country that do have affordable housing. You know, Detroit, other places where there's low-cost housing and it's available. And that's fine. And we want to think about how to get people there. But overall, if we look at the nation as a whole, we do have a shortage of affordable housing looking nationally. So there are many situations, notwithstanding places that have affordable housing, there are many places that have, or more places that don't have sufficient affordable housing. And our migrants, following family ties, social capital, kin networks, as Professor Howard discussed, or real or perceived employment opportunities, or simply hoping for the best, may end up in these areas without adequate housing. So what is that shortage? If we look nationally, some data suggests that there are only 10 million rental units available for 18 million folks who need them in the low income, for low income renters. And that means that many people are going to end up paying much more than they can afford. They're going to end up in the units that are not for very low income people because that's all they can afford. And when we look at the data on cost burden, meaning people paying more than they can afford, for our very low income renters, it's extensive. Over 80% of very low income renters are what we call cost burden. They pay over a third of their income for rent. And over 60%, this is our lowest income category, over 60% of those folks are paying more than 50% of their income for rent. So a very intense cost burden in order to remain housed and not be homeless. In terms of homes, not rentals, but homes, some estimates suggest that demand exceeds supply currently by 1.6 million. And I'll add that the same study suggested it's increasing by $300,000 units per year. And the gap in supply is all in low and middle income. It's not in wealthy. There's enough housing for people who are wealthy, but not enough for low income. For our migrants who were, and the risk again in this context also is, as we increasingly intensify the problems with affordable housing, it's going to be a matter of intensive cost burden, but of being priced out altogether and into homelessness. We're also dealing with racial disparities in the access to housing. And I'm going to focus here on segregation, partly because I think existing patterns of segregation are going to make it more difficult for migrants of color to find adequate housing. So this is just one chart. It shows you that if you look at the bottom and at the experience of whites, they're the most likely to live in what are with people of the same color, right, in areas that are primarily white. Blacks and Hispanics here are more likely to live in areas that are mixed, but the most sizable group they're likely to be with, right, if you're Black, is going to be other people who are Black. If you're Hispanic, it's going to be people who are Hispanic. Again, these are national averages across national metropolitan areas. Clearly, segregation is much worse in some areas and much less in others. These are just the averages. But I think what it tells us is that when migrants are coming into areas, they're going to confront existing segregation that may give them a heads up as to the challenges they're going to have in trying to find housing and the potential that they feel for potential risks of housing. All right, so in migration, for folks who are fleeing tragic events or the slower onset problems, incoming migration is going to increase our existing pressures on affordable housing, right? We already have significant challenges in affordable housing, and having additional migrants come in is going to increase the pressures. When we had tremendous numbers of Puerto Ricans fleeing Hurricane Maria, they often went to Orlando, which was one of the areas in the country that already had a significant shortage of affordable housing. So again, many of them doubled up with relatives, so they were ending up with many people in small spaces in order to manage. But they confronted and likely exacerbated the affordable housing problem in Central Florida. And then a study done or reports done a year later said the newest residents are still facing several challenges, the biggest being the lack of affordable housing in this context. And tens of thousands have stayed in the area, right, rather than returning to Puerto Rico. So this is just one example of the challenges. Here closer to home, we had the Camp Fire, which destroyed the town of Paradise in 2018. Many folks went into Chico, a nearby town, where months and a year after the fire, still a housing crisis in Chico, where many of them went, with, I don't have the chart here, but a 21% increase in housing prices post-fire a year later in that context. Again, fire people may be more likely to go back, but this is just to give you a sense of the ways in which migrants can experience severe challenges in finding affordable housing in the places where they go. It's also going to be a challenge for the receiving communities themselves, right? For the people who still live or who lived in those places in which the migrants are arriving. So if there was a shortage of affordable housing before, having additional migrants come in is going to make it harder for the people that already live there. Their rents could go up, right? Increasing the cost burden of existing residents, not only causing high cost burdens for the people coming in. And then we have the risk of gentrification, right? And that's a risk that occurs even if wealthier people are the ones who are arriving, right? Even if it's not direct competition for the housing, because you have poor migrants coming in, it's wealthier migrants coming in, that is going to create pressures on the existing housing stock that could end up pricing out the existing residents and leading to gentrification. And already mentioned today, was the studies that are being done and assessments that are being done now in Miami, where interestingly, people of color ended up on the slightly higher ground there because they were not allowed into the beachfront property. Restrictive covenants kept them out of the beachfront property. They ended up on the less valuable higher ground, but now that higher ground is becoming, what we might call hot property, not just in temperature, but also in prices, with a lot of developers starting to buy up some of these higher elevation, not that much higher, but somewhat higher elevation areas, with the risk then of displacing the poorer residents of places like Little Haiti, right, which was where people of color had ended up in Miami. So ultimately, as Rob Verchik suggested earlier today, I think there's a need for a national strategy to address domestic climate migration. We can't leave receiving community adaptation to migration, right, to the communities themselves. I think it's not fair. It's not their fault. It's a national burden that they're going to need help with. And then I think, as Linda Shai discussed earlier, many of these receiving communities are going to fail to prepare and accommodate for the housing needs of both the existing migrants who are coming in, as well as the existing residents who are going to be impacted by this for a lot of reasons, right? Just a fear of immigrants, whether they're domestic or international, a fear of social and economic disruption, and zoning that's exclusionary, driven by the above concerns, as well as the tax implications that she described this morning so well. So I propose, first of all, and I think no one's going to dispute the need for this, a national level research and tracking of migration trends and projections. I think that's going to be essential if we're going to want to match migrants with the communities that could benefit from them. And it's also going to help the potential receiving communities that need to be preparing and need help in preparing. So I think more work like Professor Howard's work should be funded, right, is essentially what I'm saying here. And then also, I think we're looking at the need to push local governments. We need federal requirements that are going to push regional or local governments to be planning in this context for that migration that can be anticipated using the federal data and with some federal parameters that I can discuss more later. I think we'll also need some federal imposition of certain kinds of land use requirements, again, handing out probably money as the carrot to get this to happen. And those could include things like some limits on exclusionary zoning, some mechanisms to address gentrification risks, as well as some policies that would affirmatively create affordable housing. And then we're going to need federal resources for these receiving communities. Again, I don't think you can ask for any or all of this without providing the resources that are needed to enable it. Thank you. I think I've taken more than my time probably, and look forward to continued development discussion.
Great, thanks so much, Alice. That was great. We'll next move on to Carlos.
Hi, thanks, Jennifer. I'm going to share my screen now. And I do want to note that I saw Jennifer's note to Alice saying to muse herself, which I think she meant mute. But I'm going to take that to as a sign that I can amuse myself. And so hopefully you guys will find this entertaining. I know the majority of you who are watching are law school students, as I understand it. And so I can't think of a phenomenon that's more interesting than climate migration for you all to be studying and to be involved with. I mean, it's a confluence of the property law discussions that we've had, the land use and zoning law, civil rights law, housing, including fair housing, as well as eviction law and environmental law. So I think it's a great opportunity. So hopefully some of the conversation we're going to be having deal with sort of your law studies and how relevant those are. So again, Carlos Martin with the Urban Institute. We've been leading a variety of different affiliated projects in this area. Probably I'm going to be speaking about one in particular, but the one that I do want to talk about a bit more is, I'm sorry, let me sweep this. is one that we've been leading on, the issue of migration and the receiving communities. So important note, I mean, we've talked about this, I think, in the rest of the day, but there are a variety of reasons that people move that are climate related. We tend to only focus on the first and third that you see on the screen. That is the acute disasters, and then the adaptation and buyouts that are associated with publicly funded needs to cover resources and public coffers, really. We don't look at the fourth, which are the economic reasons why people want to leave because of climate related effects, for example, reduced agriculture, or because their neighbors have moved for a chronic disaster event or something like that. So I just want to make sure that we're conscious of all of the various ways in which people choose to move. And again, we've heard about sea level rise, and there are a variety of reasons. These are clearly the 500,000 people in Oregon alone that moved this past summer, albeit temporarily because of the wildfires. There are a series of, I would say, 12 climate effects that one could say would directly induce environmental effects that would induce migration. And so it's important to keep track of the reality that these are all going to be playing out in people's decision-making processes as they move forward. Like Matt, we're in the process of looking at where people go to, but where Matt is doing an amazing job of looking at where people will be going to, we're looking at where they went to in the past and their decision-making around this. And it wouldn't surprise anybody on this in this conversation to know that exactly what Matt is saying. People tend to go nearby as much as possible. We're looking at 20 years of both climate and non-climate related acute events, disasters that have occurred, and where they've gone through using a variety of different data sets. And this is just a quick sample of 3 fires in California over the last decade. And yes, people move as close by as possible because where they have family ties, where they have employment, educate schools for their kids, et cetera, they always move as close as possible. There are only a couple of instances where that hasn't been the case, and it's usually because of mass evacuation and mass relocation. And I'll be talking about those in a second. The project that we're embarking on right now is looking at 3 specific cases. New Orleanians and Louisianans who left after Katrina and moved to Houston, Puerto Ricans who left after Maria and moved to the Orange County, Osceola counties areas around Orlando in Florida. And then the example that I think we heard about earlier today, the Jean Charles, as well as other Terrebonne and LaFourche Parish residents who've been moving because of slow level onset chronic dislocation. So in addition to the quantification, the quantitative side of it, I want to talk a little bit more about the qualitative side. What are we actually seeing in these cases where people have moved? If you look at Katrina, which has the longest history, and I think the biggest insight into not only because of the size of the population that moved to Texas, for example, from Louisiana, but also the stories that we were hearing, which were repeated. Alice touched on this a bit, but it's almost like clockwork. Between 12 to 18 months after a hazard that causes a mass dislocation, even when it's temporary, occurs, the places where people move to, the receiving communities, start changing their tune. At first, there tends to be a sense of course, we're going to welcome our neighbors. We're going to be, in some cases, particularly in Houston, we're going to be Christian and provide resources to our fellow Gulf citizens, et cetera. But by about the 18-month mark, which not coincidentally is when FEMA individual assistance ends and FEMA PA and other of the more relief and recovery related funds dry up, is when the receiving community starts mentioning things like crime is increasing, our housing and our employment base is diminishing because of the new migrants, et cetera. I always tell the story of a city council hearing 12 months, 13 months after Hurricane Katrina in Houston, in a predominantly wealthy and white neighborhood in which residents stood up and said, we don't want these Katrina illegals here anymore. So makes you think, right? These were people from a neighboring state, and the language that is chosen to describe people, these newcomers, is very worrisome. So that was the case in Houston. Let me show, and this isn't one of our case studies, but I wanted to include this very quickly since Alice brought it up with the Paradise and Chico residents. So one of the things that Alice didn't mention is that there was a major recall effort of the mayor and city council member who were trying to adapt the new Chico residents in the new Paradise residents in Chico. And there was a major recall effort, successful one at that, combining both the fact that they wanted to build affordable housing. So there was a NIMBYism that was occurring in Chico, as well as the fact that it would be going to perception, these people who were from a nearby community. I shouldn't be surprised that even in Chico, California, they were called, which had a much bigger housing shortage than in Houston at the time of Katrina. The complaints were very similar, that their crime is going up, even though Paradise tended to be a very elderly white residency and upper middle class to upper middle class community that had moved over to Chico. But regardless, there were still these claims of these others, these newcomers who were coming into our community, even though it's the nearby town. So these are the three cases that we're looking at. Part of what we're looking at are the demographic differences that Alice mentioned, by race, by income, and by age that Matt mentioned in these three different cases. So let me give you a little sense of the qualitative study as it's come around so far. The very first thing we did was, of course, interview the migrants themselves. And I'm very conscious of these terminology. I mean, because of the same reasons that I'm critiquing the kinds of things that are said at city council members. So I don't like the term climate migrants, but for the sake of this conversation, we're just keep using that term. We interviewed in the three sites, we interviewed did several focus groups and interviews with this community. So we're obviously dealing with different timeframes, right? So in Houston, for example, this was from 2005, the Katrina moves. In Maria, 2007. The Ile de Jean Charles process is currently still happening. The settlers just have started to move in. Presumably sometime this summer. The housing is already almost ready to be occupied, but there have obviously been challenges with the pandemic. So interestingly, it's been very positive in Orlando and Osceola. And this is the migrants' perceptions of the receiving communities as they entered. Very negative in Harris County, and I'm going to get into some details about why. Whereas in Lafourche and Terrebonne, it's been a bit of a mixed bag, mainly because they're still going through the process. And so a lot of the Terrebonne and Lafourche parish parishioners, including the Ile de Jean Charles residents, are still in process of relocating somewhere else. Typically, Homa is the biggest source community right now. It's important to note that all three of these populations had some major amount of federal assistance associated with them. For the Maria and the Katrina migrants, it was FEMA IA and to a certain extent CDBG-DR in their source communities. And for the Ile de Jean Charles residents, they've gotten obviously I think it was talked about earlier today, the major CDBG-DR relocation funds to move further up Terrebonne Parish. So, and all three sites had some very clear, not only the amount of money, but also some very clear signs of public sector investment, public sector assistance for varied reasons. And for the Puerto Ricans who moved to Orlando, a lot of this is associated partially with federal assistance, but really with the decision by the state of Florida. At the time, the governor, who is now senator from Florida, and county commissioners and mayors in Orlando to roll out the red carpet, not the red carpet, but a welcome mat, I should say, to the Puerto Ricans. So there was right off the planes in the Orlando airport, they were giving assistance. In Houston, it was primarily a very slow evacuation, temporary shelter aid from the convention center in Houston, which Louisianans have been relocated. In Terrebonne Parish, the START program, which has been created for the resettlement, has been providing a variety of different services. So Alice mentioned housing. And so the only thing, we're looking at 5 specific service areas in the receiving communities. What we're already finding on the housing side is that in most of these cases, there is an abundance of housing, not necessarily affordable housing, but there is a lot of housing. So it's a question of where people can relocate and afford. But there has been early signs of perpetuated segregation, that people tend to go because they're going to places with familial ties. They tend to be of the same demographic communities, and so they're tending to go to, for example, Louisianans are going to places, African-American communities in Houston that had long-serving ties with Louisiana. There's a place in Louisiana, I always forget the name of it, in Houston, excuse me, that has the name of something like Cajun Town or something like that, that has a long-serving cultural tradition with New Orleans. In Orlando, the Orlando area, most of the Puerto Ricans have moved to highly Hispanic neighborhoods, particularly in neighboring Osceola counties, where there are a lot of pre-existing Puerto Rican community groups. On the employment and jobs, business development sectors, there's blatant job discrimination that's been occurring. The Houston site noted this most clearly, that Louisianans moved to Houston and were seeking employment after their aid had dried up, and they were seeking jobs in their new places. And these weren't necessarily, there's a combination of working class as well as middle income professional folks that had moved over from Louisiana and that were living in Houston, but they almost all reported job discrimination. Financial services side, there's been a really interesting story that I didn't expect, is that a lot of the existing financial services, the banks, et cetera, that were serving people in their home communities, set up shop in the new places. This is especially true of a predominantly African-American bank in Louisiana that set up temporary franchises in Houston for up to two to 3 years after the Katrina folks had moved over. A similar story we're seeing with Puerto Ricans in Maria. The alternate, people on the lower end of the income scale are obviously using a lot of alternative financial providers. This is true in almost every disaster, but there is a lot of payday, loan shark, excessive use of credit cards that they're relying on because of the move. So it's both the consequences of the event that's caused them to move, as well as the move that has put a lot of them in very precarious financial positions. Healthcare providers, in all 3 sites, we've seen gaps in mental health provision, more than any other kind of service. But interestingly, in several of the places, their healthcare facilities improved by the move. This is especially true in Louisiana, where people who are very rural, including those Jean Charles, are closer to more urbanized areas and have better access to higher quality healthcare. Social cultural facilities, it should be no surprise that churches have played a major role in the integration and the movement of people, particularly where the church, if it was a national church, was providing services both in the source community and the receiving community. And they've been able to speak to each other. This is true in Louisiana with the Catholic Church, and in both Houston and Orlando with Catholic churches and Protestant churches. Again, these are pre-existing cultural ties. So the extent that people have like a Puerto Rican resource and cultural center, or a restaurant, or a bar, or a market in the receiving community, those become hubs for continuing conversation and access to a lot of these other services that we're looking at. In all 3 cases, the high culture and high recreational, for example, formal parks, formal museums, arts organizations, have done very little for the migrant communities. So let's end on some positive notes. I do want to note 2 cases that I always bring up, and most people are probably familiar with these, at least the first one, that is the New Jersey Blue Acres program. And I bring that up in the receiving communities context, mainly because the New Jersey program, so New Jersey is a buyout program, but it combines federal with state funds, but they provide massive amounts of additional services to the low income communities, including relocation assistance and housing identification, housing search assistance. The second example is in Orlando. They've actually thought a little bit more strategically about the longer term, knowing that every study, including math, shows that Orlando will be a receiving community in the long term. So they've thought of all of their existing programs in this bigger long-term spectrum, including adding new accessory dwelling unit laws to promote the increase of affordable housing for existing populations as well as future populations. They've been looking at acquiring empty lots within Orlando to develop urban farming as well as the housing. Urban farming with the idea that eventually not only will they have to serve a bigger population, but they'll have to feed themselves in a climate future. So some really interesting thoughts that are going on in some of these receiving communities. So that's most of what I was going to talk about. The only other thing I want to say is that one other big effort that we've been involved with, that we've been leading with colleagues of ours at Enterprise Community Partners, has been a federal review of federal policies that touch and do not touch, more to the point, on climate migration. And we're still waiting to see what's going to happen with climate adaptation under this administration. But look at past federal examples. There have been positive cases of relocation. I know I heard somebody say that it's always been negative, and that's not the case. There have actually been very positive cases of relocations in the past, going back to the New Deal and the Appalachian relocation that was occurring, to more recent, the evolution of public housing redevelopment, the Hope 6 programs. I think they're positive when we look at the lessons that we get from those, the kinds of resources and services that are necessary to add to those. So it's not just, moving somebody and giving them a house for a year. It's moving somebody, giving them resources for job training, small business development loans, healthcare access, all of the things that make life livable for any of us. These are the decisions that people go through and the things that receiving communities have to think about. That's my story.
Great, thanks so much. Excited to see that study come out soon. Okay, finally, we'll turn it over to Rachel.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. And thank you to the symposium's organizers and all of the panelists today for this critical conversation. You have given us much to think about as we move forward under this new administration and also strive to build stronger alliances with allies among the labor, immigrant rights, and environmental justice movements. So this photograph on this slide shows women picking crabs in Hoopers Island, Maryland, where hundreds of women with H-2B guest worker visas work. The work is grueling and the peace rate is unconscionably low. And in a few moments, we'll consider what climate change might mean for the women in this photograph and the hundreds of women like them who leave their communities every year to work on Maryland's Eastern Shore, but also for the hundreds of thousands of people who come to the United States each year through the temporary guest worker program, many in large part for climate-related reasons. So, so again, I'm Rachel Micah Jones, and I'm the founder and executive director of Centro de los Derechos del Migrante, or CDM. And for more than 15 years, CDM has worked in solidarity with migrant workers to remove the border as a barrier to justice through 4 complementary programs: outreach, education, and leadership development, intake, evaluation, and referral, direct representation, litigation support, and policy advocacy. CDM has advanced justice with tens of thousands of migrant workers across borders. CDM and workers have also harnessed the power of technology to improve access to information by co-creating contratados.org, which gives workers vital information about recruiters, US employers, and workers' rights. So when workers are recruited in Mexico for jobs in crabs or forestry, traveling carnivals, construction, or agriculture, they had no way of evaluating their potential employer or even whether a job was for real or not. And as a result, many workers paid fees for non-existent jobs or pursued visas with employers who were known bad actors. So to address this problem, worker leaders in the Comité de Defensa del Migrante, a group I'll discuss more about in a moment, co-created contratados.org to share information among workers. Now, before deciding whether to migrate, workers consult contratados to make informed decisions. So this is at the core really of CDM's work is the Comité de Defensa Migrante, which is this migrant defense committee, which is comprised of more than 100 community-based migrant worker leaders who organize and empower migrant workers to defend their rights and educate their coworkers. And CDM also co-founded and chairs Migration That Works. This is a coalition of labor, migration, and anti-trafficking organizations, as well as academics that promote an alternative model for labor migration, one that prioritizes the human rights of workers and their families and elevates labor standards for all workers. So for us with staff in the US and Mexico, CDM's unique transnational approach is to provide support and access to services for migrant workers along their journey. Now, so while CDM primarily focuses on defending workers' rights under US labor and employment laws, not environmental laws, not our expertise, we have really seen how the climate crisis has exacerbated many of the factors that cause people to make the decision to migrate, and also how it affects their entire migration experience. Climate change is already devastating communities where access to job and resources is already deeply uneven. When I saw this piece, the series in the New York Times Magazine last summer, I thought about several of the comité leaders. And over the years, they have shared with us their own stories of climate catastrophe, of crop losses, of drought, sometimes of flooding. And although the New York Times Magazine story describes a family facing a painful decision about migrating to the US after their crops failed in Guatemala, a similar story could be told by many of the families and communities in Mexico that CDM has worked with over the past 15 years. People who could no longer sustain themselves or their families through precarious agricultural work because the work became more unstable because of recurring droughts or floods. So this, from Ejido Palomas, the Ejido Palomas is this tiny community in central Mexico. Typically more than 400 women travel north each year to pick crab meat from Maryland's prize crabs. And these women come on H-2B visas. This immigration status restricts them from working with any employer other than the one certified on their visa, and it prevents them from remaining in the United States other than to work for their employer. This means that if they face sexual harassment or abuse on the job, or if their employers refuse to pay them lawful wages, they cannot easily leave to find a new place to work. In our most recent report on the industry in 2010, Breaking the Shell, women described crowded housing, widespread crab asthma, limited access to healthcare, all of these conditions putting them at risk for lethal exposure to COVID. And because of the unpredictable weather and harvest and the over-recruitment of workers, sometimes workers struggle to pay their employers their rent or purchase food. Across the visa program, the guest worker visa programs, workers face disturbingly common patterns of abuse. Abuses begin in international labor recruitment when companies or recruiters charge fees for US jobs that don't exist or maybe do exist, but cause workers to become indebted or lie about conditions. Employers and recruiters also routinely discriminate against internationally recruited workers because of their race, age, or gender, illegally hiring them into lower paying positions or refusing to hire them at all. It's not uncommon to see job ads calling for 18 to 35-year-old men, for example. In the United States, employers often send sick and injured workers home without compensation. And if a worker dares to quit, their temporary visa expires, making it nearly possible for them to access justice. So women in Palomas described to us increasingly violent storms, and academics studying Maryland's blue crabs have suggested that climate change and changes in saline levels have led to smaller crabs in recent years, reducing the pounds per hour that workers can pick. But researchers also suggest that climate change could be a boon to the industry in the future, extending the crab season if the industry knows how to manage the changes in crab behavior and growth as the waters of the Chesapeake Bay warm. So what then does climate change mean? Well, what will it mean in 5 years or 10 years for the women from Palomas who have worked in Maryland's blue crab industry for the past 3 decades? The short answer is we don't obviously know for sure. But But as we project dramatic climate migration in the coming decades, what we do know is that our US immigration system and our worker protective laws are deeply flawed and ill-equipped to respond to the current and coming climate migration. Our current laws do not protect people seeking work, family unity, and safety as they flee climate devastation. What we're seeing with the crab pickers isn't unique to them. This map from the Union of Concerned Scientists shows projected changes in agricultural yields in some crops. The green areas show regions that have not traditionally hosted guest workers, but with growing seasons in new agricultural regions, we're seeing and will continue to see the H2A agricultural worker program expand to new areas that are somewhat new to these guest worker programs. And just for context, there are now 5 times as many H2A workers today as there were when I founded CDM 15 years ago. And we predict next year to be another record year for the program. What we need is an alternative model for labor migration, one that prioritizes workers and their families' human rights and elevates labor standards for all workers. If guest worker programs expand in their current forms, the programs will exacerbate racial, gender, and age inequities and replicate and multiply the harms that workers face in guest worker programs. These programs are tailored to meet industry's needs rather than prioritizing the needs of the workers that fill them. Beyond these large and overarching issues in the guest worker program, we need to address several health and safety related issues, including heat stress and unpredictable labor seasons. In recent years, we have seen crab pickers stranded on Hooper's Island in hurricanes, and our policies need to address what happens when violent storms or other climate change related events interrupt seasonal work. In the climate migration series, the New York Times urged that countries like the US can either allow more people to move across their or our borders, or they can seal themselves off. But this article overlooks a third possibility, one that is rapidly gaining political support from across the ideological spectrum and support of a number of important think tanks. These would-be immigration reformers have said that guest worker programs will fix our broken immigration system while solving the humanitarian crisis and economic challenges in Central America. But they ignore, as Al Gore would have put it, an inconvenient truth. Guest worker programs and temporary visas cannot provide the safety and permanence that climate migrants need. Just as people fleeing violence and political oppression to seek asylum in the United States cannot simply come to the United States when industry needs them to work in low-wage seasonal jobs and return to Mexico or Central America when the season is over. Neither can climate migrants fleeing environmental devastation achieve safety and permanency in the US with a guest worker visa that only permits them to work seasonally. So to achieve a meaningful reform that protects the rights of climate migrants of today and also of tomorrow, policymakers must respond to each immigration challenge with policy solutions that reflect immigrants' voices, experiences, and priorities. Asylum seekers and climate migrants need safety and permanence, and internationally recruited workers need visa programs that shift control from employers to workers, elevate labor standards, respect family unity, ensure equity and access to justice, and give migrant workers an accessible pathway to citizenship. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, everybody. You've given us a lot to think about. And I think the sort of first question, which a lot of folks have nodded to, but because you're the final panel, we need you to solve all the problems that have been presented throughout the day. And so the question I want to just sort of put out there is, some folks have nodded towards, policy fixes, legal changes that they'd like to see to the system that they think will begin to help address some of these issues, whether it's housing, workers' rights, access to healthcare and receiving communities. So I was wondering if, each of you could maybe just talk briefly about one of these specific issues and sort of a policy or legal change that you think could make a big difference and make for a more successful example of a receiving community, like Carlos was talking about those 2 examples in New Jersey and was it Florida and Orlando, right?
Well, if I could start just because I brought up those issues. I mean, part of the challenge is that our climate policy in this country is disaster policy. It's not social policy. It's not environmental policy. It's framed around hazard mitigation, hazard emergency management. So that's clearly one of the first things that has to change, just the bigger structure, the structural definition of what constitutes a needed movement. I mean, so many other federal programs enforce the viability of specific places that aren't hazard related. So until we think about what is place viability and think through those lenses as social and environmental viability, then rather than what place is going to have a crisis, we're never going to get forward. So I think part of it has to do with dealing with the bigger structure before we deal with individual policies, because the reality is there aren't many policies to begin with.
There's local governments can do a number of things as well to kind of, I don't know, grease the rails, if you will, for having better policies for climate migration. So, it's things that are, we've seen this a little bit earlier, and like Carlos just like perfectly encapsulated that we don't have social policy, we have disaster policy around climate change and climate migration. But if we did have social policy around it, it would make climate migration ideally a lot easier to occur, a lot more seamless, and be, quite frankly, more humanitarian in a lot of cases. There's some cities that are doing this now, and we've seen them earlier, and different people have brought them up in Duluth, Minnesota, and Alice was referring to a bunch of them, Cincinnati and Buffalo, New York, and Ann Arbor, Michigan, where they're already thinking through. Then Orlando, right? And as Carlos is working in. So there's cities that are working through social policy to at least have some form of better climate migration. And some of them are a little sometimes opportunistic in some ways, and others aren't. If we had better national policy in this area, it would be really great to help facilitate some of this. And that's really what it is. It's about facilitating that migration and making it more seamless, as opposed to sort of, I guess the rugged West kind of individualistic view in America right now, where sort of everyone's going to be on their own trying to handle it individually.
And, I think, one of the first thing I want to note is that climate migration intensifies existing problems. It's not just a climate migration problem. Maybe this is just a restatement of the fact that these are social issues, but they're also intensifying existing social problems, whether they are the lack of affordable housing or problems with access to housing based on race and other factors. So I think someone was talking earlier this morning about the importance of really bringing together people who share concerns. So it's not a climate issue, it's also a housing issue, it's also a jobs issue, it's also, an issue. And I do think that putting resources into federal, I don't think they can all be local resources. I think that's going to be really tricky, but I think an important role that the federal government can play can be to add resources to resolving some of these problems. But I think they have to be very careful about how they do it and what resources are needed. And that's why I think Carlos's work is so important, because it's suggesting, that it's, and I'm just talking about housing right now, but it's also about the civic institutions and how you work with civic institutions, and how you work on employment, and how you work on community development more broadly in order to have migration work. And I'm actually playing around, I'm writing a paper on this, and I'm like, well, I could only deal with one thing, so I'm dealing with housing, but I really don't think you can deal with housing in a vacuum. I think we ultimately need to look and study what are the various components of a successful transition, and then we are going to need support. I don't think it, you need a bit of a playbook. Recognizing that places differ, but you need the support, the financial support, and the sort of know-how, sort of what levers do you need to be addressing some kind of support that will help receiving communities be less fearful of, feel less threatened by, and ultimately successfully integrate incoming migrants.
And there's so many. This is one is too hard. But I think I mentioned really in my remarks already that we need, an overhaul of our labor migration system and our guest worker system, which is currently the response and really the only avenue for climate migrants generally to come to the US. And so I think we need to, in many cases, So I think we need to, think about a rehaul there. And there's a proposal that we've floated, an alternative model for labor migration, which kind of lays out that policy. And there's some pieces of legislation, including a labor recruitment bill that we would support. But aside from the immigration policy, really the worker protective laws, I think, are really important. Right now, we don't have a national heat stress standard. And at CDM, we get lots of cases of heat-related illnesses. We hear from widows. I mean, heat stress is a serious issue, and we certainly need a heat stress standard. And we also need for guest workers agricultural workers to be covered by the principal worker protective law covering farm workers. Currently, they're not covered by that law, which is the Migrant and Seasonal Agricultural Worker Protection Act. Unfortunately, guest workers are excluded from those protections. So we need to fix that. And there's currently a proposal in Congress that would do that. And it's part of the Farm Workforce Modernization Act. So we're hopeful that some of these changes will happen in the coming months.
So can I ask, because people they're saying we need to think big and we need to think about, right, I'm hearing like overhaul of the immigration system, overhaul in terms of how we deal with these issues. Can we talk about the politics of this stuff a little bit and the ideas about, especially given, Amy Sinden's framing of, this exciting time, this exciting moment. And, Alice, you just mentioned sort of cross solidarity across, in terms of thinking about this issue in a broader way. So I don't know if folks have ideas on this moment right now, on the politics of this. How do these changes happen, or how do you envision that they might happen?
So on the federal level, it's an interesting question, right? Because let me say, the Urban Institute is a nonpartisan organization. Okay. That said, the Republicans are the first to ask for pork after disasters. This includes Ted Cruz, who wanted to deny New York after Sandy, New York and New Jersey, their special appropriation. But after anything that happened in Texas, of course, assuming that he's not on vacation, he asked for the money for Texas. And so that's the interesting angle here. When we look at proposals for when it's hazard related, emergency disaster related largely, it's almost always bipartisan, including there's a bill right now that was stuck in the House, passed through one of the Senate committees, but then was held back last year. So it was like the HUD version of the FEMA Reform Act that happened 2 years ago. It was the co-sponsors in the House were Al Green from Houston, very progressive African-American congressman, and Ann Wagner, Trumper MAGA from Missouri, from Southeast Missouri. So when that's still the frame, there's less of a political push, except when people think they're investing in somebody else in other part of the country and not their own. When it comes to international migration, of course, it's a different picture, right? But so the politics around this are really weird. So it has a lot to do with the framing around it.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit tricky because I do think we need, as we've said, to move beyond the disaster framing. So how do we sort of come to terms with where things may end up in the longer term and what we need to do to be preparing for the longer term? So I'm not sure it's easy. So a certain degree of political organizing, I guess, around it. And I think, to some degree, if you can say we're going to try to help solve an existing problem and anticipate future problems, and people are willing to address that existing problem, like affordable housing, and you have money coming from outside to do it. I guess the question is, how do you get the federal will? But again, areas that are experiencing affordable housing may not want to raise their own taxes to address it, or may not want to directly have to bear the costs, but it may be that if the money's coming from elsewhere, it would be something that we'd be more willing to do. But I think it will be a challenge, and I think it will require some degree of federal coercion. And I think there is a practical question about how we can do that aside from pinning the availability of funds on it. So one thing that people talk about in terms of the constitutional law ability of the federal government to impose requirements or expectations at the state and local level that they may not particularly want, it's usually about the ability to offer or withhold funds. And in the Clean Air Act, for example, the key mechanism has been highway funds, which is something that local governments are quite attached to, state and local governments are quite attached to. And it has been, not effective at making sure we have pure air, but it certainly has state and local governments, putting together their state implementation plans for how they're going to meet the standards, and has led to improvements in air quality. So, part of it is whether we can constitutionally be able to attach the kinds of hooks that would make the kinds of, whether we would constitutionally be able to achieve what we want to achieve by being able to attach those kinds of sanctions to the failure to take those steps. And it's not a slam dunk, you have to find a connection, right? But it's possible that with the idea of sustainable communities, and you integrate transportation and housing, and you think about how they come together in the development of plans for a sustainable capacity to absorb the migrants that are coming their way, and the sense that this could be chaos if it doesn't happen otherwise, and we're willing to give you this money if you do these things. I mean, that's the way I think that you at least on a narrow level can start to perhaps create some incentives for areas to take this on.
I was also wondering if, sorry, Rachel, you want to say something?
No, it's okay. I was going to respond to the question, but it's complicated. I think there are opportunities to move certain pieces. Certainly like a worker, sort of a heat stress standard is possible. There are other issues. We're going to have incremental changes through immigration reform, possibly, but the politics are complicated, and the politics on this issue are increasingly complicated. The employer associations that support in the industries that hire guest workers are on the Hill every day, and they don't want the programs to change too much. They're lobbying for larger numbers, increases in the cap for the H-2B visa program. And so I think we may see like small changes, but it's a challenging line to walk. But hopefully we'll see, improvements on the whole, and some very impressive immigration reform, and some moderate, also possibly some moderate changes with respect to worker protections.
I was going to ask a little bit about so we've talked a lot about the need for national policy, but then we were also talking about sort of receiving communities and local policies. And so I was wondering if folks could address a little bit that tension, or maybe it's not a time. I mean, sometimes I guess it can just be wonderful and cooperative, but often a tension that exists between, the role of different governments playing in addressing these issues. And so could you guys talk a little bit about how that, national policy balances with what localities want in their own communities?
I can keep talking, but I feel like I've been talking a lot, so I'm happy to defer first.
Please keep talking, Alice.
Oh, great. All right. So it's earlier in the day for me than all of you. Well, I think it is going to have to be a balance. And so when I talk about the need for some degree of both federal coercion and federal support, I'm focusing a little bit on the federal side, but I think it will also be very important to have broad areas of discretion within local communities. I mean, I think from the information gathering stage to the planning stage to the development stage, a lot is going to need to rely on local communities. I think that we actually won't get anywhere unless existing communities, the receiving communities themselves and their residents, have a significant role to play in conceptualizing the path for receiving communities. I think they're best positioned to know, sort of where the opportunities lie, and that they, in a sense, have I'm not going to call it a right. I'm always worried about the word right and what it might mean, but they have at least a stake, certainly a very significant stake in the shape of future growth. So I think there's going to be this very important need to both have certain parameters that are established at a federal level and support that's provided at a federal level, but at the same time to have significant scope for local discretion. But with that said, I think one of the important federal parameters will be sort of being sure to structure processes in ways that make sure that all parts of a local community are playing a role. And this is slightly different from your question, but it is making sure there's meaningful engagement and by all members of a community, including historically marginalized populations, because I think there is some history even within local governments of power dynamics that that have marginalized some neighborhoods and so I think part of the federal coercive part is going to be making sure this is happening, and then also making sure voices are heard at the local level in meaningful ways, while at the same time still leaving a fair amount of scope for local discretion and leaving a lot of decision making in local hands. The Clean Power Plan, which was a power plan, how do we reduce carbon emissions in the power sector? The environmental lawyers, if there are any around here, will know about that. But it actually specifically had provisions that required documented opportunities for meaningful engagement as states were developing their plans to implement this power plan. So it was very mindful of the importance of making sure that power developments in a state were not that at least people who might be adversely impacted or might see opportunities would have a voice in that process. And I think Rob Verchek was earlier talking about the importance of the executive order on environmental or Title VI of the, which is relevant in the EPA or in the HUD context, which requires that that decision-making doesn't have a disparate impact, which could also end up, encouraging meaningful participation. I talk in the paper I'm writing about the, I'm sorry, I keep talking, the federal regulations for affirmatively furthering fair housing, which have, I think, a really interesting blend of sort of requiring local governments under the Fair Housing Act to be developing plans for fair housing that have both substantive elements and procedural elements about participation. So again, I think that participation and discretionary role at the local level is essential. But it needs the federal parameters, and I think that's how you have to balance it. And I think there will be tension, but hopefully it's a productive tension, right? It's better than having full federal control or full parochial autonomy. I think you have to live with multi-level governance, which is what my paper's about, and with the tensions it presents, but knowing that it'll achieve better outcomes.
Anyone else want to weigh in?
Yeah, I mean, I want to say too that when we talk about a lot of these different options in different areas, I'm very, very concerned about the funding to actually make some of these happen, especially around managed retreat. And for many local governments and even state governments, there's just not going to be enough funding. The well of funding is just not going to be large enough to buy everybody out that will need to be bought out. And it's going to have to come from a federal pot of money at the end of the day in order to pay for it. And so it's a tension, and we're going to have it. There's no other way if we have any kind of either managed or unmanaged retreat in the U.S. It's going to be national in scope. It is absolutely going to have to come down from the federal government. And even if that's, I don't know different types of governing schemes. I'm not a law professor, so I don't know. Can you give people money? I guess like block grants, right? And so the local governments can figure out how they want to do it, but the funding's actually coming from the feds. Otherwise, I have a really hard time seeing how any of this climate migration is going to unfold in any seemingly equitable manner at all. And instead, it's going to be a massive humanitarian catastrophe as the century goes on, if we don't actually have everybody sort of, working together. Rowing in the same direction would be another way of putting it.
I think local governments might end up feeling that fear of catastrophe or disaster, like we can't control it, and so we better get a handle on it. Like, people are coming one way or another. And if they have that view, then they may be more willing to accept, some federal restrictions in exchange for the federal support. if they realize that the alternative is going to be chaos.
I mean, there have been cases in which local governments have been willing to accept chaos, right? To not have to do with federal policies. And so there are going to be those cases where they're willing to play ball and figure out how to get federal monies. And I agree with Matt, the federal money has to come in because it's the only source for that public source with debt capacity that can be able to fund a larger scale. And there's a legal reason for this, right? Because federal policies over the last 200 years have perpetuated some of the things that have created this crisis, that have allowed people to be redlined into certain neighborhoods, and to live only in certain kinds of housing, and to have certain kinds of resources, to have certain insurance policies that put them in harm's way. That's not to exclude state and local land use policies, nor private sector lenders, real estate agents, et cetera, that have perpetuated some of these problems. But so there has to be a level of accountability that I think needs to be at least flexible enough to account for different players in the local level. Now, I'm not a big fan of like just giving a block grant to local communities and saying have at it, because you get places that will perpetuate racism, right? Because that's where it plays out locally. So it's a mix of having specific performance outcomes that are required from the federal money, as well as giving them out of flexibility. And I completely agree with Alice. I mean, there has to be much more authentic community engagement that has occurred than it currently is required of most of the federal programs, including CWGDR, where there's a 2-week review, public comment review for action plans that nobody can really, in a post-disaster scenario, nobody's going to get that involved with, and there's only so much you could do in 2 weeks, right? But that's what always freaks me out, right? To do authentic community engagement. And I want to push back on speakers who've said on this panel that maybe we shouldn't let communities be involved in the decision making, because last I checked, even though I live in Washington, D.C., where we've had some interesting rebuttals to democracy, just because democracy leads to argument doesn't mean we don't have democracy. I mean, we still have to do that. People do have a right to determine their own fate in America, last I checked. So I feel like we have to do a better job of doing that kind of community engagement, which includes also education and awareness campaigns to get people to talk about the same facts. I don't think we answered your question, Jennifer.
No, actually, I mean, I feel like it's really interesting. And actually, I had that question about sort of local discretion when you guys talked about how, what you see is that often sort of inequality gets replicated. And so I was like, well, if there's local discretion, how then do you check that, right, in terms of those inequalities? So are folks sort of saying it's federal parameters that would sort of address those inequalities?
That's what I think. I mean, that's why. But again, you have the risk that Carlos suggests, which is that people will say, well, we just assume stay as we are. We don't want the money, and because we don't want the parameters. And that is, of course, a risk. And I do think that, I think we need to have that community engagement, but I also think we have to figure out parameters that balance the needs of the existing residents and of migrants, right? Because there is that risk that community engagement could mean we're just going to serve our own interests and not the interests of those who are outside. But really, this process is all about how do we accommodate those who are outside. And we can't leave all of that discretion to the existing residents, because I think we want some accountability to the people who are outside as well. And that's why, I think that's why it's legitimate to have those federal parameters on the local in this context.
And just to add to that, and I don't want to talk anymore either, because I think I've talked more than you have, Alice. But I think the problem is we don't look at all of the federal funding that goes to make places viable. So this includes transportation money, environmental regulation enforcement money, Department of Justice money, and there are policing money. I mean, there are tons of sources of money that goes from the federal government that are viewed as like separate, completely unrelated, but that's what makes a place viable. So unless you're gonna hold those up for the same reason, like for the same reason that you want to promote thoughtful, authentic climate adaptation policy, you got to hold up all of that money. And that's possible. Federal government can do that.
Somewhat, yeah. Has to be linked.
So I see we're at 4:31. So I want to just thank you. I wish you could be in an auditorium with rousing applause, because that's what would happen. But thank you so much to everybody on the panel. This was just such a fantastic way to close out the symposium. And thanks so much to the audience who have been sticking through on Zoom. And so I'll hand it back over to Sarah and Kevin.
I just wanted to say a quick thank you to our incredible third panel and for their very thoughtful and thought-provoking discussion, and to Professor Jennifer Lee for her guidance as moderator. And that's it for our program today. Thank you to everyone who attended and to all those who submitted such insightful questions. We hope you all enjoyed the program, learned some new things, and maybe even found some inspiration. I know I did. And if you signed up to receive CLE credit, you'll receive an email from Kevin and I with further details to confirm that. And thank you again to Dean Mandel for introducing the program today, to our moderators, Temple Law's own Professor Spiro, Professor Sinden, and Professor Lee. Thank you to Maxine Burkett for her brilliant keynote address. And thank you to all of our wonderful panelists for sharing their ideas with us today. And thanks again to everyone who helped Kevin and I put this symposium together. To our symposium predecessors, Nancy Fisher and Nikki Hatza, thanks for setting us up with such an important and timely topic. And to the Temple Law Review, the Temple Law Administration, Professor Sinden, and of course our awesome co-sponsor, the Center for Progressive Reform. Thank you to everyone. Stay safe and please enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, everyone. Take care. Stop recording.